Hello everyone, it's me Lucy again. Today, I'll be reviewing an extremely hilarious and shameless comedy stories. Now, let's dive into the content. Under the tall and rugged mountains, the scene below the mountain is desolate, with smoke and dust. Faintly crowded people are watching the shadow of a young man walking. He turned around, his eyes filled with sorrow. This young man's name is Yishen. He shed tears of regret as he spoke to them. Aunts, village leader, uncles, I really can't bear to leave you all. An old man with a cane, who seems to be the village leader, took a few steps forward and looked at him with regret and sighed, Yishen, we also can't bear to leave you. But your father brought you to the valley of the wicked back then. When he left, he instructed us to let you venture out on your own when you turn 15. The aunt beside him continued, that's right, Yishen, now you are a grown man. I believe you can excel outside. Yishen scratched his head and smiled, all right then, this time I will go to the Evergreen Immortals sect to seek enlightenment. After joining the Immortals sect, I will come back to visit everyone regularly. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole village was startled by the chirping of birds, wide-eyed and shaking, waving their hands continuously. Aunt struggled to say, Yishen, if there is nothing wrong, don't leave. Others shouted loudly, cultivation is the most important, don't leave the immortal sect, yes, we will take good care of ourselves, you don't need to worry about us. Yishen reluctantly turned and waved, saying, all right then, I will go, goodbye uncles, grandfathers, aunt. The crowd fell silent as they watched him walk away. Seeing him getting further away, a young man excitedly squeezed his fists and exclaimed, has he really left? Tell me this is not a dream. Another middle-aged man with tears in his eyes whispered, it's great, Yishen has finally left, thank heaven, I hope the moon is also gone, celebrate with dumplings tonight. Suddenly, Yishen stopped and turned around, leaving them all stunned. The aunt, still trembling, asked him, Yishen, do you have something else to say? Yishen smiled brightly and turned back to respond. I forgot, he said, do not dismantle our makeshift house. I heard that the Evergreen Immortals sect is very strict in their selection process, I'm afraid I won't pass the test. When that time comes, I will come back. Everyone was panicked, some even gritted their teeth and held their heads, lamenting, what, are you still coming back? The old village leader, with a stern face, sighed and spoke, all right, Yishen, 30 years ago, the 100 wicked of the Valley of the Wicked risked their lives to save an injured immortal from the Evergreen Immortals sect. Before leaving, the immortal bestowed upon the Valley of the Wicked this evergreen command, saying that in the future they could use this token to vouch for him. The village leader approached and placed the token in Yishen's hand, instructing, take this token, you will surely be able to enter the Evergreen Immortals sect. Go quickly, remember to cultivate diligently and not worry about worldly affairs. Your parents' whereabouts are still waiting for you to find them, so once you go, try not to come back. Yishen accepted the token and tucked it away, smiling, yes, everyone has been so kind to me. This time, I will truly depart, I will miss all of you. When he was sure he had gone far, the aunt beside him asked worriedly. The village leader, why did you give the evergreen command to Yishen? This is a magic weapon to suppress the enemies of the Valley of the Wicked for many years, if someone else finds out, the enemies of the world will come for revenge. The village leader was also helpless, he replied, can't give it. What if he can't pass the real selection and comes back, what should we do? Everyone was horrified and remained silent. A blindfolded man standing aside also spoke sadly, at least compared to the external enemies, Yishen is more terrifying, he doesn't know where to get his energy from. He comes to steal chickens from our houses every midnight, we can't stop him, for many years he has been torturing me to death. Another man wearing a hat covering his face agreed, yes, Yan Wang is the most difficult to deal with, since he learned our techniques, I have never had a coin in my pocket. Another white-haired man gritted his teeth in anger, he even took my Chun Gong picture to rent it out and make money. In the end, I was cursed by people in the village all day, while he made money, is this fair? Aunt looked at them and said, well, wicked attracts wicked, each of us was a great wicked back then, why did we have to encounter Yishen? making everyone be careful, acting like rabbits. Seeing Yishen is terrifying. Village leader looked at everyone and raised his hands high, shouting, "Forget it, Yishen is gone, today we celebrate, drink and be merry, celebrate without getting drunk." The villagers immediately agreed excitedly. Hearing the fireworks booming in the sky, Yishen turned around, standing on the mountain peak, seeing the fireworks and bright lights below, murmured, "Uncles, elders must not bear to let me go, missing me, so they use fireworks and drumming to ease the longing for me." Yishen crossed his arms, smirking, thinking to himself, "I am indeed a lovable person." 3 days later, on a high mountain peak, was a sect. In front of the Evergreen Immortal sect, many young men were gathered. One of them stood up and loudly said, "I am not necessarily the smartest. We're not sure we're the most handsome, not sure we're the most outstanding, not sure we're the funniest, not sure we're the strongest, not sure we can enter the Evergreen Immortal sect, not sure we can achieve this status." Another young man below expressed his appreciation, "Senior brother, you are too modest, thank you for lowering yourself to boost my confidence, thank you for your encouragement." The person in front then arrogantly declared, "Remember my name, I am Wei Bai Hui, this alchemy room can only belong to me, I am closing it off to all of you." The crowd below started to curse and complain, "Damn it, made me wait here for half an hour, just for this." Yishen, standing afar, feeling disheartened at the scene, thought to himself, "The Evergreen Immortal sect is indeed crowded, Wei Bai Hui's arrogance is almost matching mine, the pressure is not small." He then patted the sturdy man in front and asked, "Uncle, who is the senior brother on the stage? How can he be so confident to enter the Evergreen Immortal sect?" Uncle Li said Wei Bai Hui is said to be related to a prominent figure of Black Cloud Peak in Evergreen Immortal sect, has obtained the unique title in Evergreen Immortal sect as a miscellaneous disciple of the Alchemy Room. This trip is considered futile. Yishen asked in confusion. Miscellaneous disciple. Being related to a prominent figure and becoming a miscellaneous disciple upon entering the Immortal sect. Shouldn't it be at least an outside sect disciple? Evergreen Immortal sect has an old saying, "Better to be a dog of the alchemy room than a human of the outside sect," meaning being a miscellaneous disciple of the alchemy room will bring unimaginable benefits. Everyone competes eagerly to join, even worshipping deities and Buddhas to enter. He pointed towards the crowd and continued, "Have you seen those people? They all heard that the alchemy room has a vacant title, so they have come from far away, including many accomplished practitioners. If it were a normal selection of outside sect disciples, there wouldn't be so many people here. What's the point of saying these things? If the title has been taken away by Wei Bai Hui, then we are useless staying here, so let's go." Uncle looked at Yishen and reminded, "Little guy, you should also go back early, or you won't make it to the inn at the foot of the mountain before dark." Yishen pursed his lips discontentedly and did not reply. After a while, in front of the Evergreen Immortal sect's gate, the crowd that was bustling earlier had now all left, leaving only Yishen and Wei Bai Hui. He folded his arms and looked at Yishen with a loud voice, "Hey little guy, why are you staying here? Don't you know Wei Bai Hui has someone in the Immortal sect?" Yishen held the Evergreen command and pondered quietly. "I wonder who has a bigger backing behind Wei Bai Hui, Evergreen command, or the person standing behind him." Suddenly, from above, 2 disciples of the sect rode on their swords and asked, "Who is Wei Bai Hui?" Wei Bai Hui quickly answered, "It's me, my senior brother is Wei Bai Hui." Hearing this, the 2 disciples said, "Let's go, come with us to the Sky Gate, senior brother Changming has already processed the sect accession procedures for you." Wei Bai Hui's eyes lit up with joy and he exclaimed, "Thank you, senior brother," he said, stepping onto the long sword and flying up with another person. He then turned around and taunted Yishen, "Little guy, have your illusions shattered? I told you not to be delusional and face reality." As he spoke, he raised his middle finger in front of Yishen and continued, "The Evergreen Immortal sect belongs to geniuses and those related to geniuses. It's no coincidence that I belong to the latter category. A little guy like you should just go down the mountain." Yishen, feeling dejected, looked at the Evergreen command and thought to himself, I hope the old village leader gave me a useful token. He then looked straight ahead and walked directly into the Evergreen Immortal sect. As soon as he entered, two people rushed over, their faces flushed with anger, and blocked his way. The tall man in blue shouted, "Who dares to intrude into the Evergreen Immortal sect?" Yishen presented the Evergreen command and said, "Hello, senior brothers. Do you recognize this token?" The two men were shocked, their eyes widening. They looked at each other in disbelief and exclaimed in unison, "This is the Evergreen command of Zhou Lin Lang, Master Peak of Chinan Peak." Seeing their reaction, Yishen bowed and clasped his hands together. "I wonder if the two senior brothers can inform Zhou Master Peak about us. I am a former disciple of his, seeking refuge at Evergreen Immortal sect." But Yishen was secretly amused. How great, I never expected the owner of the Evergreen Command to be a Master Peak, feeling more powerful than Wei Bai Hui's senior brother. The man in yellow hesitated and said, "About this." The man in green scratched his head and spoke up, "Younger brother, there's no hiding it, Master Peak Zhou Lin Lang went insane 20 years ago." Yishen couldn't believe it, stammering, insane. The man in yellow suggested, "Wait a moment, younger brother," then he drew his sword and shouted loudly, "Back in the day, Zhou Master Peak had a good relationship with Jiang Master Peak of Ziyun Peak. I will go and inform Jiang Master Peak." As the sky darkened, at Ziyun Peak, inside the main hall, a beautiful woman sat on a high platform, emitting a sparkling golden aura. She was the Master Peak of Ziyun Peak outside sect, Jiang Yu Ran. After hearing the report, she immediately spoke up, "If he is a disciple of Zhou's senior brother, then I can't not care. Is there any vacant position in the outside sect now?" The thin and tall disciple in a yellow robe respectfully replied, "At Jiang Master Peak, the outside sect only accepts disciples once a year. It's still half a year until this year's assessment, but I heard that the alchemy room recently lacks a position. Many commoners are competing for it," Jiang Yu Ran murmured. "Alchemy room, huh? Then let this person become a disciple of the alchemy room. Wait until the outside sect assessment, then let him into the outside sect." After the yellow-robed disciple left, Jiang Yu Ran stood up, looking towards the mountain in contemplation and muttered, "Zhou's senior brother, rest assured, even though my brother is insane, your disciple will surely take good care of him in your place. For now, I will appoint him as a disciple of the alchemy room. Half a year later I will definitely bring him to the outside sect Master Peak, outside Evergreen Immortal sect." At this moment Wei Bai Hui and another disciple were walking. The other person spoke. "Changming's senior brother is about to have a breakthrough this time, unable to come personally, deliberately asked me to bring Wei junior brother to the alchemy room to report." Wei Bai Hui replied, "It's okay, let Gij practice." Unexpectedly Gij has such a high position in the Evergreen Immortal sect, entering through the back door is just a matter of a word. Of course, Changming's senior brother is the top disciple of Black Cloud Peak. Who wouldn't admire him? Honestly, Wei junior brother being able to enter the alchemy room, I also greatly admire. The alchemy room has precious materials everywhere. It is said that just breathing in there can absorb the spiritual energy radiated by genius treasures. After Wei junior brother enters, don't forget that I am the one who brought you in to report. Wei Bai Hui sneered arrogantly, saying Gij is really powerful. As the two continued walking, they heard him say that there were hundreds of people outside reporting to him. Hearing that the top disciple of Black Cloud Peak is related to him is almost enough to drive them away, leaving only a little guy who doesn't know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. Do you find it funny? Just then Yishen and a person in a yellow robe landed in front of the alchemy room door. He looked around dreamily and said, "Is this the alchemy room?" Wei Bai Hui stepped up the stairs and saw Yishen, pointing at him in astonishment and said, "Is this the little guy who doesn't know his place, so stubborn? Are you not afraid now to come to the alchemy room at all? Isn't that amusing?" The man in the yellow robe heard him and turned around, then immediately shouted inside, "Under the command of Jiang Master Peak Ziyun Peak, specially bringing Yishen here to register, henceforth will become a disciple of the alchemy room." Wei Bai Hui and the other disciple couldn't believe it. They looked at each other and exclaimed, "What?" He frowned angrily and shouted, "Senior brother, are you mistaken? The only disciple of the alchemy room is supposed to be me, Wei Bai Hui. How can it be this little guy? The man in the yellow robe tilted his head slightly and replied, if you think Jiang Master Peak Ziyun Peak has made a mistake, then you can go and ask Jiang Master Peak. Then he turned to Yishen and said, Yi junior brother, I forgot to introduce myself, I am a disciple of Ziyun Peak Zheng Tian Xiao. After saying that, Zheng Tian Xiao climbed up the school's sword platform and waved goodbye, saying, you should practice diligently here, we will meet again in the future. With that, he immediately flew away. On the other side, Wei Bai Hui squeezed his fists tightly, angrily shouted, impossible, this can't be happening, your name is Yishen, right? What are you up to? Why did you end up in the alchemy room in the end? Yishen smiled confidently and replied, Hee, Wei Bai Hui, didn't you say that Evergreen Immortal sect is for geniuses and those related to geniuses? It's not a coincidence that you came later, so I must belong to the former, I can be a genius. After saying that, he waved his hand, walked through the gate, and laughed loudly. Wei Bai Hui, losing his composure, pointed and yelled, you despicable person, Yishen, you have taken the position of my disciple in the alchemy room, I will not let you get away with this. As he aggressively approached, another disciple held him back, saying, Wei junior brother, calm down, Evergreen Immortal sect strictly prohibits disturbances. If that's the case, let's report to senior brother Chong Ming, then we can resolve this later. Yishen gleefully teased, stepping into the courtyard to observe for a while, waiting nervously, with no one around, only dust and falling leaves. Yishen felt strange and said, isn't the alchemy room highly regarded in the eccentric institute? Why is there no one here? Just then, a loud bang came from inside the main hall, rocks and debris flying out, causing Yishen's eyes to widen. At that moment, a stout figure was also forcefully thrown out through the hole, landing on the ground, his body torn and tattered. He held his head, groaning, saying, oh, mother, this pain is killing me. This person was Ji De Quan, a disciple of the alchemy room. Others rushed out worriedly, calling out. Are you okay, De Quan brother? Ji De Quan, furious and resentful, said, help me up, I refuse to believe I can't tame a torn cauldron. He raised his voice and exclaimed, I, Ji De Quan, am the head disciple of the alchemy room's cauldron patrol, yet I can't tame a torn cauldron for 7 consecutive days. The crowd hurried to help him up, only to hear him continue to yell, not only that, but it has also knocked me away 7 times. It is indeed extremely humiliating, truly humiliating. Thinking of this, he immediately strides away aggressively, his bulky body causing his fellow disciples to struggle to stop him. One of them blocks his path and says loudly, Senior brother De Quan, do not go any further. It's a small matter if you die, but if the entire alchemy room explodes, then the sect will be in big trouble. This person is Huang Shaojian, a disciple of the alchemy room. Upon hearing this, Ji De Quan stands still and calmly says, Junior brother Shaojian, you really know how to advise people. Alright, I won't go any further. This cauldron is likely to explode, so let the new junior brother try his luck. He waves his hand, gives a signal, then turns and walks away, shouting, Senior brother, immediately. At this moment, everyone finally turns to notice Yishen standing beside them. Ji De Quan, astonished, asks, Hey, who are you? Yishen smiles and says, Hello, senior brothers, I am Yishen, a new disciple who just arrived at the alchemy room. Upon hearing this, Ji De Quan pats his shoulder and laughs, saying, So you're the new junior brother. When did you arrive? Why didn't I see you? Yishen laughed and replied, just arrived, thinking to himself, Oh my goodness, I've been standing here for half a day already, I've heard your conversation a few times over. Ji De Quan grabbed Yishen's hand happily and pointed ahead excitedly, saying, Let's go, junior brother's arrival is a joyful occasion, we'll prepare a feast for you. Yishen blushed, his eyes also sparkling. Inside a room filled with food and fragrant wine, Ji De Quan and his disciples invited Yishen to sit down, saying, Don't be shy, Yishen junior brother, our alchemy room is abundant in spiritual herb pills, just eat. He placed a plump fish in front of Yishen, urging him to eat. Huang Xiaojian spoke up, "Senior brother, Yi junior brother has never practiced cultivation before, eating like this could harm his body and prevent the absorption of nutrients, causing a spiritual energy explosion." Ji De Quan quickly pushed his chair back and said, "You're right, I was not considerate enough. Little junior brother, I will teach you a body refining technique." He then swiftly got up and left. After a while, Yishen returned to another room, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in concentration. Around him, a radiant spiritual weapon emanated. Ji De Quan stood beside him and said, "Little junior brother, according to the cultivation method I just mentioned, breaking through to refine the body is not difficult. What I am imparting to you is the evergreen body severing technique skill, the basic body severing skill of our evergreen immortal sect. Do not underestimate this basic skill, it is the masterstroke of our evergreen sect founder. It is said that back then, the evergreen immortal relied on this technique to dominate the martial world, becoming a renowned immortal." Yishen pondered with his eyes closed. "Strange, I have never practiced or come into contact with any cultivation skills, why does this evergreen refined body technique feel somewhat familiar?" He recalled his time at the Valley of the Wicked. "It's similar to hoeing the soil, Uncle Li often taught me these little techniques while teaching me to hoe the land." Ji De Quan continued, "You must train diligently, normally speaking, by reaching the first level of body severing you will be able to comfortably consume these medicinal pills." Yishen pushed those thoughts aside and reassured himself, "It doesn't matter. If I get used to it, then fine. Anyway, the evergreen body severing technique seems quite easy to learn. I'll just practice and see." Ji De Quan continued to speak, "There's no need to rush. Talented disciples in the evergreen immortal sect usually break through within 3 days. Those with less talent might take a month. Just take your time and cultivate slowly." Before he could finish, Yishen's entire body was suddenly enveloped in bright spiritual light, signaling a successful breakthrough. Opening his eyes to the astonished expressions of Ji De Quan and the others, he said, "Senior brother, I've finished cultivating." Pleased, he thought to himself, "So, cultivation isn't as difficult as I thought. It's actually quite simple." The brothers present were amazed, their eyes wide open as they exclaimed, "What? That fast?" Ji De Quan moved closer to inspect Yishen and shouted, "Did you really break through to the refined body stage already?" He patted Yishen on the head, laughing heartily, "Haha, little junior brother, you really do have impressive talent. Your cultivation speed is even faster than ours by a bit." Huang Xiaojian then said, "Not just a little faster, at first it took us the fastest one 7 days to break through. How can little junior brother do it in just half an hour? The alchemy room is about to produce monsters." Ji De Quan, excited, said loudly, "Let's eat," and they returned to the table, raising their glasses and happily saying, "Congratulations to little junior brother for joining our alchemy room." At this moment, in front of a table of exquisite delicacies, Yishen's eyes lit up admiringly. No wonder everyone is fighting to get into the alchemy room. It's so rich here. He picked up a bunch of leaves to contemplate. Take this lime grass for example. I remember Uncle Wang forging iron at the Valley of the Wicked. It took him 5 years to get one, but here there's a whole basket. Ji De Quan turned to him as he put the lime grass in his mouth, concerned, "Little junior brother, don't just eat grass, make a chicken leg. Newcomers to the alchemy room have to eat continuously for 3 days and 3 nights, that's our rule." Ji De Quan handed him a chicken leg and continued speaking. "For these 3 days, eat as much as you can, don't hold back. Otherwise, the storage room won't be able to hold it all. It's like clearing out the storage room for the alchemy room." Everyone cheered and shouted, "Eat up, have fun." Yishen, holding a chicken leg in one hand and vegetables in the other, enjoyed his meal and thought to himself, "Wow, this is delicious. Good times are coming for Yishen." After 3 days, Yishen's spiritual energy surged dramatically. With a single punch, he could shatter a large tree. The surrounding brothers clapped and praised him, saying, "Well done." Ji De Quan approached and said, "Little junior brother, you truly have exceptional talent. In just 3 days, you've advanced from a mortal who had never cultivated before to the second level of the refined body stage. He held up 3 fingers and continued, in just these 3 days, you've covered the distance that ordinary cultivators would take 3 years to achieve. The people around also expressed their admiration, saying, with this speed, little junior brother could enter the main sect. But the outside sects all envy the freedom of the alchemy room, having food and drink at their leisure. Another person added, exactly. Why bother entering the inner sect and the outer sect is so good? Yishen scratched his head awkwardly, laughing and saying that all of this was thanks to the senior brothers. In these 3 days, he didn't know how many spiritual fruits he had eaten, his spiritual energy had increased significantly, and with the refining techniques of the sect that his senior brother had passed on to him, he was able to break through to the second level of refining in just 3 days. He thought to himself that the cultivation in these past few days had been smooth and easy, just like eating and sleeping, without feeling like it was draining any energy. It all felt very familiar, like the games he used to play with his uncles and senior brothers in the Valley of the Wicked. Very strange indeed. Ji De Quan laughed and told him that he didn't need to be humble, that he was a genius. He also mentioned that despite eating so many spiritual fruits, Yishen's body didn't seem to absorb them, which was unusual. Perhaps Yishen's constitution was special, as only the core disciples of Evergreen Immortal sect had such unique constitutions. Maybe in the future, little junior brother will even soar straight into the sky, someone remarked. Hearing this, Yishen's enthusiasm soared. He boldly pounded his chest and declared, senior brother, inside sect disciples, outside sect disciples, or even direct disciples, they're all nothing compared to the alchemy room disciples. We eat big, drink big, and enjoy big. In this lifetime, Yishen belongs to the alchemy room, and even in death, I'll be a spirit of the alchemy room. The other disciples were deeply moved by Yishen's words, their eyes glistening with tears. Ji De Quan patted Yishen on the shoulder and said, all right, little junior brother, you have ambition and good judgment. From now on, the senior brothers in the alchemy room will take good care of you. You'll be treated as well as the inside sect or direct disciples. Ji De Quan and Yishen then left and Ji De Quan continued seriously, senior brother will take you to a place. In the alchemy room, the first thing a new disciple must do is patrol the cauldrons. Yishen, curious, asked, patrol the cauldrons? Ji De Quan replied, yes, only after successfully patrolling the cauldrons can you become a true disciple of the alchemy room. In front of them were numerous cauldrons blazing with fire. Ji De Quan looked at Yishen and cheered, go ahead, choose your cauldron, with your talent, you can definitely do it. They moved closer, and Ji De Quan pointed and said, this is the Tigerear Thousand Gene Cauldron, a royal grade 4 treasure cauldron in our alchemy room, considered an extraordinary treasure. Huang Shaojian followed and explained, little junior brother, the most important thing in choosing a cauldron is to find one that suits you. The most superior method of patrolling a cauldron is the legendary spiritual sense, followed by intuition, temperament, and affinity. Our disciples in the alchemy room mainly choose cauldrons based on affinity, so that they can quickly patrol the cauldron successfully. Just rely on your instinct, little junior brother, and choose the cauldron that resonates with you. Yishen put his hand on his chin, looked around, and said dejectedly, this won't do, let's see another one. Ji De Quan continued to point to a different direction and introduced another cauldron, named Jiao Hua Glazed Ding, a royal grade 3 treasure cauldron. Though its grade is not as high, it is the most ancient treasure cauldron in the alchemy room, often used to refine elixirs. The entire cauldron has been infused with the essence of herbs, making it easier to successfully refine pills. Yishen reached out and touched the cauldron, sighing softly before crossing his arms and saying, look at another one. Yishen walked around feeling but kept saying, not this one, no, this one is not good either. Ji De Quan and the others followed, exclaiming in frustration before saying, little junior brother, are there really no of the 7,749 treasure cauldrons in this alchemy room that match your affinity? Everyone followed suit and were exhausted. Huang Shaojian sat down wiping his sweat and spoke up, "Indeed, all the superior treasure cauldrons in the alchemy room have not been chosen by the junior brother. Are we supposed to choose from the broken cauldrons in the warehouse? If we fail to patrol the cauldron successfully today, it may violate the rules of the alchemy room, and if the elder finds out, the little junior brother will be expelled from the alchemy room." Yishen turned around with difficulty and replied, "Senior brothers, it's not that I don't want to choose, but I don't know why. I just can't feel any connection or affinity with these treasure cauldrons. I feel really helpless." He furrowed his brows and thought to himself. Yishen has always been loved by everyone before, what happened today? Feeling a strange sense of mental uncertainty, another person suddenly said, "Elder senior brother, second senior brother, have you forgotten? Burial tripod was moved here a few days ago, and last night elder senior brother even tried to tame it, but burial tripod struck him 8 times in a row." This person immediately came up with an idea, "Maybe let the junior try that burial tripod." Those present here looked at each other confused. Ji De Quan hesitated and said, "This." Then he turned around and shouted loudly, "Idle talk, is patrol cauldron a game? Even taming a normal treasure cauldron carelessly can be swallowed by the treasure cauldron, even resulting in loss of life. Moreover, it is the strange burial tripod." Yishen paused evilly and said, "Burial tripod? That name is truly special." Yishen's eyes brightened and continued, "Or senior brother can take me to see it." After a while, everyone went to see the burial tripod. Ji De Quan said, "Brother, to be honest with you, this cauldron is called burial tripod because it was brought back by the sect elder from an ancient tomb of the ancients, but since having it no special place has been found, so it was thrown to our alchemy room. After being transferred, the disciples of the alchemy room also tried to tame it, but unexpectedly, when taming this burial tripod it was extremely sinister. Not only could it not be tamed but it also attacked the one trying to tame it. Other treasure cauldrons that were not successfully tamed may at most only damage the blood vessels, but this burial tripod is extremely violent. A wrong move could break one's bones and endanger their life. The disciples of the alchemy room have all failed to tame this cauldron, with 2 even seriously injured. Now they cannot handle it themselves," he thought and felt scared. "Last night I was also hit by it 8 times in a row, my bones were all broken." The tragic scene at that time must have been seen by the disciples. "Little junior brother, I advise you." As soon as Ji De Quan said this, Yishen had already walked over to the burial tripod. Ji De Quan was surprised. Then the whole group shouted loudly, "Little junior brother, do not touch it, it's dangerous." As soon as Yishen touched the burial tripod emitting a powerful spiritual light, he felt a strong ancestral force, immediately opened his eyes in amazement, and suddenly a whirlwind emerged, blowing everyone away. Ji De Quan once again suffered pain. Surrounded by a thick smoke, he got up in a daze, clutching his head and asked, "What's going on? Where is little junior brother?" Huang Shaojian scared pointed inside the room and shouted, "Quick, senior brother, look." Ji De Quan looked over and shouted in horror, "Little junior brother has been eaten by the burial tripod." Yishen, who had been standing in front of them, was sucked into the burial tripod, clenching his teeth and trying to pull himself out, thinking, "This time, it's over. This burial tripod is really weird. Why did you suck me in? Let me out." He struggled to get up, but the suction force got stronger as if to swallow Yishen. Everyone rushed in horror. Ji De Quan panicked and shouted, "Quick, save little junior brother." Then the senior brothers hurriedly followed. Yishen clenched his teeth, his eyes red, and his body suddenly emitted an unusual layer of spiritual light. Realizing something, he thought to himself. Ji De Quan ran over shouting, "Little junior brother, we've come to rescue you." As he reached out once again towards the burial tripod, a massive surge of energy slammed them all away. They exclaimed, again, before being thrown violently against the wall. Ji De Quan groaned in pain, his vision blurred as he saw the burial tripods hovering in front of him. He sighed deeply, and then stood up to help the others. Ji De Quan angrily exclaimed, damn it, the burial tripod has gone crazy today, I wonder how little junior brother is doing. As they looked towards the burial tripod and saw a hand hurriedly grabbing the cauldron and rushing to check on Yishen. Looking down from above in concern, Ji De Quan asked, "Little junior brother, are you still alive?" Yishen weakly replied, "Senior brother," his eyes unfocused as he reached out shakily and said, "Help me out." Ji De Quan grabbed my hand along with everyone else to help me out in my weakened state. After leaving the burial tripod, Ji De Quan supported Yishen and asked anxiously, "Little junior brother, are you okay?" Yishen, with a weary look and dark circles under his eyes, whispered, "Big senior brother, I'm okay, just hungry, I want to eat a lot of things." He gritted his teeth with a stomach full of anger and resentment, saying to himself, "I had to work hard to accumulate spiritual weapon for 3 days, only to have it all absorbed by this blasted cauldron in an instant, how annoying." Back in the dining hall, Yishen ate voraciously to regain his depleted strength. All the disciples were now covered in injuries. Looking at him intently, Ji De Quan asked, "What exactly happened to little junior brother?" His cultivation at the second level of refining body was just devoured by the burial tripod. Huang Shaojian also spoke up, "Little junior brother, you shouldn't have touched that burial tripod, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances." Just then, with a mouth still full of food, Yishen's whole body burst forth with spiritual weapon, his cultivation rapidly increasing and spreading throughout the room, leaving Ji De Quan and Huang Shaojian surprised and bewildered. Yishen closed his eyes, his body enveloped by a bright spiritual light, feeling refreshed. Ji De Quan exclaimed in disbelief, "Refining qi at the second level, and the cultivation of the little junior brother is increasing again, am I seeing things?" Huang Shaojian also couldn't believe it, saying, "Cultivation decreasing and then recovering, is this a dream?" Yishen stood up abruptly, slamming the table and shouting, "I must find that burial tripod for revenge." He couldn't swallow this anger, thinking to himself, "From childhood to now, I have only deceived and plundered others, no one has dared to steal from me. Today, a cauldron tore away the spiritual energy I had worked so hard to obtain. I must seek vengeance." Ji De Quan immediately stopped Yishen, telling him not to be impulsive. But as soon as he touched Yishen's clothes, Yishen's legs inexplicably burst into flames and rushed away. Ji De Quan exclaimed, "Little junior brother," followed by a loud and confused yell, "What is happening?" Yishen's shoes moved automatically, then he disappeared at a speed like a bullet, leaving everyone with only shadows and a cloud of smoke. Ji De Quan was stunned for a moment, then calmly said, "What's going on? Running so fast, has little junior brother practiced the sword art of Evergreen Immortal sect?" Huang Shaojian next to him replied, "Little junior brother just joined the sect, so he doesn't have the qualifications to learn the sword art, and besides, he doesn't even use a sword." Ji De Quan said eagerly, "Let's go see, I feel that little junior brother is a bit unusual." In a blink of an eye, Yishen was hung upside down on a tree, angrily gritting his teeth and shouting, "Do shoes know how to run? Could it be that the shoes have become demons?" He staggered and sat up straight on the tree, frowning and muttering, Not right." Yishen noticed something unusual and sat up straight, taking off his shoes to examine them, then said, "When I arrived at Evergreen Immortal sect, I was clearly wearing a pair of normal fabric shoes, why has the material changed now? It seems to be made of animal skin." Yishen looked closely at the shoes and brought them close to his face to observe, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "There is spiritual energy flowing on the surface like this. This is clearly a low-grade spiritual energy," and he marvels, "Heavens, how did Wang Dai Tao turn my shoes into a spiritual weapon?" The Ji De Quan people quickly rushed over, and saw him sitting on a tree in a panic, asking, "Little junior brother, are you okay? Why did you climb up the tree?" Yishen did not respond, still thinking in his head, could it be the burial tripod? "The burial tripod absorbed my spiritual energy to enhance the quality of the shoes, this is the only reasonable explanation." His eyes lit up, "If that's the case, then the burial tripod is not a small treasure, is it?" Yishen stood on the tree excitedly shouting, "Heavens, that treasure, aha! Yishen has never been at a loss before, and now I have found a treasure. The people below looked at him with gaping mouths, worriedly saying, "Little junior brother, what happened? Something feels off, perhaps the burial tripod has damaged his brain." Suddenly, someone forcefully kicked open the door of the alchemy room from outside. Wei Baihui angrily led the people in, shouting, "Yishen, come out here for me. Grandfather came to seek revenge." Ji De Quan angrily pointed at the group of Wei Baihui people and said, "How dare you come to our alchemy room and act recklessly, tired of living, isn't it?" A bearded man stepped forward to Wei Baihui and smirked, "Fatty Ji, stop threatening people here. Our senior brother Zhu Yi-kun brought disciples from forging room today to demand justice for Wei junior brother. If you can't make us satisfied, don't blame us for being ruthless. This person is the senior brother of forging room, Zhu Yi-kun." Ji De Quan's face turned dark as he shouted, "Justice my ass, alchemy room and forging room have always been at odds. You look down on us, we look at you like fools. Not just today but every day." Ji De Quan then raised his middle finger provocatively at them, saying, "If you want to fight, let's fight, don't come up with any stupid excuses." Yishen leaped down from the tree, thinking to himself, "After the burial tripod improved the shoes, the quality is indeed excellent," jumping down from the tree and landing so lightly, as if practicing flying spells like a fairy. Seeing Yishen, Wei Baihui aggressively pointed at him and said, "Yishen, you stealing my alchemy room disciple position is truly despicable." He then smugly continued, "Now I, Wei Baihui, am joining the forging room. Today, senior brother Zhu Yi-kun brought me here to punish you. Will you kneel down and admit your mistake, or should I use force to make you submit?" Yishen crossed his arms and replied, "Wei Baihui, I have a question for you. What level is your cultivation at now?" Wei Baihui smirked and began boasting, "I, Wei Baihui, am a naturally talented individual. Before joining the Evergreen Immortal sect, I had already cultivated for 2 years, reaching the 2nd level of refining the body. I am about to break through to the 3rd level now." Upon hearing this, Yishen quietly asked Ji De Quan, "Senior brother, why is he so slow in cultivation? It took him 2 years to reach the 2nd level, while I only took 3 days. Is Wei Baihui just a useless person?" Ji De Quan replied, "Junior brother, in reality, Wei Baihui's cultivation speed is normal. Your fast progress is due to the high-quality spiritual herbs you consume. Furthermore, my younger brother's talent is truly excellent." Yishen pondered silently and then smiled, clenching his fist tightly and saying, "If he is like me, just refining qi to the 2nd level, Yishen won't be afraid of him." Seeing the group of people happily chatting and ignoring him, Wei Baihui scowled and arrogantly said, "What's wrong, Yishen? Can't talk? Are you scared? You've only just entered the alchemy room, you're probably still a useless person." He activated his internal energy, with a spiritual weapon surrounding his body, and continued to taunt, in front of Wei Baihui, "I am as weak as a chick, quickly kneel down and admit your mistake, call out, grandfather, twice." Yishen pretended not to hear clearly and asked him, "Call out what?" then teased Wei Baihui to provoke his outburst, "Is it, grandfather?" Yishen pretended to turn to Ji De Quan and asked, "Senior brother, did you hear what he said?" Ji De Quan rubbed his ear and replied, "No, I didn't hear it clearly." At this moment, Yishen shouted loudly, "Wei Baihui, have you not eaten yet? Speaking so softly, what are you even calling?" Wei Baihui, enraged, shouted, "Grandfather, grandfather, grandfather. Have you heard clearly this time?" Immediately, he felt that something was wrong. Yishen puffed out his cheeks and couldn't help but burst out laughing, causing everyone in the alchemy room to laugh along. Yishen pointed at him and said, "Haha, good boy, you've heard it, grandfather has heard it, grandfather is here, haha." Realizing that he had been fooled, Wei Baihui gritted his teeth and cursed, "Yishen, I'll kill you, how dare you play tricks on me? If you have the courage, fight me fair and square, if you don't, then you're a coward." Zhu Yi-kun also raised his finger and challenged, "Ji De Quan, the alchemy room always plays tricks and schemes, do you have the courage to fight fair and square?" Whoever falls first is the loser. Ji De Quan sneered at them. Little junior brother comes from a common background, never practiced cultivation before joining the Evergreen Immortal sect, we're far superior to you all. After speaking, he turned to Yishen and said, little junior brother, don't let them fool you, the alchemy room is a sacred place where no one dares to be arrogant. We shouldn't underestimate these dogs to the point of death. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yi-kun immediately retorted, alright, speaking of strength, the entire Evergreen Immortal sect combined is not as good as your alchemy room. We will guard the entrance, starting today we will block the entrance to the alchemy room. He glanced at Yishen and said, little guy, you better stay inside the alchemy room for the rest of your life. At this moment, Yishen coldly said, hold on a minute, who said I'm not a match? Zhu Yi-kun and Wei Baihui quickly stopped and looked at each other with a sinister smile. Yishen stepped forward courageously and said, disciple Yishen of the alchemy room seeks guidance. Ji De Quan and everyone else looked amazed and quickly tried to stop him, reminding him, little junior brother cannot compete, your cultivation is inconsistent, your foundation is unstable, how can you fight against Wei Baihui who has been cultivating for 2 years? Huang Xiaojian also spoke up to prevent him, indeed, listen to senior brother's advice, focus on resting and improving in the alchemy room first, then you can challenge Wei Baihui without delay. Wei Baihui arrogantly pointed at Yishen and laughed. Haha, Yishen, you brought this upon yourself. He leaped up and shouted, now, even if you regret it, it's too late. Die. With those words, he raised both hands, releasing a burst of spiritual energy that vaguely formed the shadow of a large bull with massive horns. He charged forward at high speed, yelling fiercely, Man Nyo Ding Jiao. The people from the alchemy room were left open-mouthed in shock, thinking, this isn't good. What a sneaky little guy. He immediately used a big move to deal with our little junior brother. He's too fast and too strong. Our little junior brother can't dodge this. This is dangerous. In contrast, the people from the forging room folded their arms and watched with satisfaction. Saying, haha, this move of Wei junior brother was taught by Chang Ming, the senior brother of Black Cloud Peak. Once executed, it's like lightning, fast and unstoppable. Wei junior brother's grudge can be avenged. Wei Baihui's eyes gleamed as he thrust his fist forward, shouting, Yishen, die. Just as his fist was about to connect with Yishen's face, Yishen's shoes suddenly lit up, activating just in time. He stared in amazement while Wei Baihui remained unaware of what was happening. He looked up in astonishment and exclaimed, what? Immediately, he missed his punch and slammed his face straight into a large tree trunk. This punch left Wei Baihui's face bruised and battered as he slid down the tree to the ground, looking utterly miserable. Struggling to sit up while clutching his head, his nose kept bleeding as he muttered to himself, damn it, where's Yishen? Damn it, this is really strange, how can he run so fast? He turned around, desperately searching for Yishen. At that moment, Yishen stood firmly on a tree, smirking as he said, Wei Baihui, I'm right here. Blood streaming from his nose, Wei Baihui turned around only to be met with a powerful kick to the face from Yishen. Leaping from above, Yishen delivered a blow that sent Wei Baihui flying, his face swollen from the impact. Sitting up in pain, Wei Baihui cursed angrily, damn it, you despicable Yishen, how dare you ambush me? Today I'll cripple you. With that, he charged again, launching a burst of spiritual energy at Yishen, but once again Yishen moved swiftly to dodge it. Wei Baihui, horrified, thought to himself, impossible, he dodged again. His eyes reddened as he tried to reassure himself, I refuse to believe this. He threw another punch and shouted, death to me, echoing. Yishen once again flew like the wind behind him, smiling at Wei Baihui in front of him, silently marveling, my ordinary cloth shoes after being enhanced by the burial tripod have unbelievably fast speed. This little guy Wei Baihui can't even touch the corner of my clothes. Burial tripod is truly a wonderful treasure. He happily kicked him from behind while cursing, this little guy dares to bother Yishen, eat another kick from me. Wei Bai Hui was knocked flat on the ground groaning non-stop, while the alchemy room disciples were amazed. They immediately cheered for the victory of their junior brother. Huang Xiaojian laughed and said, "Indeed, worthy disciples of the alchemy room, defeating the forging room in just 3 moves, truly amazing." Wei Bai Hui lay defeated under the feet of the forging room disciples, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. He sat up, breathing heavily, clenched his fists, and whispered to himself, "What is this all about? Why did we fail in the hands of that useless person Yishen?" Yishen saw his face and mocked, "Wei Bai Hui, even if you train longer, how? In front of a genius like me, all your efforts are in vain." Ji De Quan praised Yishen, "Well said." Watching their victorious appearance, Zhu Yi-kun said in a low voice, "Ji De Quan alchemy room, you are too pleased, it's just luck that you won a match, we still have a long future to see who can laugh till the end." He then loudly ordered, "Let's go," and then pulled the others out. Hearing Wei Bai Hui's shouted voice in the sky, "Zhu senior brother, I'm not convinced." On the way back, he kept shouting and complaining, "That useless person just joined the sect and trained for only a few days. How could he defeat me? I want another fight with him." Zhu Yi-kun stared at him and said, "Wei junior brother, don't rush, I've discovered earlier that the reason Yishen could defeat you is because of the pair of second-grade spiritual weapon shoes he wore. His speed is incredible, even if you have cultivation, you can't do anything against him." Second-grade spiritual weapon? Wei Bai Hui exclaimed in surprise, then immediately refuted, "How could a poor little guy like Yishen have a second-grade spiritual weapon? You must understand that even the master peak disciples of the Evergreen Immortal sect rarely possess second-grade spiritual weapons." Zhu Yi-kun casually replied, "Indeed, a second-grade spiritual weapon is very valuable. Your elder brother Changming, the senior disciple of Black Cloud Peak, may be at the top, but the weapon he uses is just a third-grade spiritual weapon given by the sect." He thought to himself, it's already impressive for ordinary disciples to have a second-grade spiritual weapon. Most disciples can only use normal weapons with decent materials, but the alchemy room is a special place, with treasures everywhere. Obtaining a few second-grade spiritual weapons is not difficult for them. He couldn't help but feel greedy when mentioning this, his eyes gleaming. That's why we always want to dominate the alchemy room from the forging room. After all, who wouldn't want a juicy piece of meat? It's just unexpected that Ji De Quan values Yishen so much. After listening to Zhu Yi-kun's explanation, Wei Bai Hui clapped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior brother Zhu, for your guidance, I understand now." He gritted his teeth and said firmly, "This time I will go find my master to borrow a second-grade spiritual weapon. I will definitely not spare Yishen, even if it means my death. Even if I don't kill him, I will make sure he is crippled." As night fell, Yishen smiled faintly, carrying a large bag on his back, thinking to himself, "The chaos during the day has confused the Wei Bai Hui group, now is the perfect time to tame the burial tripod." When he arrived at the room, Yishen stood in front of the burial tripod, stroking his chin in contemplation. "During the day, the burial tripod absorbed my spiritual energy crazily, causing a significant decrease in my cultivation. I believe this is a hungry pill cauldron, in desperate need of a spiritual weapon to replenish itself." He placed the large bag down, filled with spiritual herb pills, whispering to himself, "Today, Yishen will fill your hungry belly. To satisfy you, to conquer you." The burial tripod's mouth suddenly boiling, creating a powerful suction force. Yishen raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Sensing the spiritual weapon pill, the burial tripod began to suck in food like a tornado. Yishen couldn't stand firm against the fierce wind and said, "Oh my goodness, so urgent." He quickly ran to embrace the burial tripod and yelled, "But this time, you won't be able to suck me in. Today, I will definitely conquer you." Before he could finish his sentence, the burial tripod, with its maximum suction force, sucked in all the food and then threw him far away. Yishen held his head and cursed softly, "Damn it." Suddenly, his eyes widened, shocked by the image appearing before him. the burial tripod releases a sinister energy, destroying all living beings for eternity, its fierce spirit creating endless enemies. The burial tripod broke through like a deep abyss, emitting a brilliant and immense power throughout the room. Half a month quickly passed. Yishen closed his eyes, concentrating on cultivation, with spiritual energy radiating throughout his body as the onlookers in the alchemy room watched. When Yishen gently opened his eyes, Ji De Quan joyfully praised, "Congratulations to the little junior brother for breaking through to refined body level 3. This speed is not to be said outside the sect, even the top disciples of other peaks cannot compare, indeed we are all talents in the alchemy room." Yishen stood up humbly and said, "We have all been nurtured by the alchemy room, and we must also thank our senior brothers." "Right, senior brother Dai, the skill you passed on to me seems to only be able to cultivate up to the 3rd level of refining body. How should I cultivate the skill after that?" Ji De Quan shook his finger. "Junior brother, there is something you don't know. Skills are not easily passed on, it is the tradition of our evergreen immortal sect. So the skill I pass on to my disciples only cultivate up to the 3rd level of refining qi." Pausing for a moment, Ji De Quan continued, "Master Peak Zhou Lin Lang, the head of Qin Yun Master Peak in the alchemy room, is now weak and unable to pass on the skill to us. So if the disciples of our alchemy room want to continue cultivating, they must go to the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion to choose the suitable divine technique and cultivate it." After understanding the reason, Yishen sighed lightly and said, "So that's how it is." He thought for a moment. "Zhou Lin Lang is the master peak I relied on to enter the evergreen immortal sect. I heard that he has gone crazy, but I didn't expect him to still be the manager of the alchemy room." The next day, Yishen went to the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion. As he was about to enter, a burly man stopped him and asked, "Stop, where are you from, disciple?" Yishen, feeling confused, raised his hand in greeting and said, "Hello senior brother, I am a disciple of the alchemy room. I am here today to choose some skills for cultivation." The man crossed his arms and looked at him coldly before speaking, "So you are a non-regular disciple, do you know where you are? How can a non-regular disciple like you just enter at will?" This man was Yang Lin, a disciple of the outside sect. Yishen respectfully bowed and asked him, "May I ask senior brother, what should I do to enter?" Yang Lin gritted his teeth in annoyance. Then he impatiently explained, "The lowest level of the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion is only open to inside and outside sect disciples. As for non-regular disciples, they need to have sect contribution points to enter the middle and upper levels. All disciples of the Evergreen Immortal sect need sect contribution points to enter, don't you understand these rules?" Yishen dejectedly mumbled, "I initially intended to steal, but I didn't expect to have to pay a small price." He took out a lime grass from his belongings and said, "What should I do to earn contribution points?" His eyes gleamed with malice as he stared at the lime grass, then quickly snatched it from Yishen's hand, startling him. The man spoke, "Seeing that you're new and somewhat understanding, I won't make it difficult for you. I'll tell you what to do." He pointed in another direction and said to Yishen, "Do you see the contribution hall over there? Go there to receive a special token, then you can accept tasks from the sect. Once you accumulate 10 points, you can enter the lower level of the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion and choose any skill book." Yishen thanked him, "Thank you, senior brother, for the guidance. But as a new disciple with low cultivation, what kind of tasks would be suitable for me?" Yang Lin responded, "As far as I know, the contribution hall recently issued a task to collect star moon grass. This herb grows in the secret forest behind the sect, which isn't too dangerous and is close to the sect, making it convenient to go back and forth. Most importantly, 1 star moon grass can be exchanged for 2 contribution points. Junior brother just needs to pick 5 trees and he can enter the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion." Yishen entered the contribution hall and couldn't help but be amazed. There were many people inside, but they were only lining up for 2 tasks, while the other side of Hang Lao was empty to the point that he was lying down comfortably with his eyes closed. Yishen stood outside, frowning and sighing, too many people lining up. He heard someone in front discussing, "I wonder if it's our turn for the star moon grass task. I don't have hope, there are too many people lining up ahead." That person sighed, "It's not easy to get a top task, still couldn't get one. Listening to this, Yishen became even more worried, thinking to himself, the star moon grass task is almost out, what should I do? If I line up normally, I definitely won't get it. He looked at the most deserted task lane here, this task lane, he continued to ponder, this task lane has no one, I wonder if I can take the task. After considering for a moment, he gathered his courage and went over, forget it, even though I know for sure there must be a problem with this task lane. The crowd lined up on the other side saw him walking over there, were shocked for a moment, then pointed at him and exclaimed, oh my, look at that little guy, what is he up to? The crowd began to gossip non-stop. One person said, daring to come to Huang Pa Pai's place to take on a mission, this little guy really has courage, he must be a new disciple of the sect, I wonder if he knows that at Hang Lao's place it's all a trap, just a little careless and not only won't earn contribution points, but may also lose contribution points. Another person whispered, that's right, I have a senior brother who took on a mission at Huang Pa Pai's place 3 times, from a high-ranking official directly to a poor man. There's no place to cry. Yishen listened to them talking with a dissatisfied face. He approached the table of Hang Lao who was dozing off. Yishen politely bowed his head and softly asked, senior brother, can I take on a mission here? Hang Lao, still half asleep, opened his eyes, disturbed from his deep sleep. The old man grumpily scolded, who's there? Interrupting my sleep during the day. Yishen behaved obediently, pointing to himself and saying to Hang Lao, senior brother, I am Yishen, here to receive the mission. Hang Lao frowned and quietly repeated the words, senior brother, then angrily slammed the table and scolded, who is your senior brother? I am your grandfather, call me Hang Lao. Yishen scratched his head awkwardly and said, hello Hang Lao, I want to receive the mission for the star moon grass. Hang Lao smirked and looked at him threateningly, your courage is quite admirable, not afraid to come to me for the mission. Who gave you the audacity? Yishen stuttered, then immediately thought, perhaps the pleasant snoring of Hang Lao has attracted me. His eyes lit up with excitement as he began to praise him, I feel that with such a pleasant snoring, Hang Lao must be a good person, so I unconsciously came here. The people around heard him and murmured, damn, this little guy is really good at flattery, little guy, just ask him for a favor like a human, what's with the pleasant snoring, I despise it. Hang Lao sipped his tea in silence before saying, little guy, everyone in the Evergreen Immortal sect is rubbish, spending all day spouting lies and fake sentiments. It's rare to find someone who speaks the truth like you. Very good. Of course, Yishen's answer pleased him greatly. The others looked on in confusion as Hang Lao took a token out of his robe, engraved with the characters Chongqing, and handed it to Yishen. He said, this star moon grass task is yours. Take this mission token, it will remind you of the specific task details. Go now. Yishen received the token, his eyes shining with joy, and he said, thank you, Hang Lao. You are the brightest star in the dark night. And your mission-giving posture is so handsome. Smiling, he waved and added, I'll head off now and talk to you later. Hang Lao, satisfied, responded, go on, I hope the Evergreen Immortal sect has more disciples who like to speak the truth like you. Some couldn't hold back and vomited on the spot, while everyone else exclaimed in unison, disgusting. With the mission in hand, Yishen immediately set off, facing a dense forest ahead. The forest is full of abundant animals, Yishen observed around and excitedly said, this must be the mountain behind Evergreen Immortal sect. He thought to himself, everyone is competing for this task, I wonder if star moon grass is easy to find. My shoes are now second-grade spiritual weapon, walking in this forest is effortless, very fast. I might be able to find star moon grass faster. With that in mind, he quickly ran off to start searching. Yishen ran with all his might, breathing heavily, while running and observing around. Suddenly, he saw something shining on the ground, he joyfully whispered, star moon grass, finally found one. He then hurriedly ran over, Yishen bent down to pull it out when suddenly a foot came forward and stepped on it before him, making Yishen look up in frustration. In front of him was a man with tied hair looking at him mockingly. Yishen, annoyed, said, "Senior brother, I found this star moon grass first, could you please lift your foot a bit?" He frowned, observed the man in front of him, and evaluated, looking at the clothes of the person in front of me, it must be a disciple of the evergreen immortal sect, cultivation fluctuates not much different from Wei Bai Hui. The man opened his mouth and said, "All the star moon grass behind this mountain has been taken by Ling Sha, if you still dare to rush in, do you think you have lived too long?" Yishen scratched his head and smiled, "Ling Sha? So that's how it is." He stood up and looked at him negotiating, "Senior brother, how about you give me the star moon grass roots trampled under your feet, then I will leave immediately, do you agree?" The man frowned. His voice coldly said, "Do you dare to make conditions? Get out of here." He then aggressively threw a punch towards Yishen. Yishen immediately dodged this attack with cold, sharp eyes and quickly counterattacked. In the forest at that time echoed screams of "Io," the man who was aggressive a moment ago was now bruised, bleeding non-stop from his nose. Yishen looked at him lying motionless and said, "The world is so beautiful, why are you all so hot-tempered? Just calm down." Even with such low cultivation, you dare to be so impetuous and reckless, it's all your fault, he said before bending down to uproot the star moon grass, smiling smugly. "The first star moon grass is now in my hands, let's continue to find the next one." Yishen chuckled and then suddenly stopped, a wicked smile appearing on his face as he turned around, thinking, "Wait a minute, it seems like I haven't done the main thing yet." He walked over and sat down, searching the man's body and whispered, "Not checking to see if you have anything good on you, isn't that violating the principles of being a righteous person like me, Yishen?" After a while of searching, he exclaimed, "Damn it. This can't be star moon grass." He found a bag containing star moon grass on the man's body. He opened the bag and laughed triumphantly, "Ha ha, there's more, I didn't expect to find 4 plants, plus the one I just took, I have collected all 5 star moon grass plants." He couldn't help but hum softly at his unexpectedly smooth success, "I have completed the task as soon as I entered the mountain." Although Yishen is a genius, when it comes to tasks, just raise your hand and it can be done, but geniuses have to try harder. "If you have come, bring back more star moon grass." Yishen continued to discover another clump of star moon grass under a tree. He happily exclaimed, "Found another one." Just then, a loud shout echoed, "There!" In front of him were 2 tall men shouting loudly, "It's the little guy stealing Ling Shao's star moon grass." Yishen looked at the 2 men, one bald with a scar, the other long-haired, looking at him with a malicious look. He quickly put his things in his pocket and thought to himself, "Damn, discovered so soon. Who is this Ling Shao? Are all the outside sect disciples his subordinates?" He assessed the spiritual energy emanating from the 2 men, silently thinking, "These 2 have a slightly higher cultivation, it seems I can't confront them head-on." They rushed towards Yishen shouting, "Catch him, bring him to Ling Shao." As they ran towards him, he quickly ran away mocking, "Goodbye." They angrily yelled, "Little guy, if you have courage, don't run anymore." Yishen ran and laughed provocatively, "If you have the guts, don't chase me anymore. Whoever stops in front of me will be a dog eating shit." He smirked and whispered, "I have second-hand shoes on, you won't catch me." The 2 men crazily chased after him shouting, "Don't let us catch you, or you'll be beaten to a pulp." They ran for a moment but couldn't catch Yishen. Exhausted, they sat down and said, "Damn, how does this little guy outrun us? He gets faster the more he runs. We're so tired. Fine, let's take a break and drink some water." But when they looked up, they saw Yishen leaning against a tree, mocking them, "You 2 senior brothers haven't run enough yet? Why are you so useless? What will you do when you bring a wife home? Leave her alone in the room." These words made them furious, so they continued to chase and curse Yishen, "You bastard, weasel, keep chasing him, don't dare to mock us or you won't live." Another moment passed, and the 2 of them were too tired to move, so they opened their mouths and said, "Stop chasing, I'm too tired, my whole body's spiritual weapon is exhausted." how can this little guy run so fast? Suddenly, a voice called out, "Senior brothers," echoing loudly, making them startle and widen their eyes. Yishen leaped down from the tree above, causing them to be horrified and exclaimed in disbelief, "What the?" before he kicked them hard on the head, forcing them to bow down to the ground, their heads spinning from the impact. Unable to move due to severe injuries, Yishen stood there, chewing casually and boredly saying, "Luckily, when I left, senior brother gave me a lot of spiritual herbs, so no need to worry about running out of spiritual weapons." He then walked over to snatch the bags on their bodies, happily proclaiming, "I've also obtained 10 star moon grasses. It seems that killing and looting is the fastest way to get rich, let's continue on." As the time neared noon, Yishen searched the forest with little success, feeling exhausted and sweaty, muttering to himself, "After searching all day, still can't find a single star moon grass. Ling Sha, where are you guys? Quickly come out and let me rob a little. I have searched so hard for the star moon grass." At this time, looking up, Yishen coincidentally saw a corner of star moon grass shining on a rock, surprised exclaimed, "Oh. Finally found another 1 inch." He flew up like flying, effortlessly climbed to the top of the mountain. When he arrived, his face suddenly changed, gaping in amazement, muttered to himself, "Isn't it luck explosion, there are 4 plants here." He crawled back excitedly, suddenly heard something strange that made him startle, the growling sound getting louder. Yishen thought to himself, "This doesn't sound right." He curiously stepped closer. Saw the source of the growling. Yishen's face turned pale with horror. In front of him was a giant tiger emitting a dazzling light, sharp teeth protruding, eyes closed tightly. Yishen muttered in horror, "My mother, Xian Hu, white-spotted tiger, this is the only danger in collecting star moon grass, didn't expect to encounter it." He slowly retreated, worriedly murmuring to himself, "Won't be able to harvest. This little guy is no joke. Let's move quickly." It's still better to rob Ling Shao's group. Elsewhere, behind the mountain, a clearing held a table with a box full of star moon grass. A man sat leisurely on a chair, observing the people lying battered on the ground. He lifted his teacup and said, "In this evergreen immortal sect, there are still people who don't respect Ling Shao, even daring to attack my people." He smirked and thought to himself, "Interesting." The recently beaten individuals, with bruised faces, started clamoring, "That's right, Ling Shao, that little guy is extremely cunning and hateful. Not only did he injure us, but he also stole our star moon grass, Ling Shao. Don't let him get away with this." The one called Ling Shao tightened his grip on the teacup, slammed it down on the table with a loud bang, and coldly said, "The dense forest behind the mountain is vast, and that guy is fast. Catching him would take too much time. For now, we've gathered enough star moon grass. Let's head back to the Evergreen Immortal sect." As he spoke, he crushed the teacup and wiped his hands with a cloth, saying maliciously, "Find out the background of that kid. We have tens of thousands of ways to deal with him." Half an hour later, Ling Shao and his group aggressively descended the mountain. Yishen hid in the tall grass, secretly watching them. He thought to himself, "The leader must be Ling Shao, why are they coming down the mountain like this?" He sighed in frustration, thinking, "Where can we rob now?" He then noticed a man carrying a large box on his back. He silently thought to himself, "This person must be carrying the star moon grass that Ling Shao's group collected on this trip." Yishen's eyes lit up with excitement. He stared longingly at the box, thinking that if he opened it, he might become rich. Unable to wait any longer, Yishen emerged from the bushes, waving and greeting Ling Shao, saying good morning. The words shocked the group. Before Ling Shao could respond, Yishen continued, flattering Ling Shao and expressing his desire to be friends. Ling Shao looked at him coldly and disdainfully replied, "What are you that you dare to befriend me?" The guy who was just beaten pointed at Yishen and shouted, "Ling Shao, that's him. He's the one who beat us and stole the star moon grass. I didn't expect him to appear here. Don't let him escape." Yishen listened to them accusing him non-stop, simply smiling. Ling Shao, looking calm but angry, scolded, "Little guy, if you willingly walk into the trap, then I'll accept it." He then ordered his subordinates to go after him. "Go, catch him for me." Yishen turned around, quickly ran away, shouting, "Is that so?" leaving them in a cloud of dust, while observing secretly, "This Ling Sha guy isn't that stupid, he sent only 2 guys to catch me, while he stayed to protect the star moon grass. I need to come up with a different plan." The subordinates chased after Yishen but couldn't catch him, then reported back saying, "Ling Sha, this little guy is very agile, we couldn't catch him and he got away." Ling Sha, no longer patient, waved his hand and said, "Let him go, continue on the road." Immediately, right now behind, Yishen's provocative voice rang out. "Ling Sha, where is your turtle going? How can it be so easy? Quickly hand over the star moon grass in your hand to me, I will spare your life." Ling Sha angrily gnashed his teeth. "You dare challenge me?" He crazily rushed towards Yishen, his subordinates also advancing with a loud shout, "Everyone, advance with Ling Sha." Ling Sha invoked spiritual energy and shouted, "Watch this," then with great power, he punched towards Yishen. Seeing the lightning-like flashes on Ling Shao's hands, Yishen appeared horrified and tremblingly said, "Too strong." When Ling Shao launched his attack, Yishen immediately dodged to the side, causing his punch to miss and directly hit a large tree behind him. Yishen panicked and ran away, shouting, "Run fast." Seeing the tree directly destroyed and collapsed, Yishen terrified sweat, thinking silently, "Wow, this Ling Shao's cultivation is too high as a leader." Ling Shao's subordinates rushed to chase after Yishen, only to be stopped by Ling Shao. He raised his hand and shouted, "Stop," forcefully, then said in a low voice, "Clearly, this little guy has intentions with the star moon grass. Turn back, do not chase anymore, continue on the journey without paying attention to that little guy." The bald subordinate unwillingly spoke up, "Ling Shao, actually, that guy's cultivation is very low, any of us can easily deal with him, he runs too fast to catch up, probably dead." Before he could finish speaking, Yishen's mocking voice interrupted, "Ling Shao, Ling Ji's son, grandfather is back here," making those present unable to believe. Ling Shao frowned and turned around, then heard him continue to challenge, "Today, Yishen will set aside his words, those star moon grass are all mine, if you do not hand them over." Ling Shao interrupted impatiently, "What if I don't hand them over?" Yishen cheerfully replied, "If you don't give them to me, I'll curse that Ji-sun turtle of yours to death." Ling Shao showed a look of anger and disgust, exclaiming, "I have never seen anyone as shameless as this." He and his subordinates tightened their grip on each other's hands, shouting orders, "Charge, everyone charge forward, do not separate. I don't believe we can't catch him, daring to blatantly steal from me." His eyes flashed with a cruel glint, speaking loudly, "I will kill that shameless bastard of yours." He chased after his subordinates, aggressively threatening, "Little guy, don't let me catch you, otherwise I will make you taste all the torture from Ling Shao." Yishen leisurely ran ahead, hearing the insults he turned back with a teasing smile. He jumped onto a large mountain peak, causing them to look confused, shouting, "Come here." Yishen looked down from above, challenging, "Ha, Ling Shao, I don't underestimate you, but in my eyes, you are all garbage. Let's settle this on the mountaintop." Ling Shao gnashed his teeth in anger, emitting a sinister spiritual weapon, shouting, "Damn it, settle it on the mountaintop. Are you worthy? Come at me." Yishen smirked and ran towards the Xianhua white-spotted tiger sleeping soundly, stepping on its head. Yishen thought to himself, "Oh mother, stepping on the head of such a large beast." After 3 years of being able to roam outside freely, he immediately ran away. The Xianhua white-spotted tiger, awakened by the commotion, still didn't understand what was happening. Its eyes glowed with evil energy. At that moment, Ling Shao rushed over shouting, "Go, that little guy is trapped on the mountain peak, he has nowhere to run, quickly catch him." The ferocious crowd rushed in, and the tiger slowly stood up. Its eyes met Ling Shao's group, both parties paused for a few seconds and then the tiger exclaimed in disbelief, "Really?" In response, the tiger let out a thunderous roar, along with its fierce gaze, instantly knocking the Ling Shao group into the air and to the ground. Ling Sha, sweating profusely, muttered, "It's bad, it's the ninth grade spirit beast Yishen or white-spotted tiger, why did we invade its territory?" The tiger leaped and attacked each person with its sharp claws, causing them to fall one by one. Even Ling Sha was injured by its sharp claws, and fiercely threw him into a tree trunk. Yishen sat calmly on a large rock, watching as everyone laughed mockingly. "Haha, Ling Sha, what happened? I didn't even need to intervene, my disciple Xian or white-spotted tiger can easily handle you all." Ling Sha grimaced at his wounds, still cursing defiantly. "Yishen, you are truly shameless, deliberately leading us here." Before he could finish speaking, he was struck in the face by the powerful tiger's tail, causing him to faint. Yishen jumped down, picked up the star moon grass container, and cheerfully said, "Achieving this without much effort, I have always been decisive and efficient." Walking through the crowd lying on the ground, he exclaimed in satisfaction, "Haha! I truly am a genius." Excitedly carrying the container, Yishen left without realizing that Xian or white-spotted tiger was following behind. The tiger growled, "Huh?" glaring at Yishen with dangerous, evil energy-filled eyes, making Yishen freeze in place. Xian or white-spotted tiger spoke menacingly, "Who did you just call your disciple?" Yishen nervously swallowed and thought, "Why is it following me?" He dodged, laughed, and said, "Haha, we are on the same side, all on the same side." After that, he put his hand on his chest and shouted, "Great skill chicken thigh," and threw something directly. Seeing the delicious chicken thigh in front of him, Xian was white-spotted tiger eyes lit up with desire and chased after it. Yishen arrogantly muttered to himself, "The great skill chicken thigh is always a hit. In the past, third uncle was fooled by me using chicken thighs countless times. Dealing with this stupid tiger is as easy as pie." Taking a few steps back, he saw that the tiger had somehow returned and was standing there, making him jump and shout, "Oh my God!" It stood in front of him, licking its lips and wagging its tail incessantly, making Yishen grimace and curse silently, "So shameless. Not satisfied with just one chicken thigh, you want more." He threw another thigh and told it, "Go on." The tiger looked at the chicken thigh with love in its eyes and ran after it. Seizing this opportunity, Yishen quickly ran away, telling himself, "Run fast," wanting to catch his breath, his whole body drenched in sweat, still helplessly saying, "My goodness, are you done yet?" He leaned against a tree and breathed heavily. In front of him the tiger still stood there, licking its lips with desire. Yishen sighed and said, "For the first time, I see a creature even more shameless than me." He sighed and frowned, saying, "You're good," before taking the remaining chicken drumsticks and placing them on the ground, tempting the white-spotted tiger with, "There are only 4 left, be a good boy and leave some for me." The eyes of Xian or white-spotted tiger lit up, drooling as it looked down. Yishen watched it devour the food and continued, "Wait until I return to the sect, I will bring more chicken drumsticks for you." The white-spotted tiger continued eating without responding. He approached and gently patted it, saying, "Listen to me, don't follow me anymore." Then he turned and walked away, promising before leaving, "Tomorrow I will bring more chicken drumsticks to visit you." After walking a considerable distance without seeing the tiger, Yishen sighed in relief, saying, "Thank goodness, that silly tiger didn't follow me." He took off the backpack, opened it, and muttered, "So much star moon grass, should I bring them all back or make a big fuss?" Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind, and he took out a small burial tripod he carried with him, wondering aloud, "If the burial tripod can enhance spiritual weapons, I wonder if it works on herbs too." After saying that, Yishen threw the burial tripod to the ground. It gradually became larger, emitting a dazzling spiritual light that filled the area. Yishen took a few star moon grass roots and threw them into the burial tripod, saying, "Let's give it a try." Then he waved his hand and threw it in, closing his eyes tightly to channel spiritual energy to exchange with the burial tripod for a spiritual weapon. After a while, the energy source carrying the brilliant golden spiritual light from the burial tripod became even more abundant and intense. Yishen excitedly opened his eyes and shouted, "Success!" The normal star moon grass is a second-grade spiritual herb, but this star moon grass has intense spiritual weapon fluctuations. Reaching the 3rd grade. Looking at the star moon grass filled with spiritual weapons inside, he was surprised and exclaimed, it even shows signs of breaking through to the 4th grade. At this moment, Yishen's eyes were only focused on the star moon grass. He determinedly shouted, continue, and continued to search. 2 hours later, Yishen returned to the contribution hall. He gently placed the box of star moon grass in front of the sleeping Hang Lao, then happily called out, Hang Lao, wake up, I'm back. One person pointed at him and said, look, that little guy who flatters has returned. Another person added, he must have completed the task and come back to collect some contribution points. This little guy is really naive, let's see how Huang Pa Pai deals with him. Hang Lao was awakened from his deep sleep by a loud noise. He opened his eyes and saw Yishen. He was startled and asked, who are you? Yishen pointed to the box of star moon grass and replied, I am Yishen, you gave me the task of star moon grass before, and now I have completed it. Hang Lao then remembered, grinned strangely, and said, oh, that was quick. Hang Lao stroked his beard, looked at the box full of star moon grass, nodded and said, not bad, the amount of star moon grass in the 2nd grade is enough, you can receive a contribution point. Upon hearing this, Yishen was shocked and quickly exclaimed, what? Only 1 contribution point? Hang Lao. Are you mistaken? 1 star moon grass is worth 2 contribution points, and there must be at least 30 branches here, so it should be 60 points, right? Hang Lao angrily pointed at him, with a terrifying face, scolding, garbage, all garbage, the effectiveness of these 2nd grade branches is very low, they are useless. He slammed the table and shouted, only worth 1 contribution point, take it or leave it. The crowd immediately started gossiping. That kid thought he could take a shortcut, look, he's been caught. The person next to him mocked, haha, Huang Pa Pai dares to take on his mission, truly seeking death. Another person added, it's lucky that he still has 1 contribution point left, otherwise, it would be even worse. Yishen angrily slammed the table and said loudly, Hang Lao, when you gave out the mission, you didn't mention this. Hang Lao replied defiantly, kid, don't waste your words. This place belongs to me, where missions are assigned to the talented sect. The mission I gave you isn't just about collecting these useless things, right? Without the 2 star moon grasses, don't come bothering me. He then leaned back in his chair impatiently. If you want contribution points, take the 3 grade star moon grass to exchange. 1 plant is worth 20 points. If you don't bring back the star moon grass, don't disturb my sleep. Yishen gritted his teeth, took out a bag from his body, and threw it hard on the table. 23 grade star moon grasses, I exchanged them for 400 points, he muttered as he opened the bag. This cunning old man Hang Lao, luckily I was reminded of refining the star moon grass this time, otherwise I would have been fooled by this old man. Thinking of this, he opened his bag and showed him what was inside. Seeing the bright star moon grass, Hang Lao exclaimed, then he held up the star moon grass and said, did you really pick this star moon grass, and so many of them? The people behind were also amazed and said, that's the star moon grass, why did that kid pick so many? Most of the areas in the back mountains are occupied by Ling Sha, I only picked 3 branches from the outside, how did he manage to pick so many? Another person said, and he didn't get into trouble with that Huang Pa Pai. This kid's courage is not bad. Yishen frowned, took out the mission badge from his body and said, Hang Lao, you won't renege on your promise this time, hand over the contribution points to me. Then he handed the badge to him, Hang Lao accepted it, his attitude changed and he replied with a smile, I'm Hang Lao, of course I won't renege on my promise, your performance this time is not bad. Then he recorded the points for him, 23rd tier plants, I'll give you 5 contribution points, and the remaining points will be converted into 4 honor points. Yishen was stunned again, and he gritted his teeth, what? 5 points? Are you kidding me? Hang Lao placed his hands on the table, saying seriously, I'm not lying to you. Honor points in the Evergreen Immortal sect are incredibly valuable and precious beyond comparison. They will be very useful when you cultivate the divine sect in the future. They have great benefits for you. Then, he waved his hand and laughed heartily. I'm thinking of you, so no need to thank me. The people behind, watching the scene, sneered and continued to whisper. Haha, he got a whole 5 contribution points. I knew Hang Lao wouldn't let the kid off so easily. One person stroked his chin and wondered, I heard that honor points have great benefits when your cultivation is profound. The discussions continued, and someone replied, what nonsense, even if honor points have significant benefits, they require high cultivation. Another person chimed in, without contribution points now, you can't exchange for cultivation resources. How can one cultivate to a higher realm, so the point of glory is just a bone without flesh? Yishen panicked helplessly, saying, Hang Lao, I am only at the 3rd level of the refined body realm now. To study at the divine sect, I have to reach the sea-breaking realm, which is still far beyond my reach. He pleaded, can you give me some contribution points in advance? I urgently need to exchange for the martial arts secret at the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion. Hang Lao became displeased and loudly pointed at Yi, little guy, don't be ignorant. I have said that only a genius can complete my task. If you succeed, I will treat you differently. How can you exchange for a worthless contribution points? He said sternly. It must be points of glory, non-negotiable unless you have a higher level star moon grass, like the rare level 4 star moon grass. If you can provide one, I will give you 1,000 contribution points without hesitation. Yishen frowned and exclaimed, are you forcing me? He then reluctantly took out a level 4 star moon grass, muttering, I hate this. I only successfully upgraded one level 4 star moon grass. He barely had the chance to hold it before he had to hand it over. Hang Lao, in disbelief, rubbed his eyes as he stared at the large, glowing star moon grass in front of him. Trembling, he exclaimed, what? This is the legendary 4th tier star moon grass. He urgently asked, little guy, where did you get this 4th tier star moon grass? I've been searching behind the mountain for 3 years and could never find it. Hearing this, Yishen angrily questioned, Hang Lao, that's not fair. You said there was absolutely no 4th tier star moon grass behind the mountain, yet you made me bring it to exchange for contribution points. Hang Lao, caught out, laughed heartily and pointed at him. Haha, that's not important. What's important is that you managed to get the 4th tier star moon grass. You truly are remarkable, accepting tasks from me and showing such talent. At that moment, the sound of footsteps outside the door caught everyone's attention. The men exclaimed in surprise, huh? They couldn't hide their infatuation and began to cheer. Senior Sister Lu Tong is here. Senior Sister Lu is so beautiful. It's a shame she's a disciple of Huang Pa Pai. Last night I dreamt of Senior Sister Lu. Unfortunately Senior Sister Lu didn't say anything to me. The eyes of Yishen and this girl named Lu met. In front of Yishen at this moment was Lu Tong, a graceful and beautiful girl with pink hair. Hang Lao saw her and called out, disciple, come here quickly, the grade 4 star moon grass that we've been searching for 3 years. The master finally got it. Lu Tong's face lit up with joy as she said, Master, really? I thought there was no grade 4 star moon grass left in the world. Hang Lao assured her to come closer and said, of course it's true, come see it here. As Lu Tong approached, she was surprised, huh? Hang Lao looked at her and suddenly exclaimed in shock. Where is the grade 4 star moon grass? Where is my grade 4 star moon grass? Then he looked over at Yishen who was hiding something behind his back and asked suspiciously in anger, little guy, there's only you here, did you take my grade 4 star moon grass? He pointed to himself and said, Hang Lao, what you're saying is not right, this grade 4 star moon grass was clearly picked by me behind the mountain. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. How could it be yours? Hang Lao aggressively reached out his hand, loudly demanding, nonsense, you didn't pick it for the mission to earn contribution points. Quickly give it to me, I'll give you 1,000 contribution points. Yishen coldly replied, no, I won't. I regret it now, I won't hand over the mission, I want to keep this star moon grass for myself. Hang Lao, furious, slammed the table and yelled, well done, little guy, you dare to mock me. Yishen calmly retorted, Hang Lao, you're not right, you mocked me first. Unable to argue back, Hang Lao fell silent with a dark expression. Yishen took the star moon grass and walked away, teasing him, regardless, I don't like this grade 4 star moon grass. I'll feed it to the pigs. Infuriated, Hang Lao couldn't believe it and shouted, feed it to the pigs. Little guy, do you know how precious grade 4 star moon grass is? Fueled by anger, Hang Lao unleashed his powerful spiritual weapon and threatened, if you dare feed it to the pigs, I'll kill you. Give it to me. Yishen remained calm and said, no, I'm not giving it to you. I'm not doing this task anymore. Hang Lao burst into anger, his voice menacing, little guy, you dare to mess with me, Hang Lao. Hand it over, or I'll take it by force. As he spoke, he activated his spiritual weapon, illuminating the area with a powerful gust of wind. Yishen, unfazed, retorted, Hang Lao, stop joking. You're highly esteemed in the Evergreen Immortal sect. With so many people watching, how can you attack a mere servant like me? If word gets out, people will laugh their heads off. Turning his back and waving, Yishen said, goodbye, Hang Lao. I have other matters to attend to. In an instant, the spiritual weapon's aura around Hang Lao disappeared. Admitting defeat, he hurriedly called out, wait. Seeing Yishen pause, he snorted, stop pretending. Name your price. With a sly smile, Yishen turned and said, 100,000 contribution points. Hang Lao's face turned red with fury as he shouted, get lost. Do you even understand what 100,000 contribution points mean? Seeing Yishen's stunned expression, he explained, a regular disciple couldn't accumulate 100,000 contribution points in their lifetime. Even direct disciples of the various peaks struggle to gather that many points. Hearing this, Yishen blushed and shyly rubbed his head, oh really? Then 50,000, Hang Lao shook his head in rebuttal, 50,000, 5,000 contribution points, plus 10 honor points, can't add any more. Yishen immediately exclaimed, okay, he raised both hands and presented the star moon grass to him, respectfully saying, Hang Lao, please accept it. Receiving the level 4 star moon grass root, Hang Lao sighed and said, go away, hunting swans all your life. Finally got pecked in the eye, he silently vowed revenge against Yishen, I remember you. Just wait and see, Louis Tong standing beside witnessed and lightly chuckled, this junior brother is quite interesting. First time I see master at a loss, Yishen heard the laughter, looked in surprise, blushing he stepped forward and gently extended his hand in front of her saying, you are too beautiful, it seems like we've met before, let's get acquainted, I'm Yishen, then smiled, as soon as he finished speaking, Hang Lao immediately threw the task card at him and scolded, take your task card and go away, earn points for me, trying to flirt with my disciple, I'll skin you. Yishen blushed, holding his points card awkwardly as he said to Louis Tong, senior sister, we meet again by fate. The onlookers who had witnessed this scene earlier looked at each other in disbelief, saying, did we see that right? Yishen arrogantly left amidst the buzzing discussions of everyone. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, junior brother is truly fierce, able to earn points from Huang Pa Pai, and even trap Huang Pa Pai with 5,000 points, how did he do that? He is truly a role model for us. Another person disagreed, saying, that scoundrel, this guy is deceitful, I can see another Huang Pa Pai rising up, everyone should stay away from him and be careful not to be deceived. In the eyes of everyone here, Yishen suddenly appeared fierce, cunning, and diabolical. Yishen returned to the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion and upon entering, he met Yang Lin. Yishen waved and said, hello, young senior brother. Yang Lin leaned against a column with crossed arms and replied, junior brother, it hasn't been long since you went to the contribution hall, are you so happy because you have earned enough 10 contribution points to enter the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion? Yishen proudly presented his task card in response. Of course, it's enough, Yang Lin said as he took the card. With 10 contribution points, you can enter the lowest level. If junior brother wants to access higher levels of the library in the future, you can complete more tasks and spend additional contribution points to view higher level skills. Hearing this, Yishen was curious and asked, wait, Yang senior brother, how many contribution points are needed to access the highest level? Yang Lin replied, if you want to know, I'll tell you out of respect for the spiritual herb you gave earlier. To reach the middle level of the library, you need 100 contribution points. To get to the upper level, you need 1000 contribution points. He paused before continuing, as for the legendary top level of the library, you need 5000 contribution points. However, there's only one skill book there. Every year, wealthy and curious inside sect disciples exchange their points to enter the highest level, but they all return disappointed. But telling you this is pointless. I'll deduct 10 points first, go to the lowest level for now. Yang Lin reached out to stamp and deduct the points on the task card when Yishen stopped him, shouting, wait, senior brother, exchange it for access to the highest level of the library. Yang Lin froze as if he had been struck, uttering a stunned, huh. Yishen confidently continued. Yishen is a genius, geniuses naturally have to choose the best, most precious skills, can't let themselves be at a loss. Yang Lin raised his hand to kindly remind, junior brother, don't joke, that is the highest level that requires 5000 contribution points, which you don't have. Yishen firmly replied, I have it, brother, just deduct it. Yang Lin disdainfully said, fine, if junior brother wants to show off, then I can only reveal it inadvertently. After speaking, he stamped the task card. At that moment, the card immediately lit up in a circle announcing, successfully deducted points. He exclaimed in astonishment, oh my god, junior brother actually has 5000 contribution points. Where did you get them from? Don't tell me you're just a miscellaneous disciple, even if you're an outside sect disciple, I have never seen anyone with 5000 contribution points. Moreover, junior brother is just doing a task. Yishen confidently kept the task card and said, Yishen wants to earn contribution points as easily as eating rice, drinking water, of course it's like turning a palm. Yang Lin worriedly warned him, junior brother, although you have successfully exchanged it, but I heard that skill at that high level is a bit strange. Countless arrogant disciples are all discouraged and turning back, you must be careful, junior. Yishen clasped his hands in agreement, saying, it's okay, thank you senior brother for reminding me. At that moment, Yang Lin called out weakly, junior brother. Yishen responded, senior brother, what is it? Yang Lin hesitated before asking, can junior brother take me along on the next mission? He quickly got down on his knees and pleaded, my admiration for you, junior brother, is like a vast river. I am willing to be a follower for you, and when the time comes for you to earn mission points, you can just give me some leftovers. Yishen, seeing him kneeling like that, reluctantly agreed, saying, senior brother, you don't need to act this way, I agree. He turned and walked inside, but he heard Yang Lin calling out again, junior brother. Yishen, less patient this time, asked, senior brother, what else do you need? Yang Lin seemed to reconsider speaking but then sighed and said, go on, the contribution points have already been deducted. Go up there, be careful, and if things aren't going well, come back down. Don't force yourself. Yishen entered the large Tibetan sutra pavilion and quietly murmured, so many books. It's a pity these low-level skills don't interest me, Yishen muttered as he climbed to the upper level and looked down. He spoke out loud, so, this is the upper level of the library. Yishen observed the vast upper floor for a while, then wondered to himself, but how do I get to the top level of the library? It seems there's no path to the roof here. He approached a nearby person and asked, excuse me, senior brother, do you know how to get to the top level of the library? The person turned to look at him, frowned, and said, the top level of the library? Are you crazy? Get out of the way. Yishen was puzzled and taken aback. He then went to ask another person who was sitting and reading. Senior brother, can you tell me how to get to the top level of the library? This person also sneered and replied, you're out of your mind, seeing the attitudes of these two people, Yishen felt strange and thought to himself, what is going on? At that moment, a voice behind him spoke, "Junior brother, are you also looking to get to the top level of the library?" Yishen turned around, looked at the man who had spoken, and said, "Huh?" Then he answered, "Yes, I am." "And you are," the man responded, "allow me to introduce myself, I am Jiang Yunfeng, a disciple from Ziyun Peak. Today, I also want to reach the top level of the library. Since we are destined to meet, we could travel together and look out for each other along the way." Yishen clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and introduced himself, "I'm a servant disciple from the refined pill room, Yishen." Inside, he was mulling over Jiang Yunfeng's words, feeling a mix of alarm and confusion. He thought, travel companions, looking out for each other. What's going on? I'm not going on a journey, I just want to reach the top level of the library. Jiang Yunfeng gestured invitingly and spoke, "Yi junior brother, come with me, won't you?" With that, Jiang Yunfeng led the way. He walked to a massive stone slab in the middle of the room and suddenly stopped, startling Yishen. In a serious tone, he said, "Yi junior brother, this stone slab is the passage to the top level of the library." Yishen looked at the towering stone slab standing proudly in the room, unable to believe it. He stammered, "Jiang senior brother, you're not joking with me, are you?" Jiang Yunfeng opened his fan slightly, tilted his head, and looked at Yishen. "Reaching the top level of the library is a serious matter, even life-threatening." "How could I joke about that?" Now, Yishen walked around the stone slab, then spoke. "Junior brother, I think my eyes might be failing me. Where is the library, and how do we get there?" Jiang Yunfeng pointed his fan at the stone slab and said loudly, "Touch it." Seeing Yishen still standing there, bewildered, he explained, "The top-level library is not a real library. It's an illusory space hidden within the stone slab right in front of you. If you have the destiny, you'll be able to enter." Curious, Yishen asked, "What if I don't have the destiny?" Jiang Yunfeng responded coldly, "Then you will meet a bloody end." This answer immediately petrified Yishen. The space fell silent until a few people suddenly appeared. One of them, with bright golden hair, smirked and spoke up, "Jiang Yunfeng, are you trying to trick someone else into smashing their head against a stone?" Yishen quietly said, "Huh," and turned around at the same time as Jiang Yunfeng. Jiang Yunfeng looked at the speaker with disdain and pointed at him, saying in a harsh tone, "Pang Guang, what are you doing here? Why do I see you everywhere?" Pang Guang mocked Jiang Yunfeng, "What am I doing here? Of course, I'm here to watch your ridiculous antics." Then he turned to Yishen and warned, "The foolish name, do not listen to Jiang Yunfeng's lie, it's not easy to reach the top floor of any library like that. I admit that there are people who have reached the highest level of the library, but in the past 3 years, no one knows how many disciples have been lost here, some with broken skulls, brains pouring out, no one can go up there." Jiang Yunfeng immediately refuted Pang Guang moderately, "The top floor of the library for Evergreen Immortal sect disciples is a symbol of fate. Yi junior brother has spent 5,000 points to buy this precious opportunity, how can he easily give up because of your words?" Pang Guang laughed mockingly at the foolish little guy, telling him that Jiang Yunfeng is instigating him to run into the wall because he is jealous of entering Master Peak. Chinan Peak has become mad Zhou Lin Lang. He must think carefully, not to let Jiang Yunfeng turn him into his pawn. Upon hearing this, Yishen immediately turned to ask Jiang Yunfeng if Master Peak Chinan Peak is truly inside there. He pondered that he could enter Evergreen Immortal sect because of Zhou Lin Lang. Calculating, Zhou Master Peak will definitely be my solid foundation in this Evergreen Immortal sect, just didn't expect that even someone as immortal as you would go crazy. Jiang Yunfeng pondered for a moment and explained, "Yi junior brother, I am actually a disciple of Ziyun Master Peak, tasked with delivering an item to Zhou Master Peak. However, I have no intention of taking advantage of Yi junior brother. The library peak is the personal opportunity of each disciple, junior brother can decide for himself." On the other side, Pang Guang continued to babble, "Little guy, you basically can't make it to the library peak, you will definitely end up like those fools and leave quickly." Yishen, unfazed, asked him, Urinator Senior Brother, if I am willing to give up, can Senior Brother return these 5,000 accumulated points to me? Pang Guang narrowed his eyes and angrily retorted, are you crazy? Why should I return them to you? He paused, then shouted, wait a minute, what did your little guy just call me? Urinator Senior Brother. Yishen chuckled and rubbed his head, saying, oh, sorry, mentioning Pang Guang makes me think of going to the bathroom, he explained with a shrug. Seeing you so cheerful, Pang Guang, I thought you might be returning my accumulated points, Yishen said. Pang Guang glared at him and shouted, you're dreaming too beautifully. He continued, I'm just giving you a heads up since you're so naive. Jiang Yunfeng, who had been silent, spoke up to explain, Junior Brother Yi, ignore him. Pang Guang is a disciple of Black Cloud Peak. The reason he's trying to stop people from entering the top-level library is actually because he's afraid that if a disciple succeeds, they might bring back Zhou, the Peak Master, who has gone mad, from the uppermost library. Black Cloud Peak is about to swallow up Qingyun Peak of Zhou, and if the Peak Master doesn't show up or remains mad, it's a done deal for Black Cloud Peak to take over Qingyun Peak. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Yunfeng continued, to be honest, my master and Zhou Peak Master have been good friends for many years. My master can't bear to see Qingyun Peak, which Zhou Peak Master has managed for so long, fall into the hands of Black Cloud Peak. That's why he ordered me to enter the top-level library and find Zhou Peak Master to explain the situation. He sighed, unfortunately, my own abilities are too limited, and I've never been able to reach the top-level library. Yishen listened intently to the entire story, folding his arms and frowning as he thought to himself, what a complicated situation. Qingyun Peak, Ziyun Peak, and Black Cloud Peak, your competition is your own business. If my support is gone, then it's gone. Losing just 5,000 points is absolutely unbearable. He gritted his teeth in anger and thought to himself, Yisheng, I will not suffer such a loss. I must find a way to reclaim those 5,000 points. Pang Guang stood beside him and continued to mock, haha, overestimating yourself, a toad trying to eat swan meat. The Peak Library is not a place where fools like you can enter. The disciples around echoed, beat him, kill him to teach him a lesson. Today is going to be a good show. The people at Tibetan Sutra Pavilion gathered and discussed loudly, this fool actively wants to break the 12th stone tablet this year. The person next to him added. Using 5,000 points to break a stone tablet, is it not better to buy a spiritual chicken soup? Buying beautiful treasures to pursue the little sister is not good. Ignoring the words of those people, Yisheng stepped closer to the stone tablet, touching it with his hand, he pondered, if this stone tablet is the entrance to the highest floor of the library, then there must be a way to unlock this door. Pang Guang said, no one has succeeded in entering the highest floor of the library in the past 3 years. Only Zhou Lin Lang is in seclusion there, demonstrating that 3 years ago Zhou Lin Lang successfully advanced to the highest level of the library. Through some methods, the only connection between him and Zhou Lin Lang is the Chongqing command that Zhou Lin Lang initially gave to Valley of the Wicked. Yisheng looked at the token in his hand, silently determined that the only way to come to this place was to hold the Chongqing command, with a contribution of 5,000 points. Then he rushed forward. To the astonishment of the crowd, the horrified people started to panic, saying that he was too reckless. Someone suddenly shouted out, look at that guy over there, it seems like he used his buttocks to bump into the stone tablet. Yisheng quickly ran back, using the back of his body to hit the stone tablet hard, thinking to himself that it was do or die at this moment. If successful, he would enter the library, if failed, his buttocks would hurt. At this moment, as soon as his buttocks touched the stone tablet, the Chongqing command shone brightly, a deep bottomless pit appeared on the tablet, gradually sucking him in. He joyfully exclaimed, success. The crowd stared in amazement at him stammering like that, and yet he still managed to enter. Just as he was about to be sucked in completely, he defiantly raised his middle finger to mock them. A bunch of ignorant scum. Yisheng is truly a legend, can even use his butt to sit on the top of the library, haha. All blinked as they watched that hole gradually disappear. Pang Guang couldn't believe it and exclaimed in shock, huh? Did he really go in? The rest of the people there kept gossiping and cursing, such a useless person. He actually entered the highest floor of the library, damn it, how could they let this useless person enter the highest floor of the library? It's really shameful. Someone sat crouched, chin resting on hand pondering. You guys tell me, can using the butt to bump against that thing really get you in? If not, I have to find someone else to borrow points and try bumping with my butt. After being sucked into that hole, Yishen traversed into a different space. He fell from above. Startled he cursed, then immediately fell heavily onto the ground, pressing down on someone, causing that person to painfully widen their eyes. He opened his eyes and sat up with a sigh. Lucky, didn't hurt much when falling. At that moment an angry voice rang out, quickly get up. You may not be hurt but you broke this old man's back by crushing him. Yishen asked in amazement, so there are people down here too? Immediately, he stood up and asked, isn't this Zhou Lin Lang? He stood up angrily and questioned, did you not see anyone when you fell down? Yishen shrugged and said, I didn't see anyone, my butt descended first. He got angry and scolded, what nonsense is this? How could the butt descend first? Yishen smiled and asked him, are you Master Peak Zhou Lin Lang? Zhou Lin Lang replied, yes, and then looked at him puzzled, who are you? He looked at him and said, the restriction for the top floor library was broken 3 years ago. No one else can enter except me. How did you manage to come in? Yishen laughed and showed the evergreen token, I am Yishen, and this token in my hand allows me to enter here. I come from Valley of the Wicked, and this token was left to me by someone from there. Zhou Lin Lang looked at the token and remembered, so this is the item. Above it contains the celestial essence of me, truly can find my sword chi to open the library on the top floor, but you always call me uncle, your face is quite thick, isn't it? Yishen began to flatter happily, saying, Uncle Zhou, the first time I met you, I felt very close, as if I had met my father. He said as he raised the token, I have your Chongqing command, I can go up to the top floor, this is not shameless, this is fate with you. Yishen went on to say, furthermore, this time I entered here with a very important task, which is to tell Uncle that your Qinyan Peak has been annexed by Black Cloud Peak. Master Jiang Peak has ordered me to come here. Quickly, he continued to show himself and said, to do this, I truly risk my own life, but if it's Uncle's business, even if I lose my life, it doesn't matter. Yishen cannot retreat. Zhou Lin Lang heard him talking and felt a headache. He folded his arms and frowned, saying, Evergreen Immortal sect has not had such shameless disciples like you for a long time. If you have already entered here, go find your own opportunities. I still have things to do, he said, turning and waving his hand. As for Black Cloud Peak swallowing Qinyan Peak, let it be. Black Cloud Peak doesn't have that capability. Yishen watched his figure gradually disappear into the distance, then joyfully said, yes, uncle, take care. Without Zhou Lin going crazy, I've really found a treasure, proving that in Chongqing Immortal sect, I've truly found a reliable mountain to lean on. This is awesome. Yishen stood around for a while, feeling puzzled and muttering, finding my own opportunities. This place is barren, what opportunities could there be? He sighed in disappointment. Where are the high-level skills that were mentioned? Is it just a pile of broken stones? After some time, Yishen discovered a large and majestic stone stele at the foot of the mountain. He wondered aloud, what is this? As he pondered, a voice suddenly spoke behind him. Zhou Lin Lang said, this is the no-word stele, said to be a part of the heavenly book that transformed. But I have been here comprehending it for 3 years and still gained nothing. Each beast here is very powerful, with them around, it's impossible to cross the Huangquan battlefield, Zhou Lin Lang said. Yishen then asked, will the demonic tribes invade again? Zhou Lin Lang responded, I don't know. There is a strong possibility they will rise again. That's also the reason I'm scouting here. Hearing this, Yishen looked up and asked, alright, Zhou uncle, can I ask you a question? Zhou Lin Lang nodded slightly and replied, go ahead. Yishen continued, they say the top-level library has high-level skills. I spent 5,000 contribution points to get in here, so where are the skills? Yishen, growing increasingly frustrated, added, if there are none. Doesn't that mean I've wasted those 5,000 points? Zhou Lin Lang, exasperated, shouted, Yishen, I'm discussing matters of life and death for human cultivators, a profoundly shocking historical issue with you, his face darkening as he said, and you're talking to me about 5,000 contribution points. Yishen immediately retorted, Uncle, that's not right. I'm discussing seriously about the 5,000 contribution points, while you're talking to me about the survival of humanity. Each beast here is very powerful, with them around, it's impossible to cross the Huangquan battlefield, Zhou Lin Lang said. Yishen then asked, will the demonic tribes invade again? Zhou Lin Lang responded, I don't know. There is a strong possibility they will rise again. That's also the reason I'm scouting here. Hearing this, Yishen looked up and asked, alright, Zhou uncle, can I ask you a question? Zhou Lin Lang nodded slightly and replied, go ahead. Yishen continued, they say the top-level library has high-level skills. I spent 5,000 contribution points to get in here, so where are the skills? Yishen, growing increasingly frustrated, added, if there are none. Doesn't that mean I've wasted those 5,000 points? Zhou Lin Lang, exasperated, shouted, Yishen, I'm discussing matters of life and death for human cultivators, a profoundly shocking historical issue with you, his face darkening as he said, and you're talking to me about 5,000 contribution points. Yishen immediately retorted, Uncle, that's not right. I'm discussing seriously about the 5,000 contribution points, while you're talking to me about the survival of humanity. Zhou Lin Lang stared speechlessly for a moment, then finally said, exasperated, you are absolutely a genius. Pointing at the steel, he continued, want skills? Go comprehend the no-word steel. Whether you can grasp anything depends on your magical abilities. Yishen stared intently at the no-word steel, muttering, to get skills, I still have to comprehend this. Is this library's top floor just a scam? 3 days later, Yishen, exhausted, sat there dejectedly. He said, it's been 3 days, and the steel is still just a steel. I haven't comprehended anything at all. It's really just a trap. Zhou Lin Lang walked over calmly and said, little guy, not comprehending anything is normal. Before you, countless people have tried to comprehend this steel, but none succeeded. I have to leave now. Do you want to come with me? Gritting his teeth, Yishen resolutely refused, I'm not leaving. I won't come out until I earn back those 5,000 contribution points. Zhou Lin Lang turned around, and just before leaving, he kindly informed him, then take care of yourself. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the library's top floor can be entered at any time, but the exit only opens once every 6 months. He heard that and thought to himself that if he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait for another 6 months for a new chance. Feeling uneasy, he quickly turned around and shouted, wait, uncle, wait, as he followed the man outside. Zhou Lin Lang raised an eyebrow teasingly, why? Do you think you're already enlightened and don't need to contribute 5,000 points anymore? Yishen gritted his teeth in resentment, feeling cheated out of his 5,000 contribution points. How could he think he was enlightened? This was the first time in Yishen's life that he had suffered a loss, a great humiliation. He turned back to the no-word steel and said, even if I couldn't get anything, I'll leave something here. He then took a pen and eagerly drew on the steel, vowing to repay this humiliation one day. Zhou Lin Lang stood there watching Yishen's actions, speechless, wondering how this little guy had grown up in such circumstances to have such a temperament. He looked at him with eyes full of energy and determination, continuously assessing his unyielding character that had already penetrated deep into his bones, unsure if his cultivation path was good or bad. As Zhou Lin Lang finished his thoughts, Yishen had already written his name in bright red on the steel. At this moment, the stone steel suddenly moved and emitted a dazzling light, releasing a surge of spiritual energy, which surprised Zhou Lin Lang exclaimed, this is unexpected. Yishen also gasped in astonishment. Zhou Lin Lang widened his eyes and said, this is the no-word steel reacting. the spiritual energy of the no-word steel surged for a moment and then gradually disappeared, revealing written characters on the stone steel. Yishen stepped closer and exclaimed, "There are words on the stone steel," as each character appeared clearly. Yishen muttered, "This is," before the characters flew into his head one by one, leaving him amazed and terrified. He took a few steps back, fell to the ground, and frowned uncomfortably, saying, "Oh, my head feels tense, what is going on in the end?" He clumsily sat up, rubbed his head, and asked Zhou Lin Lang, "Uncle, when the words flew into someone like that, does it mean they have obtained the pinnacle skill library?" Zhou Lin Lang pondered for a moment before replying, "Yes, you have achieved it, and furthermore, it is a unique skill, a set only passed down to one person. It can be said that the little guy is fortunate." Yishen stood up, brushed the sand off himself, and opened his mouth, saying, "Uncle, what you said is not correct." He then confidently praised himself, saying, "I am exceptionally talented. Even the no-word steel has been tamed by me. I am a genius." Zhou Lin Lang grimaced, raised his thumb in mock praise, and sneered, "You, truly a shameless genius." Yishen, curious, asked, "Uncle, what is a special skill? Is it referring to extraordinary skills?" Zhou Lin Lang explained, "Special skills are those that are specifically passed down to an individual, special talents or techniques that can only be cultivated by certain people. They can be good or bad, righteous or evil. Low-level martial arts or high-level supreme techniques. What you achieve depends on your own cultivation and understanding." Outside the top floor of the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion's library, a man named Pang Guang spoke up, "Jiang Yunfeng, I advise you not to wait any longer. Entering the top library is just a stroke of luck. He may not be able to enter, or he might have died inside." But he didn't know, the little guy Yishen he was talking about was currently fast asleep. Pang Guang continued to mock, "After so many years, Zhou Master Peak is probably still too scared to come out." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yunfeng couldn't help but shout out, "Pang Guang, my waiting here has nothing to do with you. If you're in such a hurry, why not let the two of us duel and see if I can make you lose a tooth?" Pang Guang pointed at Jiang Yunfeng and sneered, "Ha ha ha, Jiang Yunfeng, I just love seeing you angry, your appearance can't do anything to me. I'll tell you the truth, Black Cloud Peak Master Peak will arrive at Chinyun Peak very soon today." Unaware of the wall behind him emitting light, he kept rambling on, "From now on, this Chinyun Peak will be renamed to Black Cloud Peak." Suddenly, the wall twisted into circular shapes, and two figures flew out from it. Yishen fell directly onto Pang Guang, while Zhou Lin Lang landed safely on the ground. Jiang Yunfeng happily exclaimed, "Zhou Master Peak, you're out." Yishen got up cheerfully and said, still good, this time I didn't hurt at all." Pang Guang lay on the ground in anger, shouting, "Get up and help me, you may not be hurt, but you're about to break my back." As Yishen stood up, he groaned and crawled up, saying, "Oh, my back." Jiang Yunfeng quickly said to Zhou Lin Lang, "Zhou Master Peak, Black Cloud Peak wants to come to Chinyun Peak today. I hope Zhou Master Peak will return to deal with the situation as soon as possible." Zhou Lin Lang's face became gloomy, but he immediately became excited and laughed, "Aha, sure, Chinyun Peak, Black Cloud Peak fighting is the most fun, I want to fight." Jiang Yunfeng was surprised. Yishen glanced and thought quietly, "What's going on? Has Zhou Master Peak suddenly become foolish outside? Is this intentional?" He disappeared quickly, with only his voice echoing in the wind, "Come, let's go fight, win and have candy afterwards." Watching him run off, Jiang Yunfeng sighed regretfully. In the end, Zhou Master Peak is still crazy without any positive change. The ancient legacy of Chinyun will soon be erased from Chongqing Immortal sect. Finally, Yishen returned to the alchemy room. Seeing him come back, Huang Shaojian happily exclaimed, "Little junior brother is finally back." Ji De Quan walked over to pat his shoulder and said, "Little junior brother, I can see you have lost weight over the past few days. Have you reached the peak of your skills, little junior brother?" Yishen, surrounded by humble senior brothers, replied, "Thank you for your concern, senior brothers. I am not very talented, but I have obtained a unique celestial scripture at the peak of the library." Huang Shaojian praised him with bright eyes. "The peak of the library, little junior brother, is truly amazing." Yishen felt warm and smiled, quietly saying to himself, "Still the close senior brothers of the alchemy room." Ji De Quan held his hand and led everyone into the room enthusiastically, saying, "Let's go celebrate, we're not coming back sober today." Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the sky, moving very fast. Ji De Quan looked up and mumbled, "What is that?" Yishen looked up and his eyes widened in amazement as he softly exclaimed, "What is this?" A senior brother stood arrogantly with a sword in hand and commanded, "All servants of the alchemy room and disciples, listen to my command. The ascended level exam outside sect will start in 3 days." He stood in front of the other disciples, raised his hand and said, "Junior brothers, prepare well for the outside sect exam. If you pass, you can become official disciples of certain mountain peak." Ji De Quan, with a serious expression, looked at him, then touched his face and said, "So it's the outside sect exam, I thought it was something else." Huang Shaojian also boldly said, "Let's just go drink, why bother with the outside sect exam?" Ji De Quan shook his finger and replied, "No, I don't want to, I want to be a disciple in the alchemy room for life." Yishen, hearing this, widened his eyes in surprise, then followed the two of them. But at this moment the senior brother behind called out, "Junior brothers." He raised his hand and added, "Regarding the outside sect exam, Master Jiang Peak has already mentioned it, other miscellaneous disciples can ignore it, but those in the alchemy room should pay attention." He raised 3 fingers and continued, "I also want at least 3 people to become outside sect disciples, otherwise all the disciples of the miscellaneous room will be promoted to outside sect disciples." The 3 of them were shocked to hear this. Ji De Quan pointed at him with a blackened face and asked sternly, "What is the purpose of this? Even if you don't want to be an outer disciple, you're not allowed." He was angry to the point of red eyes, pointing stubbornly behind him, "I don't have this ambition, just want to be a miscellaneous disciple, what's the problem? Do you want people to live or not? Does this make sense? How can you be so harsh to a miscellaneous disciple?" The senior brother saw him so resolute that he sweated lightly, puzzled. Other miscellaneous disciples dream of being outer disciples. He looked at the 3 of them, 2 of whom were already crazy, then continued, "Only the alchemy room is an exception. Telling them to become outer disciples is like taking their lives." Transitioning, the 3 Yishen entered a restaurant. Huang Shaojian stood up and said to everyone, "Here, brothers, it seems like the decision has been made above." Ji De Quan held a glass of wine with a frustrated face and said, "They want to demote us from alchemy room disciples to peak disciples." Huang Shaojian raised his glass and took a sip, saying, "At this point, we can only act according to the situation." Yishen was gnawing on a chicken leg, puzzlingly asking, "Are you plotting something devious?" An arm touched the door and pushed it open. Ji De Quan went in first, followed by the others. He raised his hand jubilantly and said, "Brothers, come and eat." He looked at the spiritual herbs on the shelf and said, "Eat as much as you can before entering the outside sect." Ji De Quan pointed forward with enthusiasm, saying loudly to Yishen, "Eat as much as you want as long as you don't die of being full." Suddenly, Ji De Quan put his hand on Yishen's shoulder and asked, "What's wrong, little junior brother?" His expression was unreadable, as he looked deeply into him and asked. Feeling pressure, Yishen rubbed his stomach, with sweat on his face, and replied, "A little bit, mainly because I just ate." He then looked straight at the shelf of spiritual herbs and said, "But I can give it a try." Ji De Quan stepped forward and said, "All right, let's feast." Now, in front of them were countless nutritious and fresh spiritual herbs waiting to be eaten. Ji De Quan wasted no time and loudly sucked in the spiritual herb in front of him, causing the rest to be sucked in by the vortex and flew into his mouth. He ate until he was swollen like a ball, then flew up, making Yishen's eyes widen. Yishen stopped in amazement. "Damn," he muttered to himself, "does senior brother Ji De Quan have this unique skill too?" Huang Shaojian at this point also flew up with interest saying, "I'm coming too." He squinted, a green spiritual weapon emitted from his body, followed by spiritual herbs also flying up with his suction force, converging into a round spiritual weapon in midair, also Huang Shaojian. Yishen looked up excitedly pointing at it saying, "Senior brother De Quan, what's wrong with senior brother Shaojian?" Ji De Quan placed his hand on his shoulder from behind saying, "Don't worry, this is Huang Shaojian's unique technique. In 2 days the eggshell will hatch, then the eggshell formed by spiritual grass will be almost absorbed." Ji De Quan with his body about to turn into a mobile caterpillar pointed ahead saying, "Little junior brother, hurry up, after today there won't be delicious food like this anymore." Yishen smiled and replied, "Okay," but inwardly he sighed, "The disciples of the alchemy room are indeed all talents, easy to talk to, I didn't expect to leave this place." Yishen sat down with the pile of spiritual herbs in front of him. The face looked somewhat puzzled holding a mushroom in hand, thinking it's not right. "We don't have the courage of Ji De Quan and Huang Shaojian, senior brother, do we?" He slowly puts the mushroom into his mouth and says, "Just eat it, how much can we eat in these 3 days?" Yishen clasps his hands in meditation, thinking to let it go, still pondering how to absorb the heavenly scripture skill at the top of the library. Yishen's body emits a spiritual weapon, and after a while, he unexpectedly falls into his own divine consciousness. He stands up, looking puzzled for a while, then looks around and wonders where he is. Then he looks forward and sees a floating word. Yishen approaches to read the word in front of him, unable to understand its meaning. After a moment, he senses something, realizing that the no-word steal skill is advancing into his body, forming a total of 9 words. He scratches his chin, squinting his eyes as he calculates that he can only see 1 word clearly now. How can I cultivate the remaining words? Yishen opens his eyes, his face wrinkled as he contemplates the word, then takes a step forward to dig it out. Is this skill a bit excessive? Yishen is now at a loss for words, looking surprised. He looked at the cauldron in front of him emitting a stream of spiritual weapons surrounding it, then stood up excitedly and exclaimed loudly, "My burial tripod has appeared." But suddenly, the word excavate flew into the burial tripod, causing Yishen to be even more startled. Could it be related to the word excavate? The burial tripod then heated up and emanated even more spiritual weapons, with fantastical smoke swirling at its feet, making Yishen sweat with suspicion. Could this be the old man's skill, bringing out the buried things? The burial tripod suddenly flew up again, leaving Yi puzzled, as spirit flames erupted from its peak, causing Yishen to step back, his face showing discomfort as he asked, "What is going on?" By now, the spiritual herbs had been surrounded and sucked into the burial tripod by its spiritual weapon stream, leaving Yishen bewildered. Are all the spiritual herbs being sucked into the burial tripod? The spiritual herbs flew up high and from all directions into the burial tripod, leaving Yishen on the verge of panic, holding his head, his eyes fierce with redness, his face pale as he exclaimed, "What on earth is it doing?" The burial tripod began to shoot out spiritual weapons, causing Yishen to pause, then incorporating them into his body, he wiped the sweat from his forehead lightly and exclaimed, "It's getting faster and faster." The burial tripod emitted rays of light, sucking in more spiritual herbs at a rapid speed. Yishen was amazed and couldn't help but say, "It's absorbing everything." At that moment, a disciple behind him held up a mushroom to eat, but before he could take a bite, the mushroom flew away, making him surprised. He exclaimed, "Hey, that's my mushroom." He looked over to see Yishen standing next to the burial tripod, sucking in his mushroom. He looked at her with a puzzled expression. Yishen wiped away sweat, furrowed his brows, and anxiously said, "It's over, this cauldron is expanding more and more every day, isn't it trying to swallow the entire treasure of the alchemy room?" Ji De Quan and Huang Shaojian ran over with a mouthful of spiritual herbs, calling out to Yishen loudly. Ji De Quan's face turned pale as he asked, "Why is it like this?" Yishen turned and anxiously called out, "Senior brother. I don't know either, this cauldron has gone crazy." The two looked up at the burial tripod, which was continuously absorbing spiritual herbs, causing chaos in the alchemy room. From outside the alchemy room, screams could be heard, "Mother, that's the spirit snake grass of Jiang Master Peak." The 2 spirit snake grass leaves flew out of the box and into the burial tripod. Ji De Quan sat on a chest, trying to hold it, but was also lifted up and opened to take out the spiritual herb inside, making him surprised and say, "Impossible." He looked solemnly at the 2 juniors and called out, "Junior brothers, the items in this chest are all precious belongings of Feng Elder, absolutely not to be mistaken." Yishen and Huang Shaojian stood still, then disciplined the unlucky disciple who was not allowed to eat that spiritual herb. While one sat on a chest, Ji De Quan used his strength to press it down and said loudly, "Stop this chest." The burial tripod flew high, causing Yishen to grimace and say, "Hurry up. We won't be able to withstand much longer." The chest under the 4 people's buttocks began to crack, then they all flew, taking out the spiritual herb inside. The rare spiritual herbs turned into spiritual weapons flying into the burning burial tripod. The power was increasing day by day, the spiritual energy was gradually dissipating. All 3 Yishen, Ji De Quan and Huang Shaojian were lying on the ground, Ji De Quan lying there rubbing his head angrily saying, "I'm in pain to death." The senior brother glanced around and asked, "Is it over? Is it over?" Ji De Quan, looking at Yishen who was worriedly bowing his head, replied, "Not only the ordinary spiritual herbs, but all the elixirs have been devoured by the burial tripod." Ji De Quan's face turned pale with fear as he continued, "Even the precious spiritual herbs and miraculous medicines of the Master Peaks are gone. This time, we're in big trouble." At that moment, the burial tripod emitted a faint light, catching Yishen's attention. He looked at it, a bit puzzled, and let out a "huh." Then, something emerged from the burial tripod. Yishen saw it and thought, "It's appearing." Before he could react, it suddenly flew straight into his forehead, causing him to stumble back a few steps as the light affected him. Countless characters appeared in Yishen's mind, and he opened his eyes in confusion, thinking, "What is this?" Scratching his head, he wondered, "Is this some kind of alchemical formula?" It felt as though the characters were entering his dantian, and Yishen thought, "This formula has absorbed all the spiritual herbs of the alchemy room. Is it trying to take human form?" As he stood there grinning smugly, a sudden call for the wretched heavenly lord left him bewildered and confused. An old man appeared, looking at Yishen with a cold gaze. Yishen hesitated and asked, "Who are you, celestial being?" The old man looked at him with a hint of sadness in his eyes and said, "I have always gone against the norms of ordinary people. I consider retreat before advancing, escape before starting a fight, not confronting head-on but attacking from the side, and never revealing myself when launching a sneak attack." As he spoke, he smiled proudly and said, "That's why people call me Wretched Heavenly Lord." Yishen listened intently to the name Wretched Heavenly Lord. Wretched Heavenly Lord continued to boast about himself, pointing at himself and saying, "But how can mortals understand my ways?" He then pointed at Yishen enthusiastically and said, "I have waited for so long, and finally, I have found someone who resonates with my beliefs." Wretched Heavenly Lord handed over a spiritual weapon sphere, saying, "The essence of my great Tao lies in the 9 words in front of you. Practice well, don't make me lose face." Yishen stroked his chin, still thinking about the name, Wretched, that Wretched Heavenly Lord had mentioned. This name didn't sound very majestic or cultivating at all, right? Wretched Heavenly Lord sneered and said that there would be someone to succeed the old Wretched, which made him very happy. In the face of Yishen's judgmental gaze, Wretched Heavenly Lord said that they would soon part ways, and he gifted Yishen 6 words of wisdom to use for the rest of his life. Yishen listened attentively and asked him to continue. Wretched Heavenly Lord then said, "Desire separates mortals and immortals." Yishen stood still upon hearing these 6 words, as Wretched Heavenly Lord continued to solemnly explain that these words were the essence of the great Tao. And he should remember them well. As Wretched Heavenly Lord was about to leave, he warned Yishen that he was now just a remnant soul, and they would meet again someday, reminding him to remember the words of wisdom. Wretched Heavenly Lord gradually disappeared, laughing as he added that the great battle for supremacy had officially begun, and he had committed many sins in the past. Outside, Ji De Quan saw Yishen standing there calling out, "Little junior brother, don't just stand there." In their hands, Ji De Quan and Huang Shaojian both carried personal belongings. Ji De Quan said, "Hurry up and let's go." Yishen, suddenly awakening from his state of shock, turned to Ji De Quan and asked, "Senior brother, why are you here?" Huang Shaojian added, "Hurry and run, we have caused a big disaster. The alchemy room is completely destroyed." Ji De Quan, sweating, said, "Zhu Feng elder will surely be furious, quickly run away." Yishen asked, "Where can we run to?" Ji De Quan grabbed Yishen's hand and said, "If we can't stay in the alchemy room, the only option is to participate in the disciple recruitment exam of the outside sect. Only by becoming a disciple of the top disciple can we have a place to stay in Evergreen Immortals sect." Yishen asked Ji De Quan, "Where do we go to participate in the exam?" Ji De Quan, with a worried expression, then told Yishen, "The biggest motivation right now is Black Cloud Peak. A few days ago they almost conquered Chinan Peak, but at the critical moment Zhou Master Peak suddenly returned. Black Cloud Peak became the only force to have two peaks." Huang Shaojian remembered Ziyun Peak and said, "I think Ziyun Peak is not bad." He blushed as he remembered Jiang Yu Ran saying, "Jiang Yu Ran, Jiang Master Peak is not only beautiful, but also powerful, and very dedicated to teaching disciples." A disciple said, "Go to Chiyan Peak, most of the disciples there are from prestigious families, you can make many connections." Ji De Quan asked Yishen, "Little junior brother, what do you think?" Yishen smiled and replied, "I think we should go to Chinan Peak." Ji De Quan and Huang Shaojian were surprised and said, "What?" Yishen said seriously, "Zhou uncle is my greatest support, now that I know he's just pretending to be sick, I decide to go to Chinan Peak." Ji De Quan, still in disbelief, asked Yishen again, "Little junior brother, are you joking?" Zhou Lin Lang of Chinan Peak, the Master Peak, has been ill for over 10 years. No one has registered to take the exam at Chinan Peak for all that time. People continued to move about quietly as Ji De Quan continued to explain, "On the contrary, all the old disciples of Chinan Peak have already dispersed. That's right, little junior brother, Chinan Peak is now completely weakened. There are no disciples left there, the entire Chinan Peak is like a ghost town." At this point, Yishen suddenly became eager and quickly interjected, "Senior brother, don't be hasty, listen to my analysis first." He then began to elaborate, "Chinan Peak is indeed as you say, the Master Peak is ill, and the disciples have all scattered. But this actually works in our favor." Hearing this, everyone was taken aback and asked in unison, "In our favor?" Yishen confidently pointed to himself with a thumb and said loudly, "Who are we? We are the disciples of the alchemy room, free and unfettered. Once we go to Chinan Peak, if Master Peak Zhou doesn't manage us, wouldn't the entire mountain peak be ours? Like when in the alchemy room, we can do whatever we want, right? And no one controls us, all the resources on the mountain belong to us, the resources of the entire Chinan Peak compared to the 10 alchemy rooms are absolutely no less." After listening to Yishen's explanation, the group was led away slowly, inevitably reflecting on life, on resources. Ji De Quan only listened and drooled. At this point Yishen approached him again and continued to attack. "Don't the senior brothers want to experience the feeling of being the king of the mountain?" Indeed, shortly thereafter Ji De Quan was completely tempted. He patted Yishen's back insightfully and exclaimed, "Little junior brother is right. Let's go to Chinan Peak." Evergreen Immortals sect spiritual weapon soaring, white clouds drifting, in front of the large stone gate separating the crowded people outside from the inside, with the expectation of many people, a voice rang out, "Hey junior brothers, junior sisters." During the examination countless people flocked to participate. At this time Yishen's group also proudly advanced. Above the large gate the senior brother stood in front and spoke loudly. "Welcome all to Evergreen Immortals sect to join the outside sect exam." He pointed to the gate behind and continued, "The first level is to pass through this stone gate in front of you." The senior brother started to explain in more detail, with a limit of 300 people at the first level. The first 300 to pass can move on to the next level. The Yishen group below listened intently, determination clear on their faces. The senior brother summoned 3 shimmering balls in his hand, then explained that after passing through the stone gate, one must obtain 3 artifacts to get the next token. These tan jade balls will always hover nearby, moving quickly and unpredictably. Your task is to grab 1 jade ball to enter the stone gate ahead, leading to the second round of the exam. With a serious expression, he threw the 3 balls and said, "All right, outside sect exam disciples, as those balls fly over you, the official exam begins." The crowd followed the balls with eager eyes, seeing nothing but a few small jade balls. At this point, a person fervently shouted, unable to help but disdain, "Isn't it just a ball? I'll go get it." However, the jade ball was not easy to catch. Just as he was about to achieve his intention, the ball suddenly veered off course, causing him to hit his head on the hard wall. Seeing the jade ball flying close to him, determined not to let this opportunity fall into others' hands, the other 2 also rushed forward with their mouths shouting, "I'm coming too." Both aimed at the same jade ball, not like before when they cautiously approached. Finally, when they pounced, the elusive ball still ran away, inadvertently leading to a strong collision, causing both of them to fall in pain. And the jade ball flew away, leaving behind only a glimmer of light. The other person quickly got up, his face scratched, and grumbled, "Too difficult, too fast, basically impossible to catch." Then he quickly regained his composure and said, "I'm in pain, but I don't believe I can't continue." However, when he rushed forward again, he hit his head on a tree trunk, and the jade ball ran away once more. The group from the forging room initially stood still, observing the situation. While Zhu Yi-kun was still dazed, Wei Baihui suddenly spoke up, "Senior brother Zhou, look over here. Those guys from the alchemy room are actually here to participate in the outside sect exam." Zhu Yi-kun's eyes followed and landed on Yishen and his group, who were casually watching the chaos before them. He suddenly exclaimed, "This is not good." Zhu Yi-kun began to reason, something is off. These guys used to be so arrogant and disdainful of the outside sect disciples. Observing Yishen and Ji De Quan carefully, he continued, "Now they're coming here proactively, carrying large bags. It looks like they're fleeing from something." At this moment, Wei Baihui, standing behind Zhu Yi-kun, raised his fist in anger, "No matter what, we can't let these guys off easy when enemies meet." He gritted his teeth, his face darkened with rage, and his thoughts were filled with malice toward Yishen, especially that Yishen. "He's really annoying. I wish I could break his legs." Ji De Quan, carrying a large bag, loudly instructed, "Everyone, follow me. These tokens are not easy to obtain. We still need to collaborate and use the abilities of each other to achieve success." Hearing this, Yishen immediately turned to senior brother and asked, "Brother, what should we do?" Ji De Quan began to plan. He said to Yishen, "Little junior brother, you have speed, so take the main token, we will help you." Hearing this, Yishen immediately understood. He smiled determinedly. As soon as Ji De Quan gave the signal to start, the group behind immediately ran back and deployed according to the plan. They held hands and formed a circle, calculating the direction to surround the jade ball. Just then, the jade ball ran into the encirclement, getting trapped in the middle. Of course, the jade ball did not let itself be surrounded. It immediately changed direction to use its speed to escape from the contestants. Ji De Quan caught its intention, quickly shouted to stop it. They all transformed in an instant, making their bodies swell like bubbles blocking the escape route. The jade ball was indeed deceived, and then rammed into the stomach of little junior brother. His body swelled softly and easily blocked the jade ball. When they collided, the jade ball stuck to the trick of the Taoist, immediately causing Ji De Quan to turn his gaze towards Yishen and shout, "Little junior brother, the jade ball has entered the formation, it's your turn to act." Hearing the call of his senior brother, Yishen gently smiled and said determinedly, "All right," then quickly ran towards his teammates' formation. Using true chi to propel himself upwards, he immediately jumped into the encirclement, quickly catching the small jade ball. Yishen grinned, showing his white teeth, happily exclaiming, "Success." The crowd watching this scene all turned towards Yishen and exclaimed loudly, "Cool." Wei Bai Hui, seeing what was happening on the other team, was constantly furious. He cursed, "Damn, they caught one already," but Zhu Yi-kun remained much calmer. He glanced at Wei Bai Hui and calmly rejected his statement, "Junior brother doesn't understand anything." Then Zhu Yi-kun thought about Ji De Quan patiently explaining, "This disciple of the alchemy room is the most cunning, he has many smart ideas and doesn't follow the usual rules. In recent years, the guard room has suffered a lot of losses because of him." Zhu Yi-kun added, "I don't know how many times they have been harassed by them." Zhu Yi-kun finished speaking and frowned. "This time, we absolutely cannot let you have your way." Wei Bai Hui clenched his fists and said, "Senior brother Zhou is absolutely right, we cannot let them have their desires fulfilled." Saying this, he took the lead and charged forward with the other disciples to seize the jade ball, shouting loudly, "Let's all rush in and grab it." On Yishen's side, while they were discussing, he was able to easily grab another jade ball. He reached out, took it, and happily said, "One more." Yishen, focused on the two jade balls in his hands, did not notice that Wei Bai Hui had already sneaked up behind him. When Yishen realized it, he suddenly turned around but was unable to react in time to Wei Bai Hui's sneak attack and took a punch straight to the stomach. Yishen felt a sharp pain and staggered back a few steps, gritting his teeth as he looked at him and said, "Wei Bai Hui, you ambushed me." After successfully landing a sneak attack on Yishen, he boasted defiantly, "Yishen, stop wasting words and hand over the jade ball obediently." Ji De Quan and his brothers, holding hands tightly, formed a circle around the jade ball. Upon seeing Yishen being bullied, they angrily shouted, "Little junior brother is being bullied by those bastards from the forging room. Little junior brother, come to take the third jade ball. After collecting 3 jade balls, we will settle scores with those scoundrels from the forging room." Wei Bai Hui and Zhu Yi-kun couldn't help but sneer at each other. Yishen, following Ji De Quan's words, replied, "Okay." Saying that, Yishen dashed off, leaving Wei Bai Hui bewildered. Zhu Yi-kun quickly ordered his disciples to rush forward and stop him. The disciples quickly charged towards Yishen, shouting, "Stop." Wei Bai Hui, arrogant as ever, chased after Yishen and said, "Yishen, don't struggle anymore. With so many of us against you alone, you might be able to run, but I will take your life." As Yishen ran, he thought, these people are indeed tough to deal with. Avoiding them is not easy, let alone reaching the grand senior brother to obtain the final jade ball. Wei Bai Hui continued to chase Yishen, yelling to manipulate his psychology, "Little guy, hurry up and hand over the jade ball." At this moment, Wei Bai Hui's group had successfully surrounded Yishen. Seeing this, Wei Bai Hui laughed loudly and said, "Every direction is blocked by us, this time you can't escape." In a moment of life and death, Yishen suddenly snorted. Looking down at his feet, a stream of spiritual energy was gradually wrapping around Yishen's legs, causing him to stare at it in confusion. A character unexpectedly appeared beneath Yishen's feet, startling him as he thought, "This is the running character I cultivated before." He stood there in a daze, staring at it for a while. At that moment, Wei Bai Hui's group quickly rushed up, urging each other to capture him. But Yishen swiftly vanished from their sight, causing them to crash into each other. Yishen's body was now agile, allowing him to easily slip through the paths where they lunged to catch him. As he ran away, he didn't forget to throw a few punches straight at Wei Bai Hui's face, leaving his visage bruised and bewildered. Wei Bai Hui, holding his face, watched Yishen's speed and remarked, "What's going on? How did this little guy's speed suddenly increase so much? Not only that, but the angles he runs at are quite crafty, it seems like some kind of impressive footwork, which is a bit strange." Wei Bai Hui looked after Yishen's movements with some suspicion. Ji De Quan and Huang Shaojian quickly inflated their bodies and exclaimed loudly, "Little junior brother, hurry up and come here." But this third jade ball was smarter than the previous 2, easily slipping through the large and imposing bodies and running away. Ji De Quan saw it leave his hand and shouted, "The jade ball is running." At this moment, Yishen had just caught up, looking at the gem and smiling faintly, thinking, with the word run enhanced, it's within reach. With that thought, Yishen stretched out his hand and easily caught the gem. Ji De Quan was delighted and said, "Little junior brother, you're amazing, and your speed is significantly faster." Yishen landed and laughed, "Aha, I have all 3 jade balls now." Ji De Quan pointed to the door behind Yishen and said, "Little junior brother has already gotten all 3 jade balls, so hurry up and go inside." Yishen turned to go in but paused, saying to Ji De Quan, "Senior brother, I have an idea." Hearing this, Ji De Quan asked, "What idea does little junior brother have? Just say it." Yishen then smiled mischievously and said, "Seniors, don't you find this very easy to handle?" Upon hearing the words "easy to handle," the eyes of the 3 Ji De Quan quickly lit up, and they exclaimed in unison, "Easy to handle." After listening to Yishen talk about some business plans for a while, the 3 of them nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes, I understand." Ji De Quan raised a thumbs up towards Yishen, praising him. "Little junior brother is truly smart." Huang Xiaojian also chimed in. "It really is easy to do business." Having finished discussing, Ji De Quan turned to the crowd outside and spoke loudly to everyone. "You all heard that clearly, now all 3 jade balls are in our hands. Anyone who wants to pass through the stone gate and enter the next test can buy the jade ball from us." Ji De Quan raised a finger and began stating the price, prompting everyone below to bid against each other. 50, no, 100 spirit stones. Upon hearing the high price, people started to whisper to one another. "What? 100 spirit stones? Are you crazy?" "That's right, how can you possibly do business like this? You're overestimating yourselves." Yishen juggled the 3 jewels in his hand and spoke up. "Actually, 100 spirit stones is not expensive at all, senior brothers, think about it." Yishen began to explain how beneficial it was to buy the 3 gems in his hand, and how glorious it was to become a disciple of Zhu Feng. Moreover, this pearl was something that everyone could see, an ordinary person could not possibly catch it. Therefore, with 100 spirit stones, you would not have to worry about a loss or being cheated, and you could easily become a disciple of Zhu Feng. At that moment, Wei Baihui interrupted Yishen's words. "Yishen, you make a good point, but why should I buy it from you when I could just steal it?" Hearing his confident declaration, Yishen was unfazed and teased him back. "Steal? You can certainly give it a try." Seeing that he couldn't match Yishen's words, he turned to complain to Zhu Yi-kun next to him. "Zhu senior brother, these guys from the alchemy room clearly look down on us in the forging room. What should we do?" Zhu Yi-kun, filled with passion, commanded, "Brothers, charge in and take them." Ji De Quan, seeing them rushing forward, exclaimed, "Zhu Yi-kun, you scoundrels." He said, then immediately got angry and used his energy to inflate his body, stating, "If you do not adhere to the rules, then do not blame us for being impolite." One person was too focused on running and not paying attention, and quickly collided headfirst into Ji De Quan's enormous belly. Ji De Quan swiftly used his round belly to toss that person away and called out loudly, "Junior brothers, charge with me and protect our hard-earned." Huang Xiaojian also inflated and charged forward, saying, "I'm coming too." As soon as Huang Xiaojian charged, he crashed into another person, sending him sprawling to the ground. Wei Baihui pointed at Yishen, who was standing above, shouting, "Zhou senior brother, the jade ball is in Yishen's hands, we must capture him first." With that, the 2 brothers rushed toward Yishen, but Yishen merely smiled lightly, then created a character for run, swiftly darting past them. So fast that the 2 were left stunned, both turned their heads to exclaim, "What? What kind of speed is this?" Before they could process it, Yishen suddenly teleported to deliver a kick to each of their backs, causing Wei Baihui and Zhu Yi-kun to fall flat onto the ground. Yishen's face had a bit of an evil energy as he looked down at the 2 guys lying on the ground and thought, "If it were earlier, I would still be afraid of you. Now, since I'm right in front of you, do you think you can reach me?" A few disciples stood around outside, watching the intense fight and chatting. "Aren't we supposed to manage this? If we look closely, it seems to be a business matter, but now they're fighting too. Another one sighed and said, why bother managing it? Here, all these senior brothers have some connections with the outside sect and the inside sect. We don't know what might happen, offending someone wouldn't be good. Besides, there's no set time for the assessment, we can't just handle it like this, let them fight. Yishen glanced at them but said nothing. After a while, the whole group of Wei Bai Hui was knocked down to the ground by the trio of Yishen. Yishen looked down smugly and said, Zhu Yi-kun, now you know the power of our alchemy room, you don't know your own limits. Wei Bai Hui, with a bruised face, pointed and threatened, Yishen, you dared to hit me, I'll let you know, just wait. Even if you become a disciple of the outside sect, my elder brother will not spare you. Yishen felt nauseated hearing these words, and he remained silent as he looked at him. Despite the anger of Wei Bai Hui and his companions being directed at Yishen, they could do nothing against him, so he continued with what he was doing earlier. Everyone, 100 spirit stones, first come, first served. Seeing the jade in Yishen's hand, everyone below lit up with excitement. One person quickly raised his hand and said, Senior brother, I want that 100 spirit stones. Quickly closing the deal, the person went up to receive the jade. Holding the jade in his hand, he said with some emotion, with my cultivation, I thought I would never be able to set foot in the outside sect peak in my lifetime, I never expected that today I could have this opportunity. The jade in his hand quickly soared away. Another person stepped forward and asked, Senior brother, I only have a spiritual herb, can I offer it as a bid to exchange for the jade ball? Yishen waved his hand and replied, yes. At this moment, everyone began to clamor, pushing and shouting, I want to buy a jade ball too, me too, don't push, I want one as well. Yishen witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, thinking to himself, the business of Evergreen Immortal sect has finally opened. Unlike making money in the Valley of the Wicked, this time we're earning spirit stones, we're going to strike it rich, this time we'll profit greatly. After a while, everyone entered inside. Ji De Quan and Yisheng sat at the sect entrance, looking over at Wei Bai Hui and Zhu Yi-kun's group. Now, apart from you people from the forging room, everyone else has gone inside. How much longer are you going to wait? In another half an hour, the test will be over, and you will have to return to the forging room as servants. Hearing this, Zhu Yi-kun became angry, pointing at Ji De Quan and shouting, don't hold out any hope. Even if the forging room were to starve or die of thirst, we would never enter the outside sect Zhu Feng, nor would we buy the jade ball from you. At this moment, Yisheng spoke up, Zhou senior brother, Wei Bai Hui, I know you look down on us, but we earn money based on our own strength, and if you are uncomfortable, there's nothing we can do about it. This time, our alchemy room is determined to enter the outside sect. If you do not come in, you will have to wait another 3 years next time. By then, we will have become disciples of Zhu Feng, and the distance among everyone will only grow larger. Don't come to find us for revenge. You might not even have the chance to meet us. The Wei Bai Hui group was seething with anger upon hearing this. But at that moment, Wei Bai Hui approached Zhu Yi-kun and whispered. Zhou senior brother, although Yisheng is quite despicable, I agree with what he said this time. We should enter the outside sect first, we cannot let our strength fall too far behind them. Zhu Yi-kun pondered for a moment over Wei Bai Hui's words, then agreed and said, all right, let's enter the inside sect first and seek revenge later. Wei Bai Hui stepped forward, offering a bag of spirit stones, and said proudly, 100 spirit stones, the jade ball is mine. Yisheng chuckled softly and replied, not enough. This left Wei Bai Hui confused. With questions swirling in his mind, he frowned and asked, what do you mean? Yisheng held up 5 fingers and said assertively, your forging room, 500 spirit stones each. Wei Bai Hui's face darkened, and he said angrily, Yisheng. He tightened his grip on the bag of spirit stones and shouted, damn you. Yisheng took out a piece of paper and a pen, continuously scribbling some lines, and then handed it to Wei Bai Hui, who was astonished and asked in confusion, what is this for? Seeing that he didn't understand, Yisheng had to explain. This is a way to contact my master. He particularly likes pale-faced young men like you from the Valley of the Wicked, pale-faced young man, 12 taels for a night. Wei Baihui spat out his food in shock and cursed, "Do you not find this disgusting?" Wei Baihui then took out a bag of spirit stones twice the amount from before and gritted his teeth, saying, "Here are the spirit stones for you, this time I concede." After handing it over, the group of Zhu Yi-kun and Wei Baihui entered the sect. Yishen saw him disappear inside and turned back to Ji Daquan. "Senior brother, let's go in." Upon hearing this, Ji Daquan took the lead and said, "Let's go, our alchemy room disciples are about to embark on a new journey." Inside, a gray-clad disciple turned to ask another disciple, "Did all the disciples pass the outside sect exam this time?" The green-haired disciple replied, "It seems so." He replied, then angrily said, "No wonder the alchemy room is causing such a ruckus, turning the exam into a business deal. Who the hell would dare to think that or do such a thing?" The disciple couldn't do anything else and sighed, "I hope you master peaks won't be too shocked by the next trial. On that towering high mountain must be the topic of the second exam." The imposing judges sat in the front row like examiners for the competition. A girl with platinum hair spoke up loudly, "Get your spirits up, the outside sect exam is coming soon, we from Baiyun Peak must seize as many people as possible." Hearing her, the girl beside her only smiled lightly without saying anything. She was the master peak of Baiyun Peak, Princess Ling Lu. A voice with a mocking tone then spoke up, "Princess Ling Lu." As he said this, he displayed a mocking expression. "Don't hold out too much hope, not many outside sect disciples will pass this year's assessment, not enough for our peaks to share." He was the master peak of Chiyun Peak, Kong Yuming. "Don't say that this time, the assessment this year is harder compared to previous years. The number of people who can pass is not many. Each peak being shared among a few people is already quite good." A red-haired man was also sitting in the master peak seats, glancing over at Princess Ling Lu and at Kong Yuming. "He is master peak Black Cloud Peak, Ding Tian Nan." He chuckled softly and spoke, "It's fine if there are few people. No one from Zhou Master Peak of Qingyun Peak is entering either. It seems that only our 4 peaks will be able to distribute disciples this time." Master Peak Qingyun Peak, Zhou Lin Lang, was also present, sitting in the Master Peak seats. Ding Tian Nan called out, "Zhou Lin Lang Jr. brother, do you agree?" Zhou Lin Lang was still focused on displaying his foolishness for everyone to see. He was only playing with a toy in his hand, laughing and answering, "Playing is fun, it's fun." Master Peak Ziyun Peak, Jiang Yu Ran, then spoke up, "Ding Master Peak, last time Black Cloud Peak tried to take over Qingyun Peak of Zhou Senior Brother and failed. Now you're causing trouble for Qingyun Peak in accepting disciples, isn't that too much?" Ding Tian Nan listened to Jiang Yu Ran and remained expressionless, unaware of what shame meant, and replied, "Haha, what's the big deal? Zhou Lin Lang has been foolish for many years and is long unqualified to be a master peak. Moreover, every time disciples enter the outside sect's assessment, there aren't enough spots to distribute. Zhou Master Peak might as well not participate. It's not that I disdain Qingyun Peak of Zhou Junior Brother, but honestly, even if everyone could choose, I dare say that no one would pick Qingyun Peak to win today's assessment. After all, who would choose a poor place to cultivate? Don't you think that's right, Jiang Master Peak?" Jiang Yu Ran frowned at this but couldn't refute it, only snorting and turning her face away. At that moment, Princess Ling Lu saw the disciples coming in from outside and suddenly said, "They're here." Upon hearing this, all the Master Peaks turned to look. Ding Tian Nan also exclaimed, "Huh, who is this?" Jiang Yu Ran looked over without saying anything, while Zhou Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh heartily. Kong Yuming found the number of incoming disciples puzzling and asked, "What's going on? Why are there so many people?" Kong Yuming exclaimed in surprise, "Are all of these disciples here due to this examination?" Jiang Yu Ran furrowed her brows and replied, "I'm not sure. Last year, there were more than 10 people who passed, and that was already good. Where did all these people come from?" Princess Ling Lu nervously covered her mouth and said, "Did they take a wrong turn or something?" Ding Tian Nan stood up and shouted, "You all stop right there. What are you doing?" He and the disciples exchanged looks for a moment. A disciple stepped forward and spoke up, "Master Peak, we passed the first test and then made it here." Princess Ling Lu found it hard to believe and asked, you all passed the first test. The disciple replied without blinking and bowed, that's correct. Ding Tian-nan still couldn't believe it and shouted from above, how is that possible? The difficulty of this exam is much higher than in previous years, it's impossible for so many disciples to pass all at once. Quickly, tell me how you did it. When asked how they managed to pass, the disciple hesitated, his face drenched in sweat as he stammered, that matter. Seeing him stammer more and more, Ding Tian-nan increased the pressure, shouting, why are you stammering? Hurry up and speak. Another disciple stepped forward, took a breath, and replied, okay, it was like this. After hearing everything, Ding Tian-nan angrily slammed the table and yelled, damn it, the people from the alchemy room have always looked down on the law, do they think the examination site is a place to play? Where are the disciples of the alchemy room? Ji De Quan, Yishen, and Huang Shaojian stepped out of the crowd of disciples, calling out, Master Peak. The three bowed and respectfully replied, there are disciples. Ding Tian-nan darkened his face when he saw Ji De Quan's group step forward and said, you dare to use the examination as a place for business? I, Master Peak, have truly never heard of this, it is indeed a great act of disrespect. Where are the guards? Ding Tian-nan clenched his fists in anger and pointed directly at Ji De Quan's group, commanding, quickly drive them out of the Evergreen Immortal sect. Hearing this, Ji De Quan was somewhat incredulous and exclaimed, then stepped forward to say, wait a minute, Ding Master Peak, why do you want to expel us? Ding Tian-nan, hearing the question, grew angry and said, you are causing chaos at the sect's examination. Master Peak, will expel you from the sect on behalf of the Evergreen Immortal sect. Ji De Quan calmly responded, Master Peak, the Evergreen Immortal sect has strict rules. Expelling a disciple usually goes against the rules and requires the consent of the sect master. For years, the disciples of the alchemy room have been careful and dedicated, and they are already familiar with the rules. They have not violated any rules of the Evergreen Immortal sect. Ding Tian-nan snorted and spoke up, using rules to pressure this Master Peak suggests that this Master Peak cannot handle you. Do you know that the Evergreen Immortal sect has another regulation that if 3 out of 5 Master Peaks agree, it is not necessary to go through the sect master directly expelling disciples? What do the Master Peaks think? Hearing this, all the other Master Peaks fell silent. After a moment, Princess Ling Lu was the first to speak. I think the disciples of the alchemy room are quite interesting. It would be a pity to expel them, so let's keep them. Kong Yuming voiced an opposing opinion, stating, cunning like this, of course they cannot be kept. Ding Tian-nan spoke again. Master Zhang's peak has always maintained strict discipline with the disciples, so we cannot turn a blind eye. There should be no objections to expelling these individuals, right? At this moment, Jiang Yuran intervened, cutting him off. Completely the opposite. The disciples of the alchemy room have passed the examination and have not violated the rules, so they should be retained and allowed to enter Zhu Feng for training. She then continued to think, Yishen is a junior to Zhou's senior brother, so no matter what, I must protect him on behalf of Zhou's senior brother. Ding Tian-nan, upon hearing Jiang Yuran, looked stunned and asked, what? After a moment, Ding Tian-nan calmed down and continued, it's now 2 against 2, we will have to see Zhou Master Peak's attitude. At that moment, Zhou Lin Lang was still engrossed in munching on the apple in his hands, oblivious to Ding Tian-nan's words. Seeing this, Ding Tian-nan scoffed and said, Zhou Lin Lang right now is neither human nor ghost. What kind of attitude can there be? As soon as he finished speaking, a half-eaten apple from Zhou Lin Lang struck Ding Tian-nan right in the head. Furious, he turned around and yelled at Zhou Lin Lang, you bastard. Zhou Lin Lang made a frustrated face, turned his hand towards Ding Tian-nan, and cursed, hey, you are just a jerk. Ding Tian-nan was furious and shouted, Zhou Lin Lang, you are crazy. At that moment, Jiang Yuran had to speak up, Ding Master Peak, Zhou's senior brother is indeed crazy. Do you really want to bully a crazy person? Hearing this, Ding Tian-nan couldn't do anything and just sat down with a grunt, then said, no matter what, the people from the alchemy room will be expelled from the Evergreen Immortal sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a splash of water hit his face directly. He was caught off guard and looked dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. In Zhou Lin Lang's hand was a teapot with some water left, which he had just thrown at Ding Tian-nan. Zhou Lin Lang put on a taunting expression, laughing mischievously to provoke him. Ding Tian-nan glared at Zhou Lin Lang and sneered, "You, Zhou Lin Lang, are looking for death." Zhou Lin Lang continued to act innocent, laughing loudly, "The jerk is angry, oh, the jerk is angry." Yishen had never seen someone express themselves to this extent and thought, "Zhou uncle is doing this on purpose, isn't he?" Ding Tian-nan was furious, quickly stood up and rushed towards Zhou Lin Lang, shouting loudly. "Even if you are crazy, today I must teach you a lesson." Jiang Yu ran quickly dashed after him, shouting loudly. "You dare, Ding Tian-nan, do you want to take Zhou senior brother's life?" Ding Tian-nan did not respond, only snorted as if to silently admit that he wanted to take Zhou Lin Lang's life. He rushed towards Zhou Lin Lang, thinking, if it hadn't been for Zhou Lin Lang suddenly turning back, my Black Cloud Peak would have been able to swallow Chinan Peak already. Since it has come to this, then don't blame me for seizing this opportunity to eliminate you. No one would care if a madman dies. Saying this, he swung his fist down towards Zhou Lin Lang. Jiang Yu Ran was terrified and shouted loudly. "Zhou senior brother, quickly get out of the way." Ding Tian-nan was ready to swing his fist down, but at that moment, he was punched back by Zhou Lin Lang and flew straight into the air, creating a shocking explosion. He had aimed to attack, but Zhou Lin Lang still maintained his role, pretending as if he was just playfully throwing punches, genuinely enjoying the moment. Ding Tian-nan staggered back a few steps, looking up at Zhou Lin Lang in disbelief. "How is this possible? Why is your cultivation so high?" Jiang Yu Ran furrowed her brows and asked, "Senior brother, are you okay?" Zhou Lin Lang ran around and excitedly laughed. "So much fun, do it again." Jiang Yu Ran saw that Zhou Lin Lang was fine and turned to question Ding Tian-nan. "Ding Tian-nan, Zhou's senior brother is already like this, and you still bully him. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to take action against you?" Ding Tian-nan quickly stood up and retorted loudly. "This Master Peak hasn't gained any benefits, so how can it be considered bullying him?" Zhou Lin Lang laughed heartily and pointed at him. "Come here, you bastard, let's play together." Ding Tian-nan also grew tired of being angry with Zhou Lin Lang and waved his hand dismissively. "Go play your craziness somewhere else." Zhou Lin Lang jumped up at that moment, rushed towards him, and said, "Play with me." Saying that, he charged straight at him. Seeing this, Ding Tian-nan got angry, swung his fist, and shouted, "Get lost." Zhou Lin Lang quickly lunged forward and slapped him hard on the cheek, making his face twist. Then he fell to the ground, his head spinning. Zhou Lin Lang took the opportunity to dive down and hit him a few more times, asking, "Will you play with me?" Ding Tian-nan, furious, sat up and said, "I won't play, let me go." After saying that, he received a slap from Zhou Lin Lang on his other cheek. Zhou Lin Lang continued to punch Ding Tian-nan while laughing and saying, "It's so fun, I could beat you to death, you bastard." Seeing this scene, the other three Master Peaks were left speechless. Yishen looked on from below, feeling pity for Ding Tian-nan's round cheeks. "Zhou uncle, even if you've gone crazy, you can't just pin someone down and hit them, you're doing this on purpose, right?" After a while, Ding Tian-nan managed to escape his predicament and crawled back to his battered chair, groaning. "It hurts so much, this isn't reasonable, this isn't reasonable." Zhou Lin Lang, with the mindset that those who live wickedly often live comfortably, returned to his seat, sitting proudly as he said, "It's so fun, you bastard, I still want you to play with me in the future." Ding Tian-nan huffed like a dog and looked at Zhou Lin Lang, saying, "Zhou Lin Lang, I, Master Peak, am giving you face because you're crazy, don't take advantage of that." He then thought, Zhou Lin Lang has a cultivation level much higher than mine, could it be related to the peak level library? Princess Ling Lu spoke up at this moment. "Masters and peaks, there are still many disciples watching. Shouldn't we let the disciples choose their peak before we continue speaking?" Kong Yuming also said. "These disciples, if they have passed all the requirements. At this point, we can only follow the process and let the disciples choose their peak for cultivation." Ding Tian-nan, still angry with Zhou Lin Lang, snorted and said, "It's indeed time to choose, but Zhou Lin Lang has gone mad. Should we strip him of his right to accept disciples? Jiang Yuran, upon hearing this, widened her eyes and frowned in anger. She waved her hand and shouted, Ding Tiannan, what do you mean? You don't want Zhou senior brother to take disciples? Do you intend to annex Chinan Peak? Ding Tiannan laughed mockingly and said, what kind of disciples can a madman teach? I'm just speaking the truth. Jiang Yuran replied. Evergreen Immortal sect has always had a rule, as long as the disciples are willing to join a peak to study, whether Chinan Peak accepts disciples or not, is still up to the disciples to choose for themselves. Ding Tiannan looked down on him again and replied, then we will see who is willing to worship a madman as a master and follow a madman to practice. Kong Yuming then chuckled and spoke, let's begin. Those of you who want to join a peak for study, step forward and register. Quickly, the disciples moved forward to choose the peaks they wanted to join for training. I choose Black Cloud Peak. Black Cloud Peak has the strongest power. I choose Ziyun Peak. The master there, Jiang, has a beautiful heart. I choose Chiyun Peak. I choose Baiyun Peak. Soon, the disciples had selected the sect they wished to join and queued up in front of the master peaks sitting above, except for Zhou Lin Lang, who still had no one choosing him. Zhou Lin Lang kept laughing innocently, sitting there, even though no one chose him. Ding Tiannan, feeling pleased, smiled and said, Jiang Master Peak, what did I tell you? With Zhou Lin Lang's current crazy appearance, no one will choose him. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out, striking him directly. We, the disciples of the Alchemy Room, choose to join Chinan Peak. He listened, confused and bewildered. At this moment, Yishen stepped forward and said, we join Chinan Peak. Yishen smiled and thought, perfect, accomplished. Ding Tiannan angrily said, what? How annoying. Jiang Yuran couldn't help but laugh at him, saying, Ding Master Peak, don't be too certain with your words, or you might get slapped hard. The next day, the large gate was opened, and the disciples who agreed to join Chinan Peak entered in unison. Yishen looked around and asked, Senior brother, hasn't Chinan Peak not taken in disciples for many years? It doesn't look old or shabby at all, on the contrary, it looks quite neat and clean. Huang Shaojian added, that's true, it's a bit strange. After saying this, he approached a table, checked it with his hand, and continued, there isn't a speck of dust, someone must regularly clean this place. At that moment, a voice called from behind, how is Chinan Peak, junior brothers? The person who asked this was Jiang Yunfeng. Yisheng was surprised to see Jiang Yunfeng and walked over to ask, Jiang Yunfeng senior brother, what are you doing here? Jiang Yunfeng replied with a smile, the master asked me to come see everyone. In fact, although Chinan Peak has not had any disciples join for many years, our master often arranges for me to come here to clean up, so that Chinan Peak does not become dilapidated. Ji Dequan happily said upon hearing this. Jiang Master Peak really has deep feelings for Zhou Master Peak, Jiang Yunfeng replied. First, let's not talk about these things. Today I came to tell you guys that Ding Tiannan is a narrow-minded person. After being defeated by Zhou Master Peak during the assessment, he will definitely not let it go, and he will certainly look for opportunities to annex Chinan Peak. The current situation of Zhou Master Peak can only rely on everyone to support themselves. Next, there will be a contest to decide the distribution of resources among the peaks. Our master's intention is to have everyone prepare thoroughly. Even if we only rank last in the contest among the peaks, we must still earn some points and gather more resources for ourselves. Yisheng still had questions and asked again, Jiang senior brother, what contest? Jiang Yunfeng explained further, according to the rules after the assessment of the inner sect, each peak will send 3 qualified disciples to participate in the contest of the 5 peaks of Evergreen Immortal sect. The contest uses a point accumulation system. The more points accumulated, the more resources each peak will receive. Huang Shaojian asked again, can we not participate? After all, there are only 3 of us at Chinan Peak, the resources should be enough for us to cultivate. Jiang Yunfeng replied, since no one has joined Chinan Peak for many years, naturally, no one participates in the competition. So now the cultivation resources of Chinan Peak are non-existent. What resources could Chinan Peak possibly have now? The three members of Yishen's group froze in place, then painfully realized. We miscalculated. 3 days later, at Chinan Peak, the three members of Yishen's group were sitting cross-legged, practicing meditation inside the peak when Ji Daquan's stomach suddenly growled loudly, making it impossible for him to continue cultivating. He sighed. I'm so hungry. Ji Daquan reminisced about his time in the alchemy room, regretting it deeply. I really miss the days in the alchemy room. Here, not only are there no cultivation resources, but there's also no food. Huang Xiaojian raised his bony hand and said with white eyes, I've become so thin from hunger. At that moment, a fragrant smell wafted in through the window, causing Ji Daquan to sniff curiously to see what it was. At this moment, Ji Daquan stood up and asked, what is that smell? Yishen also frowned and stood up to say, let's go out and check it out. Outside the door, a lot of delicious food appeared, from meat to fish, and there was even some very tasty dim sum inviting everyone to eat. But the owners of that food were none other than the two brothers Zhu Yikun and Wei Baihui. Ji Daquan then spoke up and asked, Wei Baihui, Zhu Yikun, what are you two doing here? Wei Baihui bragged with a proud face, Ji Daquan, all of us from the forging room have joined Black Cloud Peak. Now we are disciples of Black Cloud Peak under Master Ding Tian. We are here today to convey his message to you. Ji Daquan asked again, what message? Wei Baihui continued, my master, Ding Tian, said that you should withdraw from Chinan Peak, and he can give you an opportunity to join Black Cloud Peak. Yishen then questioned, what about the benefits? Zhu Yikun felt very annoyed by Yishen's demand for benefits and harshly replied, your alchemy room is such a virtue, you always ask for benefits first when doing anything. Wei Baihui continued to speak loudly. The benefit is that Black Cloud Peak will provide you with some cultivation resources. Do you see the food placed on the ground? They are all specialties of Black Cloud Peak. This fish is raised with spirit water, its meat is delicious and tender, full of spiritual energy. The chicken has been fed with 100-year-old insect grass, eating it feels like you want to become an immortal. This soup is even rarer, it's made from glimmering broth on the spiritual mine of Black Cloud Peak, simmered for 7 days and 7 nights. Hearing Wei Baihui's quality advertisement, Ji Daquan, Huang Xiaojian, and Yishen all stared hungrily at the dishes, drooling to the point that it almost reached their navels. Wei Baihui continued, so, my master, Master Ding of Black Cloud Peak, is giving you a better opportunity than suffering from hunger at Chinan Peak in this empty mountain. Yishen quickly raised his thumb in response. You are right. Then the group pounced on the delicious food, shouting. You are absolutely right, whatever you say is what it is. Seeing the group of Yishen eating as if they had been starved for a long time, Wei Baihui scratched his head in confusion and asked, Senior brother, what do they mean? Zhu Yikun replied upon hearing the question, they said you're right, so they probably agree. After a while, all the food in those boxes was consumed by Ji Daquan and the other two to the point they lay sprawled on the ground. They said, amazing, too full. Wei Baihui saw that Yishen's group had finished eating and said, if you're done, then come back to Black Cloud Peak with me. The three of them pretended to understand and stood up with serious faces, then calmly walked inside, saying, we're going. Wei Baihui furrowed his brow and asked, what are you doing? Yishen, hearing the question, replied leisurely, we're full and going to sleep for a bit. Upon hearing this, Wei Baihui got angry and said loudly, you dare to play us. Yishen took a few steps and then stopped, spreading his arms and saying, Wei Baihui, what's the rush? We just joined Chinan Peak, it wouldn't be right to leave right away. Don't you think others will call us traitors? Huang Xiaojian, standing nearby, added, that's right, we haven't even settled in before you tell us to leave. How are we supposed to live at Evergreen Immortals sect from now on? Zhu Yikun then asked, so what do you want? Yishen replied, we'll stay here for a while and then we'll leave. Saying that, the group quickly slipped inside to play cards. Wei Baihui watched this scene, speechless, and asked, what now? Zhu Yikun stepped outside and said, let's go back and report to the master first. Inside the main hall of Evergreen Immortals sect at this time, an elder was sitting in the seat of power, also the master. He was the master of Evergreen Immortal sect, Chongqing Zi. He looked down at the master peak of Chinan Peak, noticing that one person was missing, and spoke up, "Is Zhou Lin Lang from Chinan Peak not here yet?" Ding Tian Nan, unable to hold back, always eager to speak first, chimed in, "Zhou Master Peak might have ended up playing in the mud somewhere." Jiang Yu Ran coldly turned to Chongqing Zi and said, "Master, Zhou's senior brother has been a bit unwell recently, so he might not be able to come." Chongqing Zi sighed and said, "Forget it, after all, it is Evergreen Immortal sect that owes Zhou Lin Lang. Back then, if it weren't for Immortal sect, Zhou Master Peak wouldn't have ended up like this." Kong Yuming sitting nearby, looking indifferent, asked, "Master, is there something you wanted to discuss with us today?" Chongqing Zi listened to the question and focused on the main issue. Time is running out, the last group of disciples is about to begin their journey. Therefore, you from 5 peaks, or rather 4 peaks, need to quickly select the outstanding disciples. Princess Ling Lu spoke up. Since the competition between the peaks is about to start, why not use this competition to select those disciples with potential? Chongqing Zi felt this idea was good and responded, "Quickly get it done, there really is not much time left." Ding Tian Nan frowned, thinking to himself, "Time is running out, we must take control of Chinan Peak." At Black Cloud Peak, Wei Baihui and Zhu Yikun returned to the sect to report. "Master Peak, the situation is like this." Ding Tian Nan sat with his chin resting on his hand, his expression unchanged, commanding the two below. "At all costs, we must let those from the alchemy room come to our Black Cloud Peak. Chinan Peak cannot have any disciples left." Zhu Yikun called out somewhat indignantly, "Master, those people are greedy and lazy, and they even want food cooked with higher quality spiritual herbs." As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Tian Nan's face darkened, and he glared as he said, "I said at all costs." Zhu Yikun and Wei Baihui were startled by Ding Tian Nan's gaze and quickly responded, "Yes." Meanwhile, the Yishen group was still diligently practicing, but hunger persisted. Ji De Quan, feeling hungry, stopped his cultivation and complained, "I'm hungry again." Huang Xiaojian, sitting beside him, rubbed his stomach and said, "The food delivery must be arriving soon." Ji De Quan lay flat on the ground in discomfort and remarked, "But to be fair, the food from Black Cloud Peak is quite good, filled with spiritual energy. My cultivation has increased significantly over the past few days." Huang Xiaojian crossed his arms and looked at Yishen, saying, "Little junior brother is the real fast cultivator. In just a few days, he's continuously broken through 2 minor realms and has now reached the 5th level of body refinement." As he spoke, signs of Yishen breaking through to a new realm started to appear around him. Huang Xiaojian and Ji De Quan were both astonished and exclaimed, "No way, another breakthrough." Yishen opened his eyes wide and declared with pride, "Successfully reached the 6th level of body refinement." Yishen stood up and looked at his 2 senior brothers, saying, "If this continues, my cultivation will soon catch up to yours." Ji De Quan was still shocked and said, "Little junior brother, how can you break through as easily as eating rice? You broke through so quickly." Huang Xiaojian also said, "You must have some special physical quality." Yishen laughed and explained the reason, "Isn't it just eating rice? The reason I can break through so quickly is that the food brought from Black Cloud Peak is good, much better than the food we used to have in the alchemy room." Ji De Quan skipped outside to wait for the food to arrive. Yishen followed Ji De Quan and said, "The more we talk, the hungrier I get. Today there will be food with more spiritual energy coming over, let's go eat." After a while, the group of Ji De Quan ate with no shame. Wei Baihui's group thought they were watching some kind of battle, and they were left speechless. After being full for a while, everyone lay on the ground and said, "The food is not bad, with plenty of spiritual energy. Next time bring more, the service is very good, a great rating." Zhu Yikun, seeing this scene every day, became angry and said, "Ji De Quan, at your request. These days we have satisfied all your demands. Don't play with us, give us a deadline. Whenever you leave Chinan Peak, join Black Cloud Peak." Ji De Quan wiped the food off his mouth and replied indifferently, "Wait a few more days." Zhu Yikun could no longer be patient with them and pointed while shouting, Today you must give me a deadline, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Ji De Quan held up 5 fingers and replied, in 5 days, we will give you an answer. Hearing this, Zhu Yikun's group finally agreed to leave, saying, alright, it's settled then. Huang Xiaojian waited for the group to leave and then asked in confusion, senior brother, why is it 5 days from now? Everything was already in Ji De Quan's calculations as he said. In 5 days, it's the duel of the peaks, and after the duel, resources for cultivation will start to be distributed, by then Chinan Peak will no longer be impoverished. Yishen and Huang Xiaojian, after hearing this, gave Ji De Quan a thumbs up and said in unison, awesome. Finally, after 5 days had passed, the 3 of them, Ji De Quan, stepped out of the courtyard. Yishen's expression became somewhat serious as he said, the time is about up. Huang Xiaojian stood behind Ji De Quan, looking somewhat worried. I'm a bit concerned. If we confront Black Cloud Peak directly, what if they send an expert to cause trouble for us? At that moment, a sound of someone jumping was heard from the rooftop. Yishen, quick to notice, glanced to see who it was and called out, senior brother. He pointed up at the ceiling and said, look over there. Zhou Lin Lang was happily running around on the roof, chasing after that bird. Seeing Zhou Lin Lang's absent-mindedness, Ji De Quan sighed and said, Zhou Master Peak is indeed a bit out of it. Senior brother, if you really think Zhou uncle is foolish, then you are truly the one who is foolish. Ji De Quan clenched his fists, determined to lead the team. Let's go, after we finish the fight, we will participate in the competition. The group of Zhu Yikun arrived on time, and with arms crossed, spoke up. Ji De Quan, it's the day, shouldn't you respond to Black Cloud Peak? Ji De Quan came down and replied sternly, if you want us to join Black Cloud Peak, there is one final condition. Zhu Yikun pounded his chest and assured, say it, whatever the condition, we will satisfy you. Ji De Quan smirked, pointing at Yishen standing beside him and said, my little junior brother wants to be the master of Black Cloud Peak. Zhu Yikun furrowed his brow, realizing he had been tricked, and gritted his teeth, saying, you are playing us. Yishen also added in response to Ji De Quan, it is your lack of sincerity. Who am I, Yishen? I am a genius of Evergreen Immortal Sect, the future of the Immortal Sect. The entire mainland regards me as an honor, a mere master peak is not enough, how can you expect me to change sects? Ji De Quan and Huang Xiaojian chimed in, that's right, having Yishen as your master peak is an honor for you, our little junior brother becoming your master is your greatest magical power. Wei Baihui gritted his teeth, blood rushing to his head as he shouted loudly, I can't endure it anymore. You have been playing us like fools these days. If you are not willing to leave, then we will cripple you and bring you back. But immediately after that statement, Wei Baihui and his group were punched in the face, rolling on the ground. Wei Baihui was the worst off, his face bruised and deformed. It hurts, I'm dying of pain, you disgusting. Zhu Yikun could not escape either, lying on the ground after being beaten and looking at the group of Yishen, threatening them. In the past few days, you all have consumed a lot of good things from our Black Cloud Peak, and your cultivation has increased significantly. Just wait, my master, Ding Master Peak, will not let you go. You won't be able to hold on to Chinan Peak. Outside, Ding Tian had already seen everything and gritted his teeth as he walked in, shouting, you shameless 3, daring to deceive our peak. Seeing Ding Tian enter, the group immediately stood up and reported everything that had just happened. Master, these 3 have played us like fools at Black Cloud Peak, they must be punished severely. Yishen, although a bit cautious, still put his hands on his hips and looked at Ding Tian, calling out, Ding Master Peak, it's not necessary to go that far. This is such a small matter, is it really worth bothering a Master Peak like you? Yishen glanced sideways at the roof and huffed in confusion. Where is Zhou uncle? He was just on the roof, why can't we see him now? Ding Tian glared with a fierce expression. Don't talk too much. I give you one last chance. Join Black Cloud Peak, Chinan Peak will be taken over by me, Master Peak. Yishen saw that the situation was not good, so he scratched his head and laughed to mediate. Ding Master Peak, such a major decision cannot be made by disciples like us who have just joined the peak. Why don't you negotiate with Zhou Master Peak? Ding Tiannan frowned and asked him, so you are refusing? Upon hearing him, Yishen's group felt a bit scared and stepped back a few paces. He raised his hand, intending to act against Yishen, and shouted, I will cripple you first. Ji De Quan saw the situation spiraling out of control and shouted, wait a moment, Ding Master Peak. A Master Peak like you attacking us, aren't you afraid of the Evergreen Immortal sect blaming you? Ding Tiannan, in a fit of rage, was about to charge forward and said, what is there to fear? Seeing that the intimidation tactic was no longer effective, Yishen's group stood there and braced themselves. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, come here. Yishen looked up in surprise. A figure quickly dashed towards Yishen, and it was none other than Zhou Lin Lang. Yishen happily called out when he saw the old man, Zhou uncle, I knew you would appear at a critical moment. He was still as crazy as ever, opened his mouth wide, inhaled, and then spat out something, saying, I've eaten. Seeing this scene, the expressions on the faces of Yishen's group were hopeless. Seeing him look dazed and confused, Ding Tiannan became furious and shouted, Zhou Lin Lang, it's you again, have you gone mad? Why are you still lingering around? Zhou Lin Lang suddenly ran quickly toward him and shouted loudly, so delicious, a bit more, please. Ding Tiannan, feeling exasperated, yelled, get lost. Zhou Lin Lang jumped and leaped toward Ding Tiannan, then slapped him hard across the face. The slap sent him flying far away, straight toward Ji De Quan, leaving him stunned. Ding Tiannan lay on the ground, fuming angrily. Today, this Master Peak will. He thought he would say something intimidating, but unexpectedly, he quickly leaped onto the rooftop and said, I won't argue with you. Saying that, he snorted and then left. Ji De Quan looked at Zhou Lin Lang and happily said, with Zhou Master Peak here, we won't have to worry at all in the future. Yishen also chuckled and said, senior brother, let's set off. The time for the assessment is approaching. At this moment, Yishen's group arrived at the competition venue. The hall was packed with people from various peaks, and everyone suddenly looked up at the sky and exclaimed, it's the master. I can't believe the master has come in person. Chang Qingzi flew on his sword above and looked down at all the disciples, saying, in this competition among the 5 peaks, besides distributing resources, the Evergreen Immortal sect will also launch a plan to cultivate disciples for the inner sect. A female disciple, upon hearing this, asked, the plan to cultivate disciples for the inner sect? Another disciple asked in confusion, what is that? 2 disciples standing behind Yishen said, I seem to recall hearing that 100 years ago, there was an inner sect above the 5 peaks of the Evergreen Immortal sect, where the top 5 disciples from each peak and several hundred top-ranked individuals overall could enter the inner sect. Chang Qingzi continued, disciples of the inner sect, aside from being able to cultivate at the peaks of the Immortal sect, will also receive special training, and the cultivation resources will be 100 times what they currently receive at the peaks. The disciples, upon hearing this, excitedly spoke to each other. Resources for cultivation increased 100-fold. Even a pig could rise up. This time, the 5 top candidates in each peak have no hope. But for the top 50 in the overall ranking, I still have hope. Entering the inside sect is like stepping into heaven, we must get into the inside sect. Yishen listened to everything they were saying and then spoke to his 2 senior brothers. There are only 3 of us at Chinan Peak. With this, we are now already disciples of the inside sect. Wei Baihui, with a battered face, pointed at Yishen's group. Master, Chinan Peak only has a few people like this. If the top 5 from each peak are allowed in, wouldn't that mean the entire Chinan Peak could enter the inside sect? He cupped his hands respectfully towards the master and said, this is unfair. Chang Qingzi also said, Chinan Peak has its own assessment, and only the top 50 in the overall ranking can enter the inside sect. Wei Baihui turned to Yishen's group, frowning and snorting. Want to become disciples of the inside sect? Dream on. Chang Qingzi continued, regarding the competition rules, the content of the assessment is very simple. The once-in-a-decade opening of Elixir's Valley behind the Evergreen Immortal sect has arrived, and this time the examination site is Elixir's Valley. Elixir's Valley is both a place of opportunity and danger, with the length of time spent in Elixir's Valley determining the ranking of the assessment. Chang Qingzi raised his hand to create a golden circle and said, "Let's begin." He then continued, "Disciples cannot stay in Elixir's Valley for long, just shout, 'Retreat,' loudly to leave. An elder from the Immortal sect will escort you out." Before leaving, Wei Baihui threatened Yishen, saying, "You wait, we'll meet again in Elixir's Valley." With that, the group left for Elixir's Valley. At that moment, Ling Sha approached and looked over at Yishen. Seeing him, he pointed and shouted, "Little guy, I still remember what happened last time behind the mountain. You better not let me run into you in Elixir's Valley." Huang Xiaojian, feeling frustrated at being surrounded by enemies without having achieved anything, said nothing. "It seems that this time there are quite a few people who want to deal with us," Ji Dequan said, not panicking but clenching his fists. "Anyone who dares to lay a hand on us will know what it's like." Inside Elixir's Valley, the Yishen group looked around as they entered. After observing the surroundings, Yishen said, "This place is not bad, the spiritual energy here is much denser than in the Immortal sect." Ji Dequan also looked around and replied, "The most important thing is that there are many rare treasures here, we can freely collect them." On a high mountain, a tiger was sleeping but suddenly opened its eyes and looked around. Then it jumped down to the ground and thought, "The Elixir's Valley is open. They have been raising spirit beasts for 10 years, they must be well fed and very delicious." Having thought that, it quickly moved towards the strong flow of yellow spiritual energy. A while later, it landed somewhere. A person standing there was surprised to see it. "It's the Xianhua white-spotted tiger, does it want to enter Elixir's Valley? It cannot be allowed in, or else the demon beasts inside will be in great trouble." Saying this, he cautiously approached the tiger and called out, "Tiger brother, the disciples of Elixir's Valley are conducting assessments, it's not convenient to enter." The tiger ignored him and roared, knocking the elder away, causing him to tumble to the ground. After that, it entered Elixir's Valley on its own. The group of Zhu Yi Kun had entered Elixir's Valley, and one brown-haired member spoke up. "Our strength at Black Cloud Peak is the strongest, this time, we are sure to stay at Black Cloud Peak the longest." Wei Baihui also arrogantly said, "That's right, when we act together, we can sweep through everyone we see." At that moment, a voice came from behind. "Look at that potential of yours, Junior." Hearing this, Zhu Yi-kun and Wei Baihui turned around in confusion. The one who spoke was Chang Ming, the senior brother of Wei Baihui. Wei Baihui, seeing him, cheerfully called out, "Brother." Wherever he went, all the disciples of Black Cloud Peak bowed their heads in respect. Wei senior brother, Chang Ming grand senior brother. He walked over to where Wei Baihui was standing. Wei Baihui looked at him and asked, "Why are you here too? I thought you were still in seclusion." Chang Ming, hearing the question, angrily replied, "I came to clean up after you useless people." Upon hearing this, everyone was somewhat taken aback. He continued, "This time, the master has ordered me to appear before your death command. The purpose of participating in this assessment is only one. It is to kill those ignorant fools from Qingyun Peak. Even if they survive by chance, they must be quickly eliminated so that they cannot obtain the resources distributed by the Immortal sect." Wei Baihui, with a wicked look on his face, spoke just like his older brother. "Brother, what do you think we should do? Those scoundrels, Yishen and his group, must be dealt with harshly this time." Chang Ming quickly ordered the disciples, "Everyone, spread out and look for those from Qingyun Peak. Once you find them, notify me immediately, I will personally kill them." All responded in unison, "Yes." On the Yishen side, the group had gathered quite a lot of spiritual herbs and spiritual energy. Ji Dequan looked at the spiritual herbs and said, "We've collected enough elixirs, let's find a place to refine pills." Huang Xiaojian added, "Others may gather spiritual herbs but can't digest them, while our alchemy room disciples can refine pills, boosting cultivation anytime and anywhere." A moment later, at Elixir's Valley, the pill refining furnace was heated up to refine the pills. After a while of hard work, Ji Dequan was about to get results and said, "The pills are almost ready." At that moment, a gigantic mouse suddenly charged in from behind. Ji Dequan turned around and said, "Not good." Yishen also frowned and said, "The scent of the pill has attracted the demon beasts here." Ji Dequan volunteered to run forward and said, let's take care of it together. Then all three charged forward together. After a while, the gigantic mouse was dealt with, but Ji De Quan and Yishen were both sweating profusely. As expected from the demon beast's Elixir's valley, it took the three of us working together just to barely kill it, Yishen said. Senior brother, we've been careless, let's finish refining the pills and get out of here, or we'll attract more demon beasts over. However, unexpectedly, Wei Bai Hui's group had discovered Yishen's group and strolled over, saying, "Can you all leave?" "Haha, Yishen, I actually found you before you could escape. Let's see where you think you're going." Seeing him, Yishen was not afraid at all and crossed his arms, asking, "Ji De Quan senior brother, can Wei Bai Hui compete with us?" Ji De Quan replied, "He can't compete with us." Wei Bai Hui, feeling mocked, angrily said, "You are still so arrogant." Yishen sneered again and said, "If you're not a fool, then you must have a strong backing, but let's settle this first with a fight." Wei Bai Hui soon found himself beaten badly and lying flat on the ground. "Yishen, you struck my people, I'll take your life," he said while sitting up and holding his swollen cheek. "Have the ability? Don't run." At that moment, Ji De Quan looked over at the refining pill furnace and said with joy, "The pill is done, prepare to retreat." Yishen's group then ran to an open area. Huang Xiaojian took a few breaths and said, "The people from Black Cloud Peak probably won't catch up." But suddenly, a voice surprised Huang Xiaojian. "Is that so?" Huang Xiaojian asked in confusion. "What?" Changming coldly hovered above them. Yishen looked back and asked, "Who?" Changming floated above, crossing his arms and looking down at them with a contemptuous huff. Ji De Quan's expression turned serious as he looked up and said, "You must have at least the second realm of wind control to fly." Huang Xiaojian was alarmed and asked, "Refining body with wind control, this person is 2 small realms higher than us. There is only one character like this at Black Cloud Peak, the sole genius of Black Cloud Peak, Wei Changming." Wei Changming casually uttered a disdainful remark. "Are you 3 useless people ready to die?" Upon hearing this, all 3 looked up at him seriously, then quickly turned to flee while shouting to each other, "Run fast." However, Wei Changming's speed was truly unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, he stood in front of them, blocking their escape, and asked, "Do you want to run?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to choke the space, saying, "Don't even think about it." He then unleashed a light but incredibly destructive palm strike. This blow caused Yishen's group to cough up blood and collapse on the ground, leaving only Yishen to struggle and say, "Your power is so overwhelming, how ruthless you are." Wei Changming arrogantly replied, "Provoking Black Cloud Peak, let Wei Changming take care of you myself. You might as well close your eyes." At this moment, Yishen smiled in a conciliatory manner and said, "Wei Changming, this is a trial area, there's no need for fighting. Let's just sit down and talk things over." He frowned, speaking while teleporting, "Talk to me. Do you deserve it? Accept death." With that, he rushed in front of Ji De Quan. A strike to the abdomen caused Ji De Quan to cough up blood immediately. Ji De Quan tried to resist, using the body enlargement technique, but was still slammed against the wall behind him, causing him to spit out blood. After releasing his breath, Ji De Quan's face twisted in pain, groaning, "It hurts, it's killing me." Wei Changming, seeing Ji De Quan only injured, frowned in anger. How is he still alive? Is the refined body stage that defensively strong? Yishen led the way, shouting, "Split up and run." Hearing Yishen's command, the other 2 quickly separated and ran in different directions. Wei Bai Hui arrived at this moment, saw this, and said, "So they are splitting up. Brother, chase Yishen first, that little guy is annoying, kill him first." Hearing this, Wei Changming immediately chased after, shouting loudly, "Chase them." A moment later, in the direction Yishen ran, he looked back and saw Wei Changming had gotten so close behind him and thought, "He's caught up so quickly, this is the gap in strength." Getting close, Wei Changming raised his hand to strike, shouting, "Can you escape?" A beam of light appeared around Yishen's feet at that moment. He looked at Wei Changming's impending attack and replied with a faint smile, "Of course, I can escape." Having said that, Yishen immediately used his speed to run away, leaving Wei Changming with a huge question mark. He watched in confusion. How did his speed suddenly increase like that? Half an hour later, Yishen finally reached a place where he could no longer see Wei Changming's face chasing him from behind. Yishen bent down, panting, and thought, after running so long, he probably can't catch up to me anymore. Thinking about it, Yishen looked around to see where he had run to. Glancing at a nearby tree, he was surprised to find countless scarlet-tailed spirit flowers flourishing on its trunk. Yishen exclaimed in surprise, "This is grade 3 spiritual herb, and there are so many." He was delighted and quickly bent down to say, "Hurry and pick them." But unexpectedly, at that moment, a stream of red spiritual energy burst out from the tree. Yishen quickly dodged its attack and jumped back. Upon closer inspection of the red entity, he realized it was a snake with sharp fangs. Yishen stared at it in horror. It was too dangerous. It was the highly poisonous red-headed snake. Fortunately, I quickly dodged it. Otherwise, if it had bitten me, even a powerful cultivator would at least faint for a day and a night. This Elixir's valley is indeed not simple, but my speed is faster, and this red-headed snake still couldn't injure me. Thinking this, Yishen leaned down to pick the herb. After a while, Yishen was now holding a bundle of herbs and rushing away, sweat and fatigue on his forehead. The scarlet-tailed spirit flower here has basically been fully harvested by me, a total of 45 plants. The next task is to start consuming spiritual herbs. While thinking this, Yishen took a scarlet-tailed spirit flower and ate it. I haven't broken through the realm to eat spiritual herbs raw. The efficiency of increasing cultivation is too low, and moreover, refining pills here could easily attract demon beasts. Without thinking much, Yishen tossed the scarlet-tailed spirit flower into the burial tripod and thought further. The burial tripod can upgrade spiritual herbs, but after upgrading this level 3 scarlet-tailed flower, it would be better for me to absorb it. Thinking for a moment, Yishen threw all the scarlet-tailed spirit flowers into the blazing burial tripod. After a while, Yishen received the results from the burial tripod. After spirit infusion, there is a total of 1 6th level scarlet-tailed spirit flower, 7 5th level scarlet-tailed spirit flowers, and more than 24th level ones. The success rate of spirit infusion with the burial tripod is certain. It's not something where successful spirit infusion can be guaranteed with just one item. With so many scarlet-tailed spirit flowers, a spirit infusion can only succeed consecutively 3 times to produce one flower. After thinking, Yishen brought it to his mouth and said, "Keep eating." After a while, Yishen sat down again and began to cultivate refined body level 6. Eating spiritual herbs to increase cultivation, although not as effective as pills, the scarlet-tailed spirit flower has much more abundant spiritual energy after being upgraded, making it very filling, and the realm breakthroughs also occur rapidly. With 1 6th level scarlet-tailed spirit flower left uneaten, Yishen sat down to cultivate until reaching refined body level 7. Upon reaching refined body level 7, Yishen stood up and said, "Next, I need to find more spiritual herbs." At this moment, a red-headed snake was crawling along the spiritual herbs behind Yishen. Yishen looked at the scarlet-tailed spirit flowers before him and thought, "I must break through to the refined chi stage in this Elixir's valley." Yishen looked over and saw something. He snorted lightly and chuckled, then quickly ran over, grabbed the head of the red-headed snake and pulled it out. "Do you still dare to bite me?" He lifted the red-headed snake and brought it to the burial tripod, then thought, "The burial tripod can refine everything. What if it refines the red-headed snake? Let's give it a try." Thinking this, Yishen threw the red-headed snake into the burial tripod. After a while, the red-headed snake flew out of the burial tripod, hissing a few times and circling around. Seeing this, Yishen was delighted. Spirit infusion once, it grew a horn. After a while, it evolved again, growing 2 wings that were very dragon-like. Yishen looked at it in surprise and said, "Spirit infusion succeeded for the second time, it grew a pair of wings." After a while, it evolved again. It has grown even larger. Amazing, spirit infusion successfully 3 times in a row. One must know that the probability of an item succeeding in spirit infusion 3 times consecutively is very low. Out of dozens of scarlet-tailed spirit flowers, only one succeeded 3 times in a row. Suddenly, it moved closer to Yishen, making him alert and say, "Oh no, it has successfully undergone spirit infusion 3 times in a row, its level has at least increased by 3 levels, and its strength has grown. I'm not sure I can compete with it now." It hissed and crawled closer to Yishen, then wrapped around him. Yishen, bound by it, looked at it in confusion, not daring to breathe heavily. Suddenly, it stuck out its tongue and licked him, leaving him bewildered and unsure of what was happening. After a moment, Yishen looked at it happily, thinking, after spirit infusion, the favorability of the red-headed snake seems to have increased a lot. At this moment, Wei Baihui arrived, saw Yishen, and shouted, "Over here." Yishen calmly turned to look at him. Wei Baihui, leading 3 tall and imposing disciples, approached to threaten, "You run fast, but there are many disciples from Black Cloud Peak, we still found you. Yishen, come here and offer your life." At this time, the enormous red-headed snake crawled forward, blocking Yishen. Yishen pointed and ordered, "Bite him for me." Hearing the command, it crawled towards Wei Baihui. He saw the red-headed snake and snorted in disdain, "It's just a slightly bigger red-headed snake. Dare to stop us?" Before finishing the sentence, the red-headed snake climbed up and struck straight at a disciple with its tail. The person running alongside the other one was stunned at what he saw and no longer wanted to run towards it, but turned and ran in the opposite direction, screaming in panic. However, he was still quickly charged at by the red-headed snake, which opened its mouth to bite his head. He lay in the mouth of the red-headed snake, shouting, "Ah, help." He was released from the mouth of the red-headed snake, his soul nearly leaving his body. Wei Baihui was horrified at the scene and stepped back, saying, "Damn it, is that the red-headed snake here?" He gritted his teeth as he observed and thought, since when did the red-headed snake become so powerful? Yishen, standing behind, laughed and yelled, "Haha, dare to deal with me, Yishen? Xiao Hong, quickly bite them to death." The red-headed snake obeyed the command, hissing and sticking out its tongue as it slithered towards Wei Baihui. A disciple, frightened, shouted, "Don't come over here." Wei Changming flew overhead, looking down at the group of Wei Baihui and gasped, then frowned again. Seeing this, Wei Baihui regained his confidence and said, "My brother is here." Yishen, on the other hand, turned pale at the sight of Wei Changming. Wei Baihui quickly reported, "Gidge, you came at just the right time, quickly kill this red-headed snake." Wei Changming crossed his arms and looked down, slightly disdainful, "What a bunch of useless people, can't even handle a red-headed snake which is commonly found in Elixir's valley. Can't handle it at all." Saying this, he swung his palm down, striking the red-headed snake. The palm hit directly on the head of the snake. It howled in pain. Yishen saw this scene and felt frightened, thinking, "All right, this Wei Changming is indeed formidable." Looking at the red-headed snake lying on the ground, Yishen planned to escape, thinking, "Looks like I have to run away again." At this moment, Changming spoke while watching the red-headed snake slowly getting back up, "Not dead yet?" He thought to himself, "This red-headed snake is indeed very special, could it be the rarely encountered red-headed snake king? 100-year-old red-headed snake king is invaluable, if I can bring it back to the sect, it would be a great achievement." At this moment, Yishen was still there, standing and shouting loudly upwards, "Xiao Hong, if you can't fight back, just run away." The red-headed snake hissed a few times in dissatisfaction, then it raised its head to the sky and let out several loud cries. Everyone looked at it with confusion and said, "What is it doing?" Wei Baihui frowned and said, "Quick, listen, what is that sound?" One frightened disciple pointed to a bush nearby and said, "Look over there, there are so many red-headed snakes." At this moment, along with its red-headed snake brothers, several red-headed snakes surrounded Yishen, waiting for orders. Yishen looked up at the red-headed snake and called out, "Xiao Hong, summon your little brothers to bite them to death." The red-headed snake obeyed the command and quickly signaled to the other red-headed snakes to crawl toward Wei Baihui. He was terrified and backed away, saying, "They're all coming over." A red-headed snake quickly lunged and bit into the shoulder of one disciple, causing him to cry out in pain, "Don't bite me." Wei Changming was now so angry that he clenched his fists and said, "Damn it, Why are these red-headed snakes listening to Yishen? At that moment, the giant red-headed snake had crawled behind Wei Changming. He was startled and turned around in panic, saying, "When did it get behind me?" But he was not weak either and struck directly in the face of the red-headed snake, then shouted, "Get lost, beast." It was slapped hard, spinning its head around and crashing down to the ground. Yishen anxiously ran over and called out, "Xiao Hong." He came closer to persuade it. "Wait, Xiao Hong, don't hit him anymore." He approached, placed his hand on the red-headed snake, and frowned in thought. Xiao Hong is no match for Wei Changming. At this rate, he could easily be killed by Wei Changming. After thinking for a moment, Yishen looked at him and spoke loudly. "Wei Changming, what if we talk for a bit and everyone stops fighting?" Wei Changming heard this and immediately became arrogant. "Humph, stop fighting. What right do you have to negotiate with me?" He unleashed his true qi, intending to attack, but his underlings were currently being attacked by the red-headed snake, screaming for help. "Brother, help!" Yishen smirked slightly, glancing at Wei Changming. "You do know these red-headed snakes are venomous. If you don't antidote quickly, all your people from Black Cloud Peak will die, and don't blame me for that." Wei Changming looked at the disciples crawling on the ground and could only agree to speak. "Spare you, I can refrain from hunting you for 2 hours. Hearing this, Yishen also agreed to the deal and called, "Xiao Hong, tell your little brother to retreat." After receiving the order, he bellowed, signaling something. All his brothers immediately left. Wei Baihui looked around in astonishment and saw Yishen now fleeing with the red-headed snake. "Xiao Hong, we should go too." A moment later, Yishen and the red-headed snake had run to a very distant place. He was still running aimlessly when he suddenly stopped and said, "Stop." He bent down to a tree, frantically picking, and said, "Spiritual herb, hurry up and pick." After a while, Yishen sat down to cultivate. After opening his eyes, the spiritual energy around him dissipated, and Yishen's realm was now at the 8th level of qi refinement. Yishen looked at his hand and said to himself, "Having picked the spiritual herbs here, using the burial tripod spirit infusion, the realm has barely increased by 1 level. I still need to continue searching for spiritual herbs." On one side, other disciples were also searching for spiritual herbs. A disciple walked up to where Ling Sha was sitting leisurely with his legs crossed and said, "Ling Sha, it's no surprise that it's Elixir's Valley. This time we have a bountiful harvest. We've picked quite a few spiritual herbs. After we get outside and refine these into pills, we will definitely be able to break through significantly." Ling Sha suddenly sat up, anger rising as he replied, "The harvest is indeed not bad, but the only thing that displeases me is that I haven't encountered that little guy Yishen. He took our star moon grass last time, and this debt hasn't been settled yet." Just as he mentioned this, a figure appeared from a distance, and it was none other than Yishen. As he approached, he frowned and said, "I have to go there." The 6 of them exchanged glances, each frozen in place. Yishen, sweating profusely, stood there stiffly, while Ling Sha seemed to have struck gold and said, "It's you." Yishen laughed awkwardly in response. "What a coincidence." Ling Sha ordered the disciples gathering the herbs, surround him. The others, hearing the command, rushed forward to encircle Yishen in a circle. After surrounding Yishen, Ling Sha said with satisfaction, "Yishen, let's see where you can run to. Last time it was the Xianhua white-spotted tiger that helped you. This time, I want to see who can help you." He had just finished speaking when the red-headed snake crawled over from behind and directly bit the head of a disciple, causing him to scream loudly. Ling Sha frowned and asked curiously, "What's going on? Where did such a large red-headed snake come from?" Yishen laughed disdainfully and called out, "Xiao Hong." He pointed his finger, commanding, "Bite him." The red-headed snake obeyed the command and bit the head of another disciple, who cried out for help. After a while, Ling Shao's group had all been knocked down on the ground by the red-headed snake. Yishen stood by, relaxed and easy, saying, "Not a few herbs." He then went over to pick up the spiritual herb bag from the disciple, saying, "I'll take this." Ling Shao, battered and bruised, still managed to raise his face and threatened Yishen, "Just wait, my senior brother won't let you go." Hearing him constantly threaten with his senior brother made Yishen irritated, and he said, "Damn it, is having a senior brother that impressive?" Every one of you acts so arrogant just because you have a senior brother. He spoke to the red-headed snake, let's go, Xiao Hong. He then thought, I should go and improve my strength. After that, Yishen moved to another place to focus on his training until he reached the 9th level of refined body. Yishen crossed his arms in worry. The higher the realm, the harder it is to elevate further. Somewhere, two individuals were talking. You said the Xianhua white-spotted tiger is inside, what if it kills someone? No way, the Xianhua white-spotted tiger has a mysterious background, always residing behind the evergreen mountain gate. Although its temperament is not good and it often injures others, has anyone ever seen it kill someone? This tiger has its limits. Suddenly, several streams of white energy appeared from nowhere, and the two looked over to investigate. Unexpectedly, 6 individuals emerged, each missing an arm or leg. They landed below. One of the two questioned. Who are you? The one-eyed man disregarded him and said to the others. The Elixir's valley is really open now. At this moment, the other person suddenly realized and stammered. Are you from the Evergreen Demon sect? Judging by your appearance, are you the heaven-crippling 6 of the Evergreen Demon sect? The two quickly ran away. 2 blindfolded men in green clothes laughed and chased after the 2 other people. The 2 being chased ran in panic, asking several completely unnecessary questions. What do you want to do? Just after asking, the 2 were directly pierced through their bodies by the 2 green-clothed men and spat out blood. The 2 immediately went to meet their ancestors. The leader raised his hand and licked his lips. The Immortal sect and the Demon sect have been fighting for a long time. Today, eliminate all the disciples of the Immortal sect in Elixir's valley. Then, all 6 of them entered. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, Yishen and the red-headed snake were walking while searching for spiritual herbs. Where are the abundant spiritual herbs? The spiritual herbs I picked up on the way aren't enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The red-headed snake pointed in one direction. Yishen understood and said, lead the way. Then, the 2 walked in that direction. Upon arriving at a location, the red-headed snake called out several times. Yishen pointed forward and asked it. Xiao Hong, do you mean there are many spiritual herbs ahead, but also danger? The red-headed snake nodded in agreement. Yishen further assessed and said, the danger here primarily comes from demon beasts, meaning there are strong demon beasts in this area. Both of them walked quickly forward, saying, let's see first and then talk. After moving a little further, Yishen looked around and said, let's see what the spiritual herb is like here. Beneath the spiritual herb tree, there was a horned demon beast like a rhinoceros lying asleep. Looking up at the large tree with many fruits, Yishen examined it and said, the spiritual tree is full of spiritual herbs. The fruit here contains much stronger spiritual energy than those spiritual herbs. At this moment, the spirit beast was awakened, got up, and let out a roar. Yishen looked at it and asked, what level is this demon beast? He surged with true chi and said, I wonder if I can defeat it. The spirit beast roared and charged at Yishen. He commanded Xiao Hong, go for it. But Xiao Hong stood in front of the demon beast, appearing as fragile as a thread beneath its large fur. It swatted Xiao Hong away, intending to bite it. Yishen quickly rushed up, shouting, Xiao Hong, be careful. Then he swung his palm. Watch this move. The demon beast easily dodged. Yishen punched its back, but it felt like a mosquito biting an ox. It growled and crashed its head into Yishen. Struggling to stand, he called out, Xiao Hong. He held his back, which was about to be broken, and said, I can't win, let's run. Then, with all his might, Yishen shouted, run. The demon beast looked in Yishen's direction and immediately chased after him. Suddenly, the white-spotted tiger appeared. Yishen was taken aback upon seeing it. The white-spotted tiger pounced, biting the head of the demon beast fiercely. Yishen covered his eyes and called out in shock, Tiger brother. At that moment, the white-spotted tiger ignored everything and lay down, grabbing the demon beast and eating it with delight. A piece of bone rolled to Yishen's feet. After a while, the white-spotted tiger finished the demon beast, licking its lips incontently saying, "Tender and juicy, but there is too little meat, not enough to fill me." It suddenly noticed Yishen in front of it and snorted. Yishen saw the opportunity and called out, "Tiger brother, it's been a long time." The white-spotted tiger slowly approached and growled in Yishen's face. He rummaged through his pocket and said, "Tiger brother, I haven't forgotten our last promise." He presented a chicken leg with both hands and thought, "Tiger brother is not easy to deal with, I should run soon." He looked up at it and smiled, then he tried to lure it by throwing the chicken leg away. But when his feet touched the ground and he looked at the large tiger in front of him, it just stood there staring at him. Yishen looked at the tiger with a blank expression and thought, "Hey, why not pick it up this time?" Yishen forced a smile at it. It pointed at the chicken leg that Yishen had thrown away and said, "Pick it up." Yishen, hearing it give him orders, was stunned. Then he yielded to it again and replied, "Okay, I'll go pick it up." He ran to retrieve the chicken leg, gritting his teeth and silently lamenting, "Damn, this tiger is harder to deal with than before." He slowly walked behind it to pick up the chicken leg. With the chicken leg in hand and a large bag, Yishen said to it, "Tiger brother, this time I brought quite a few chicken legs for you." The black-spotted tiger scowled but was already drooling to its belly. Eventually, it didn't care anymore and wagged its tail, lying down happily to eat the chicken legs. After a while, it finished the pile of chicken legs and stood up, turning to Yishen and saying, "Not full yet." It placed its large paw on Yishen's head and asked, "Any more?" Faced with Yishen's bored expression, it remained silent. He helplessly pulled out 2 empty pockets and said to it, "Tiger brother, I only brought this much." The white-spotted tiger drooled as it looked at the red-headed snake and pointed. "That snake looks very delicious, I want to eat it." The red-headed snake experienced its first shock, staring wide-eyed at the white-spotted tiger, quickly crawling back behind Yishen. He also spoke to it, "Tiger brother, that's not okay." He pointed to the spiritual fruits on the tree above and said to it, "Tiger brother, the spiritual fruits on the tree are rich in spiritual energy, why don't you eat these spiritual fruits instead?" He said to it and thought to himself, "This stupid tiger, having finished the chicken leg isn't enough, yet it wants to eat Xiaohong." Looking up at the tree, it said again, "I don't eat vegetarian." Then it roared at the red-headed snake and charged at it with the intention of eating it, causing Yishen to panic and intervene. "Wait." Hearing Yishen, it paused and asked, "Huh?" Yishen, sweating, added, "Tiger brother, do you want to eat demon beasts? Xiaohong can take you to find them, it knows this place well and knows where the demon beasts with fresh meat are." The white-spotted tiger asked suspiciously, "Really?" Yishen winked at the red-headed snake and asked, "Xiaohong, are you right?" The white-spotted tiger didn't think much and went ahead to say, "Hurry up, take me to find some food." Yishen pointed to the tree and said, "Tiger brother, wait a moment, let me gather the fruits here first." After a while, the fruits on the tree were gathered. A demon beast appeared over here. Yishen led the white-spotted tiger to the spot and said, "Tiger brother, this buffalo is super large, enough for you to have a big meal." The white-spotted tiger had a great affection for the demon beast in front of it and quickly charged forward. Yishen pointed to the cliff above and said, "Xiaohong, tiger brother eats meat, we eat vegetarian. Those 20-some spiritual herbs over here." After a while of diligently gathering herbs, Yishen tossed all of them into the refined pill furnace, saying, "Those spiritual fruits and the few spiritual herbs just collected are considered precious in this elixir's valley, and after spirit infusion, their effects will definitely be more powerful." The refined pill furnace was burning fiercely. The white-spotted tiger approached the refined pill furnace, holding a piece of meat in its mouth, examining the furnace and thinking, "It looks slightly familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen it." Yishen opened his mouth wide and then took a big bite of the spiritual herb in front of him. After eating a few dishes, Yishen suddenly broke through and thought, "Refined Qi Stage Level 1, I have finally broken through the Refined Qi stage. In less than a month, I have achieved this breakthrough in the Evergreen Immortal sect. I, Yishen, can be considered a top genius." He continued eating. Yishen continued his cultivation. Refined Qi Stage Level 2. Entering the Refined Qi stage, breaking through becomes harder. The spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs I just ate have undergone spirit infusion, the highest can reach level 7, I need to find more and higher level spiritual herbs. He approached the white-spotted tiger. He threw a chicken drumstick to wake it up, then thought, where there are demon beasts, there are surely precious spiritual herbs. It's just right for this dumb tiger to be my path clearer. He took a step forward, patted its head and called, "Tiger brother." Upon hearing his call, it opened its eyes. Yishen smiled brightly at it. With so many fat demon beasts waiting for Tiger Brother to eat, how can you sleep here and waste this beautiful time? He thought again, wherever there are demon beasts, there must be precious spiritual herbs. It's just right for this dumb tiger to act as my path clearer. Yishen patted it and called, Tiger Brother, it's not time to sleep now, there are still many delicious, juicy demon beasts waiting for you to eat. As soon as the white-spotted tiger heard this, drool began to flow, and its eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yishen led it to a place where several long-necked demon beasts were, pointing and saying, Tiger brother, the old rule is still in place, you eat the meat. These demon beasts are yours, and those spiritual herbs are mine, I can eat vegetarian. At that moment, someone approached calling for Yishen. Changming's group arrived and said, 2 incense sticks worth of time has passed. He looked at Yishen, frowned, and said, I was wondering where you ran off to. Yishen stepped back and said to the white-spotted tiger, Tiger brother, these people want to stop you from eating demon beasts. Changming ordered the disciples behind him to move up. He volunteered to charge towards Yishen. The white-spotted tiger roared in a furious mood, its powerful aura pushed Changming and his disciples back. Changming, angry, braced himself and said, How annoying. The white-spotted tiger raised its claws and advanced from behind. Then it struck Changming directly. He stopped to observe. This is the Xianhua white-spotted tiger, with a mysterious origin from Mount Saw. Why is it with Yishen? It let out a roar and charged towards Changming's group. After a while, Wei Changming and his group were mercilessly beaten by the white-spotted tiger. Yishen arrogantly approached and said, Wei Changming, with Tiger Brother here, you are nothing but useless people who do not know your own strength. On this side, the disciples of the Immortal sect had all been captured and tied together. One indignant disciple shouted, You, demon sect, you dare to invade our Elixir's valley. The disciples of Evergreen Immortal sect will not let you go. The earless man did not even blink after hearing this, raised his knife, and severed the head of the disciple. The disciple fell in pain, instantly lifeless. He coldly looked at the corpse and said, Shut up, you brat. Big brother, why not just kill all the useless people of Evergreen Immortal sect? The big brother spoke as he approached. Killing them one by one is more enjoyable. Capturing them and killing them together is more satisfying. The earless man added, Evergreen Immortal sect claims to be a righteous sect, let's see if the other disciples of Elixir's valley come to rescue them. If we arrive on time, we will catch them all at once. At a high cliff, Chang Qingzi and someone else are observing below. He speaks first to ask Chang Qingzi, How is it? Hearing the question, he snorts lightly and replies, The outcome is still uncertain, Zhou Red Robe, you shouldn't be too early to celebrate. He then says, Heaven Crippling 6. Everyone is inherently different from ordinary people, and their cruel and cold nature makes them very suitable for cultivation. These disciples of the Evergreen Immortal sect are like soft mud in front of Heaven Crippling 6, they can't withstand a single blow. Chang Qingzi, seeing him chatter, says, Just keep watching, the elite disciples of the Evergreen Immortal sect haven't made their move yet. Zhou Red Robe disdainfully responds, The result will be the same, no one can defeat Heaven Crippling 6. This time, if the demon sect wins, our years of betting will finally pay off. Meanwhile, Yishen is still diligently cultivating inside. After a while of training, Yishen stands up and says, Refined Qi level 3, my realm has increased a bit. He looked back at the white-spotted tiger and thought, This stupid tiger is sleeping again, isn't it interrupting my search for the spiritual herb? Yishen patted the white-spotted tiger and called out, Tiger brother, wake up. It was awakened and growled, Don't disturb me, let me sleep for a while. Yishen was taken aback by its attitude and then seriously explained, Tiger brother, you're wrong about this. The Elixir's valley opens only once every 10 years. As a carnivore, you should eat all the demon beasts here. Once the Elixir's valley closes, you will have to wait another 10 years to feast on these plump, juicy demon beasts. After listening for a while, the white-spotted tiger stood up and replied, "That's reasonable." As they walked out together with the white-spotted tiger and the red-headed snake, they heard several voices from other disciples. What logic is this? The demon sect is really outrageous. This is the territory of the Evergreen Immortal sect, and this time we must teach the demon sect a lesson. The leader of the disciples, upon seeing Yishen, asked, "Which peak is this junior brother from?" Yishen cupped his hands and bowed in response. "I'm from Chinan Peak." Yishen pays his respects to you senior brothers. Hearing this, the other disciple relaxed and began to converse comfortably. So it turns out to be Yi junior brother. Yi junior brother has arrived just in time. This time, the heaven-crippling six of the demon sect has invaded Elixir's valley, capturing quite a few disciples from our Evergreen Immortal sect. We plan to eliminate the heaven-crippling six, and Yi junior brother can join us. Hearing this, Yishen asked, "Heaven-crippling six? Are they that powerful?" In response, the senior brother said, "The heaven-crippling six does not take anyone seriously, they are brutal and enjoy killing. They are the most talented from the demon sect in the past 100 years, so of course they are formidable." Upon hearing about their strength, Yishen waved his hand and said, "Senior brother, I still have things to do, so I won't disturb you all in dealing with the demon sect." The senior brother frowned and called out, "Yishen junior brother, are you afraid of the heaven-crippling six?" The few followers behind also chimed in, "Yishen, as a member of the immortal sect, how can you be afraid of those from the demon sect? Coward, you do not deserve to be a disciple of our Evergreen Immortal sect, people like you are the most contemptible." Hearing these remarks, Yishen laughed awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. The senior brother leading the group did not force anyone but waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone has their own ambitions, let's go." Yishen and the white-spotted tiger watched the group ahead leave. The white-spotted tiger looked at Yishen and asked, "The people in the immortal sect, although there are often many disputes among the mountains, when dealing with the demon sect, everyone is righteous and upright to eliminate evil, why aren't you going?" Yishen turned back and flattered it, saying, "If I go, who will find the delicious and juicy demon beasts for tiger brother?" The white-spotted tiger felt a twitch in its ears and growled at Yishen to speak human language. Yishen had no choice, sweat streaming down his face. He hesitantly told it, "Once, a senior cultivating immortals told me 6 words of wisdom, which I have always kept in mind as my guiding principle." The white-spotted tiger looked at Yishen and asked, "So what are those 6 words?" Yishen confidently raised his hand and said the 6 words, "Focus on development, don't act recklessly." The white-spotted tiger stroked its furry chin and thought, "It seems I've heard these words somewhere before." Yishen continued to brag. "There is no absolute assurance, no outstanding strength, so how can one easily take risks? The future of the Evergreen Immortal sect, the stability of the Cultivating Immortals world, still depends on me, Mr. Yi. My life weighs as heavy as Mount Tai." The white-spotted tiger looked at Yishen, feeling smug yet silent. It raised its paw, extending a thumb to reward Yishen for his abundant confidence. "You are impressive, it's the first time I've seen someone talk about living and fearing death so comfortably." Half an hour later, white bones were scattered on the ground. The white-spotted tiger lay sprawled on the ground, satisfied, letting out a sound. Yishen continued to harvest elixirs and called back, "Tiger brother, let's keep going." The white-spotted tiger looked gloomy, unable to swallow anymore. "I really can't eat anymore, let me take a break." Yishen, showing no mercy, patted his tiger brother's head and said, "Break? Get up." Yishen continued with his timeless words, "Tiger brother, if you don't eat now, in a few days, this Elixir's valley will close down. At that time, it would take many more years before you could enjoy fresh and juicy demon beasts." The white-spotted tiger helplessly sighed as it fell to the ground. "There's nothing I can do, can't you see my belly is so full it's about to burst?" Yishen plotted again, calling out, "Tiger brother, how about this? I'll go kill a few demon beasts, and after I'm done, I'll turn them into dried meat for you, so you can enjoy it later." After saying this, Yishen secretly laughed to himself, planning to squeeze out the remaining value of his tiger brother. The white-spotted tiger was still greedy, it licked its lips, its eyes filled with love for the dried meat. Dried meat? Sounds delicious. A day later, Yishen gradually opened his eyes, sitting in front of the pill refining furnace reflecting. Refined Qi Stage Level 7. Although the cultivation is progressing slowly, fortunately, I haven't faced the difficulties that would usually occur during cultivation, and it is still steadily increasing. Ling Shao's voice came from somewhere as he pointed at Yishen. Cousin, over here. He arrived with a group of followers. Yishen, my cousin has come. Ling Shao stood there, arrogantly asking, what's wrong? Are you scared? Yishen looked at him, his face equally bold, and said, then you can rest easy. The senior brother stepped forward, just as proud as Ling Shao. Are you really going to let me handle a disciple at the refined body stage? He said. Junior brother, you are truly getting more useless by the day. Ling Shao swallowed hard, a lump in his throat, and managed a forced smile. Senior brother is absolutely right, it's mainly because that guy Yishen is too cunning. Senior brother, please take action. The senior brother then turned to Yishen and said, don't say I'm bullying you, I won't attack, only defend. I'll let you make the first 3 moves. Yishen raised his thumb, complimenting him on his spirit. Senior brother, you have principles, I admire that. The senior brother crossed his arms, pleased by those flattering words. You're not bad either, but my junior brother's grievances cannot go unavenged. I'll leave you with half your life after this. Yishen cracked his knuckles and said with a sneer, Senior brother, can I start now? The senior brother boldly replied, go ahead. Yishen raised his fist and called out to him, look at the punch. That punch landed squarely on the face of the senior brother, causing him to immediately spit blood and fly up high. Yishen raised his hand and shouted joyfully. Ling Shao ran over, exclaiming in disbelief. Are you okay, senior brother? The senior brother, with a face like a steamed bun, got up, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth, yelling, little guy, do you dare to hit me in the face? Yishen tilted his head, looking at him in confusion. Is it not okay to hit the face? He politely bowed and said, sorry, senior brother, I didn't know the rules. He scratched his head and said, I'll hit back. The air fell silent for a moment. The senior brother also realized the truth and seemed to be confused. Ling Shao, with a dark expression, quickly spoke up. Senior brother, don't listen to him, this Yishen is very cunning, just strike him directly and kill him. Yishen smiled and called out, Senior brother, you are a lifetime hero, admired by everyone. It's obvious that you are a role model for us. You said you would keep your word, so rest assured, I guarantee I won't hit the face this time. Once again, the senior brother was deceived by Yishen, and he called out to Yishen, come on, I will keep my word. Here come. Yishen continued to throw punches and said, I'll hit. Saying that, Yishen charged forward, this punch once again landed squarely on the senior brother's mouth, sending him flying far and high, landing face down in front of Ling Shao. He looked on in horror at the scene before him. Yishen, you scoundrel. The senior brother struggled to get up, clutching his face in pain, crying, you dared to trick me. Yishen smiled brightly, waved his hand, and said, sorry, senior brother, I missed again. Ling Shao, unable to contain his anger, pointed and ordered his subordinates to rush in and kill him. He too charged alongside his senior brother, shouting to kill. Yishen's face darkened as he scoffed, but just a moment later, they were all lying flat on the ground. Ling Shao trembled, his face pale as if he had caught a chill, and asked, aren't you at the refined body stage? He got up and looked at the spiritual energy fluctuating around Yishen, stunned to realize, your cultivation has long reached the refined Qi stage. He called out in fear, senior brother. The senior brother braced himself and asked him, what do you want to do? Yishen raised his hand into a fist and said, there's still the 3rd move I haven't used yet. The senior brother looked confused and asked him, what do you mean? But before he could respond, Yishen punched him straight in the face, causing his face to cave in and then slammed him into the tree behind. He continuously spat blood and lost consciousness on the spot. Yishen had a fierce look and sighed as if it were unavoidable. I missed again. Ling Sha gritted his teeth, unable to do anything. A few days later, Yishen sat back down to cultivate. I've been stuck at the 9th level of the refined chi stage for 2 days. It's too difficult to break through to the control wind realm. He stood up, rubbed his chin, and said to himself, as long as I get past the refined chi stage and reach the control wind realm, I'll be able to fly. The white-spotted tiger, lying there, glanced over and said, dream on. Yishen walked closer and asked, Tiger brother, are you talking to me? The white-spotted tiger replied, the refined chi and refined body realms are basic realms. Only upon entering the control wind realm does the true path of cultivation begin. Yishen said, Tiger brother, I didn't expect you to understand cultivation as well. Tell me more. The white-spotted tiger said, considering the past few days when you have been running around preparing dried meat for me, I will tell you this to help you avoid getting lost. In the past few days, I have noticed that your speed in breaking through realms is very fast, almost without any obstacles. A talent like this is truly rare to find, but breaking through the control wind realm is not as simple as you think. The reason why the control wind realm can control the wind is because it can harness the primal energy within oneself, allowing the body to fly freely in the air. This primal energy is quite different from the primordial energy that you cultivate every day. To be precise, primal energy is an advancement of the energy of primordial energy.